did.
Okay.
It's easy when you only have to do YouTube.
Oh, I know. It's wonderful.
You don't have to change any titles or anything.
No.
YouTube, where you at?
We are on.
We are?
Yeah.
Noise. So, we have a fourth tonight. It's a little different than normal here on the Heat Seeker podcast. Craig decided that he wanted to be one of the cool kids and not just talk IDP, but talk a little bit of offense as well. So, Craig, we're happy to have you on. It's the first time I think I've been on a live stream with you. So, thanks for taking some time out and joining us on a little bit different of a stream than you're used to. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Glad to be here. And we'll see if I can branch out and talk a little bit of offense and not sound stupid tonight.
Well, that's okay. I cover sound and the stupid talking defense. So, you just talk defense, I'll talk offense. We'll get it all covered.
There probably will be double the dad jokes though with me around. So.
All right.
That's all good. We got Paul over there telling us we have an echo. I just turned on a mic. Let me know how everybody sounds now. Jason, how you doing, bud? Anthony says, why does Rob look like a zombie?
Is that a pun? Rob Zombie?
Rob Zombie.
He's been eating cranberries.
Rob echoing bad.
Yeah, but I changed some stuff, so let's see if that works here. Somebody's keyboard's loud.
That's Craig.
I can stop. Sorry.
Well, you're like Brad when he types during the show. It's like he's beating the keyboard like it's his redheaded stepchild.
Well, I'm surprised you never heard that. Craig types all the time during our episodes. Never really bothers me, but I guess I'm a little more professional than Rick.
A little more professional? I mean, come on.
Starting early.
Come on. Do you guys still hear some feedback, or does it sound better now? Let us know, please. I'll get it all dialed in. Yeah, well, the thing that normally causes it, and I didn't realize, or I didn't fix it when we added a fourth to the show. I turned off, so yeah. So hopefully it sounds better now.
Nice little artwork you did on my photo there, real quick, Rick.
Yeah, I knew you liked the artwork done, so I made sure to.
Yeah, I see the zombie look right now.
Yeah, spiffied it up, buddy. Spiffied it up.
Well, that way people can't know what I look like. You can't quite tell through the artwork.
Oh,
Brandon Cox is better.
They're saying they haven't heard Rob talk yet, but they should hear Rob talking. Let's see here.
It says Rob echoing bad, and then Rob testing. Have not heard Rob talk. I'm really confused. Like, I've been talking a lot, folks.
And I'm talking to Paul, because Paul wants me to talk to him. Hi, Paul.
Aww. So cute.
Yeah.
Okay. Testing 1, 2. Brad is good. Rob's good. Craig's good. We're all good. Let's go with this 33rd pick. We got Cincinnati. Obviously, they got their hopeful franchise quarterback at number 1 overall. Where are they going here in the second round? And Craig, since you're the new guy, we'll start with you.
I think if I was in their position, I'd be looking at wide receiver here. I think there's a number of guys left that have that end of first round, second round type talent, and other than Boyd and hoping you get something out of AJ Green, they don't have a whole lot that you can really trust behind them. So that's where I'd be looking at this spot.
Brad, it seems like you agree with that.
Oh no, I was thumbs up in Brandon, who said everybody's good now.
Oh, thank you, Brandon. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for letting us know. We appreciate that. So you
yeah,
don't
I mean,
agree?
well, I don't know. They still have a lot of needs. I could see them going offensive line because a guy like Ezra Cleveland's still out there. I could see them going defense because they could still use some secondary help after getting rid of Kirkpatrick and some. I mean, I agree. What Craig said could potentially happen, but they have so many holes. It's like they can go a lot of places, and I'd be like, yeah, sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What about you, Rob?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I think we're about to learn that pick 33 was traded about 3 hours ago, and they're just going to officially announce it now.
Oh, to the Packers so they could draft somebody?
No, probably
Quarterback,
not.
hopefully.
Probably to somebody like New England, so they can do something crazy. Now, I just imagine I was hearing a lot of chatter today on the NFL radio that there was a lot of trade talking going on today because they were finding last night it was a little bit difficult during the actual draft to talk trades.
Huh.
Like, Bruce Arians said they almost ran out of time on their first trade. That first trade there with San Francisco. That there was some confusion and stuff, and so
that's wild.
Yeah.
I want to be on. No offense to you three, but I want to be on that that Zoom conversation there with
talking to
Rich
Dion
Eisen,
and Tom, yeah.
Neon, Dion, Kevin Hart, Wilson, Brady, Strahan. That'd be fun. Yeah, I think if they make the pick, I don't necessarily disagree with the wide receiver, but I do think they can get a quality receiver later. My biggest thing is protecting your young quarterback, and they could use offensive line help. I'm not like all up on the offensive lineman and who's available here and whether or not that's a smart pick at 33, but we know poor Mixon has done work with a terrible line, and improving that line right now, you're not only helping Burrow, you're helping Mixon, and then you do help, if AJ Green is healthy, you help give the quarterback time for them to get downfield, and in the John Rosses, who's as low as I have always been on John Ross, at least when he's on the field, he has been somewhat of a difference maker. But you got to give that quarterback time to allow them to get downfield and get some separation. So I feel like they do need a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of areas they could go where I'd be like, well, that definitely helps their team. But maybe moving back, like some of the chat has said, would be the right thing for them to do, so they can not only address one hole here but multiple holes a little bit later in the draft, maybe.
Well, and I just had it pop up here on the screen on the ABC feed. Longest streak in the NFL without a playoff win, 27 years or 29 years it was.
Yeah, 29 years.
That's tough for the Bengals, but
yeah, and people ask me or think I'm crazy for saying that I actually like the direction and the position that Miami's in more than Cincinnati.
I do. I love their draft so far.
And yeah, because it wasn't just where Miami was at before the draft yesterday. It was the fact that they had all that capital. They've got all that capital even after the first round through next year's draft. They're going in the right direction, and Cincinnati's, if they don't make some move and get some more draft capital, they're going to have to hit on everybody else to get going in that right direction and to make a real big improvement outside of just that quarterback position.
On a plus move, I think, too, last night at the end of the round by not going running back and going to the defense.
And we got a special guest in the chat, a little young one saying hi to her dad. That's adorable.
Aww.
My wife's having the kids right, apparently.
Love it.
Aww.
That's awesome. See, we would have brought you, if we would have known you were going to have, fans coming in here, we would have brought you on a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fan club. Craig fan club.
Yeah, yeah.
Get each one of them on a
Craig,
different
what
device
was?
subscribing. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna ask, like, what was the biggest surprise pick to you in the first round?
The overall, just complete surprise was Love to the Packers. I mean, you've been seeing it all day. It's just been a huge topic of conversation, like predicted when the pick was made. I can understand the people that are happy with it and the people that are really upset with it. If I was a Packer fan, I'd probably be leaning towards more of the being upset with it crowd. I just think it was a complete luxury pick in a situation where they really shouldn't be taking a luxury pick. And I don't know if they got rushed into things, they lost time or track of where they were at, or people were going that they wanted and they panicked. I mean, I have no idea in regards to that, but to me, that was a big shock, the biggest of the night.
Yeah, and what I've seen today is that, rumor was they thought the Colts were trying to jump up there to get Love, and that's why they traded up, because when you looked at the end of that first round, like, it didn't look like anybody there, Seattle or
Baltimore or any of them, Chiefs.
Seattle,
none of them
Baltimore, none of them needed a quarterback. So what were they trading up to do that for? And then I just feel like they put Love in a really, like, awkward position to start his career, because you've traded up for him in the first round. You needed skill position players, and now you're saying that we're not putting it on him that he's the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers, but when you make that pick and you trade up, you're putting that on the quarterback, whether you say you are or you aren't.
Yeah.
And then Rodgers was doing his rounds before the draft started, a couple hours before, and said it would be awesome if we went skill position, because we haven't done it in the 15 years that I've been here. And it was pretty obvious that he wanted a receiver to help that offense, and then they picked the one guy that could piss him off and doesn't help them this next year. It's a little crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how he takes it, because now he's been on both sides of it. It's the same sort of situation he was put in with Favre, and how's he gonna react is gonna be a big key.
You know what? I was watching Pat McAfee and AJ Hawk talk about it today, and they said this is not the same. Brett Favre had been talking for a couple of years and kind of threatening retirement and hinting at retirement and going back and forth, kind of like the Ben Roethlisberger situation. And they had to protect themselves in that situation because they didn't know if Favre was going to be back the next year or when he was going to leave. And Aaron Rodgers is out there saying, I've got 4 years left on my contract. I want to end my career in Green Bay, and I see Drew Brees and Tom Brady playing into their 40s. I want to do the same thing. I understand what AJ Hawk's saying. Like, it was a different situation when Rodgers came in, because they didn't know how long they had with their quarterback. They know they've got 4 years. What are you going to do if he plays all 4 years? Then you wasted a first-round draft pick because you might not be able to sign Love after that. So it's a weird situation.
Yeah, it's I'd be interested to find out what their plan, what their thinking was going into it, because they had other holes. It's like, you guys could have easily filled other positions and not brought yourself this much of a PR nightmare, because it's going to be. I mean, now the conversation is always going to be, if Aaron Rodgers isn't doing the best, then you're going to have the fans calling for Love or whatever, and it's like, I don't know that I'd want to deal with that. I mean, that's just a lot to deal with.
Yeah, you've also got that new regime in there. It's only their second year, and LaFleur sure looked happy with the pick.
Here's the first pick of tonight. Just came in. T. Higgins to the Cincinnati Bengals.
I like that.
I do like that pick a lot. I think that's a good fit. Good AJ Green replacement here in a year, if not in week 4 when he's injured.
Yeah, and Josh Custer says, and the difference is Aaron Rodgers was number 1 overall talent that fell. Paul said the same. Paul said he was top 5 talent and fell. Um, so I do think there is a difference between that, and
But the
this
pick,
is a team that was a game away from going to the Super Bowl and needed help on the offensive side. So it's definitely odd. But T. Higgins, Cincinnati.
but on that
Is,
Jordan Love thing, there were NFL guys though who had him as the second best quarterback in this draft. Daniel Jeremiah, I think, is one. I think he had Tua, Love, Burrow, and Herbert in that order. So, I mean, everybody's a little bit different. Um, hindsight 2020, where we sit a few hours later, I think it's a bad trade up because it doesn't sound like Indy was looking to move. But of course, you're worried. Seattle always seems to move out of that first round, and they were sitting there one pick behind where the Packers moved up to. So. But the Packers had been linked for the last 2 months to Jordan Love to some degree, and about looking at him and having an interest in him and doing a lot of background work. So, yeah, it is a different situation, but, I think the Packers have also seen Aaron Rodgers go down a few times in the last couple of years, and they've not had a viable replacement behind him, fill-in guy. So that could be part of it, too. If you don't know how
keep
he's
talking
keep holding
yourself
up.
into it. Keep talking yourself into it.
Hey, I mean, I'm willing to let it play out. I mean, I would have rather had a wide receiver this year where we're sitting
Well,
at. But
let's talk about the wide receiver that was just drafted.
I love the wide receiver that was just drafted.
I know you do.
Oh, I mean, if AJ Green isn't healthy still, which who really knows? The guy's been out for a year now. This guy could come right in and fill in and be successful, and he's got enough speed to be kind of a deeper guy and let Tyler Boyd handle a lot of the route running in the middle, and ultimately what it does is they can gadget play with John Ross, so John Ross value goes down because now he's only going to see a few snaps a game. It really, the sky's the limit for Higgins. Now the concern for me still is the offensive line. Like if that offensive line can't hold up, and obviously they're hoping Jonah Williams is healthy, the kid they drafted in the first round last year. If he's healthy and the rest of the line is serviceable, they have a few young picks on that line, then this team quickly turns itself into a competitive team. But there's some ifs there. But I like Higgins though.
This is where I wanted the Packers to go last night with T. Higgins, but it's a very good pick. I'm a big T. Higgins fan. I like what he does going up to get the football, and I like what he does after the catch. I think he's got a little bit to work on, but Indianapolis moving quickly. Their pick's already been in for a couple of minutes, and they're about to make a selection here as well.
I definitely like him more than an Ayuk, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I agree there. Much more
You
polished.
talked about Green Bay for 8 minutes after that other pick went in, so Colts weren't really that fast.
Yeah, well, it was in pretty quick, and we have a second wide receiver of the night taken.
Well,
USC.
let's finish talking about the first one. I think the one thing I'm seeing is one of you guys mentioned it, and somebody in the chat mentioned it, that Ross stock goes way down. I don't think he affects Ross at all. I think the guy that is definitely out is the plotter they had there in Auden Tate. I think Ross can still be dangerous, used multiple ways, and this actually might help Ross if he's not running every route and on every play, stay healthy. But what did we say just this past week on the show? I said, I took T. Higgins in the second round or at the end of the first round, and I took Michael Pittman, and I didn't think they were that far apart in talent. They're both big. Michael Pittman's actually like a half a second faster in the 40 than T. Higgins was, but they're, even T. Higgins is right there with DeAndre Hopkins' speed. 6'4". I think these two were the best two wide receivers left on the board after the first round was over. Craig, what are you thinking about these two picks?
I like the direction that both of them are going. I mean, they're giving their offense some weapons, and we saw a lot of that, yesterday even. I mean, a pick like the Cowboys necessarily think, like we talked about pre-show, well, there's a lot of other things that the Bengals could have taken. There's the same thing with the Cowboys yesterday. There's a lot of different things they could have gone with to help their team out. But you're seeing a lot of these teams loading up on offensive talent. I mean, they just Colts had just taken Campbell last year, and they have Campbell and Hilton, and Pittman's a very different wide receiver from those two. So I think it fits well. But I think you're going to see a lot of that with these teams loading up on offense so they can spread the ball out more and have multiple guys attacking.
Brad, what are you thinking?
I love this pick. I mean, Indy tried to have this kind of a player last year when they picked up Funchess. And I think, they're finally going to get to do the things they want to do. I could see Pittman kind of moved in to be the big slot. I could see him on the outside. I mean, he has the ability to really play any of those positions, and it's huge. I mean, you could be looking with him and Campbell, you could kind of be looking at their future. I mean, obviously T.Y. is going to be there for a few more years, but that's a good pick for them. I think that really gives them flexibility, and with Rivers delivering the ball, I think that'll be a good fit this year. I think that'll give some good value this year and long term. What about you, Rob? Did you talk about him?
Yeah, I think it's a very good pick. Anthony Leone asked just a little bit ago, does this move Higgins into the first round of draft picks? I had him in the first round in one quarterback league since this, start of this process for me. The guy that I think is now landing in a great spot of these two that potentially moves from second into first is Pittman. And he was very close to that spot anyways. It's a great landing spot for him. And pairing now with Paris Campbell and T.Y. Hilton, I like that. If Paris Campbell can get on the field this year, and then, they're learning from a good vet there in T.Y. And, I like this a lot. And I think both these guys are landing in plus situations for them as rookies.
I'm crushed. I'm actually crushed because all my targets that I was going to get, like where I thought they were extreme values, are now not going to be values anymore. Jalen Reagor is going to jump up in the rankings. T. Higgins is going to jump up in the rankings. And because, not only for going where he went, but being tied to Burrow. So people are going to react to that. And then Michael Pittman is going to jump way up. And how bad are the Lions going to mess up?
The Lions just drafted DeAndre Swift.
I like that.
You're right.
Yeah. So
That's
kudos Swift for the Lions in the first 2 rounds. Woo. Brad, you better kick us off with that one, huh?
I like that pick. They need a running back. Carry-on's good, but can't stay healthy. I think that's huge for them to finally actually have a running back. Now Carry-on can be spelled, so he only has to have, 10 to 12 touches a game, maybe 15. I think that's huge for them.
Guess who else is dropping in rookie drafts?
DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift.
I'd take him. I'd take him because they could lean on him a whole lot more.
I didn't want him to be somebody that was leaned on anyway, but I feel like him and Carry-on do a lot of the same stuff, and I don't feel like they're just not going to have Carry-on involved.
No, I don't.
I feel like they're very similar type guys that are going to kind of eat into both carries and receptions, and I want both of them getting receptions. I don't know, that's personally for me, I think this might be a better football move than it is a fantasy move.
Yeah, it's a very good football move. And the Giants already have their pick in, so they're ready to fire. Everybody's moving quick here to start this second round tonight.
Maybe we'll be out of here by 10 o'clock tonight.
Who are you kidding?
Dude, they're booking it right now.
Did you say they're boogering it right now? Do you think this?
They're boogering it. I hope they don't booger it, but I can't hear, so it's good. I have a feeling. Well, he was already my number 4 running back anyway. So my number 4 and my number 5 have went. 5 went number 1 and 4 went number 2. So that's how good this is going for me. But fantasy is obviously different than NFL too, and I agree that from an NFL perspective, this is good. But if they're really going to use that New England style running game, and we're not going to know who it is from game to game, I don't like. Detroit is one of them spaces where I just don't know how they're going to use the running.
Well, you got to
backs.
remember that's Darrell Bevel running the offense. So think more like the way they deploy running backs. Think more like how Seattle was, because he was Seattle's OC when they won championships. I think they'll have a place for both of these running backs. Yes, it'll be difficult because they are very similar, but I think they're both going to get, a fair share of carries each game, that they both could be valuable.
But how valuable is it? Is it capped now? Is my question.
Well, yeah, I mean,
because people were drafting him as a potential running back one in fantasy.
Well, yeah, I heard some fantasy sites, put him as, the top running back in their mind. So yeah, that definitely hurts him if you thought he was the best running back in the class. He's probably, they're both probably now, solid in the RB2 range. I don't think either one of them can truly be an RB1 because of how similar they are.
See, what I would do now, I said last night I'm not moving CEH up, but he's going ahead of Swift for me, and then 4 or 5. So my 4 or 5s have flipped, and unless these other guys land, unless the Giants take one of the other guys that I liked, then they're gonna drop behind those guys because of Saquon. But I feel like they kind of cannibalize each other there in Detroit, and I don't really like that.
Kyle says you're better at evaluating wide receivers than running backs.
Kyle's right. I was the one that was telling you to draft Kareem Hunt his rookie year, and I was the one telling you to draft Alvin Kamara his rookie year, and I'm the one that's been telling you to pick up Drake and Aaron Jones for 2 years before they exploded. So I haven't done very good on running backs yet. I'm working on it. I did miss on McCaffrey, though. I didn't think he was going to get 400 touches a year. I've actually done a lot better at running backs than I've done in the past at wide receivers. I did take Corey Davis number 1 overall in his class, and that didn't work out.
Well, if you're the Giants here, do you go O-line again? And
I would.
They have plenty of needs still.
Yeah. I mean, they also have wide receiver. They got a lot on defense, but O-line could be helpful for both Barkley and for Daniel Jones.
Paul says you said to draft Montgomery, so take one of those away. Montgomery's not done yet.
I love Montgomery still.
We'll
I'd
see.
buy him from anybody.
Absolutely. What was he did say running back situation means a ton more because of their limited shelf life. I do agree with that. Justin Chase says, I hope you traded Aaron Jones away. He's going to be running back 18 next year, or this year. I don't see how he drops to running back 18.
If they draft a second-round running back,
I do agree. They don't have a second-round pick, do they?
Yeah.
What did they trade? Oh, they traded
They traded one of
or
their
something.
fourths.
Fourth? Yeah, if they got one of those guys, that would be good for those running backs. But then I would kind of be worried about them cannibalizing each other too, because Aaron Jones isn't just going to go away. I do agree that he is going to have regression this year, though. I don't think he's going to have 19 touchdowns like he had last year. But if they don't add any more weapons, we could be wrong, since they're drafting quarterbacks right now. So what's happening with McKinney? And you IDP guys know this more than me. Why is he still on the board? Because wasn't he supposed to be like a top 15 pick?
Well, him and Grant Delpit were supposed to be the best safeties in the class, but it's a weak class, so it doesn't surprise me they're here still. Craig, what do you think?
I had them all as more late first round, second round picks. I mean, I think that goes for any of your top, you want to call it 4 or 5 safeties. The experts had a consensus. I know Kuiper had him way up there, but I never saw anything out of all of them that made him a high first round pick in my mind, especially with the other talent that you have in this draft class at other positions.
Well, and as you guys are talking about him, Xavier McKinney is the pick here to the Giants.
Wow.
Well, there you go. He's now next to Jabril Peppers. So that's a pretty good combo.
You know what? I do wish. I wish that Paul would, instead of just saying he's not good, give us a reason of why he's not good. I don't know. I honestly don't know enough about him. I did not study any IDP rookies, this offseason, so I don't know how good the kid is. But I just know that Brad had been mentioning him as a possible pick from like 14 on or whatever, after we got from where we thought the wide receivers were going to go there from 11 to 13. We started mentioning him, and then all the wide receivers went.
The Giants have done a lot to sort of rebuild their secondary, though. I mean, they went out and they got Bradbury. Last year they went out and they got Peppers, who they're lining up next to. Julian Love had a nice little while there last season for him. And I think, didn't they draft a cornerback first round last year? Was it DeAndre Baker?
Yeah, so, they took Baker last year.
They've done a lot to rework that whole defense, but especially that secondary now. So with a lot of young guys and new guys, it'll be interesting to see how well they fit. But talent-wise, they certainly have a lot of talent there.
Okay, so we've got the Patriots on the clock right now, and the pick is in. We've got some people in the chat saying that they think this is where Cole Kmet goes here at 37 to the New England Patriots.
I'm okay.
Brad, I see you smiling already. You think that's where they're going to go here?
Here it is.
Yep. I have no idea, but it'd be nice.
Paul probably still
Kyle
thinks
Duggar
it's Jake
is the
Fromm
pick.
going.
Safety. Lenore Ryan.
Kyle Duggar. That's an interesting pick.
Yep, another safety.
That's the really young, small school guy. Is that the Division II school?
Yep.
Yeah, he's from Lenore Ryan.
Yep. Just for you, Paul. Just for you, bud. Wow, D2 boy. That's what the chat's saying. I will be honest, I don't know a lot about the defensive guys. That's why I'm glad to have Brad and Craig both on this show, and Rob knows more than I do. But these guys, you got to watch them on Monday nights. Paul joins them also, and they talk IDP on Monday nights. So make sure you check them out, 9:30 p.m. Eastern on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, Duggar has a lot. I mean, he's definitely an intriguing option. I think it's going to take a little while for him to develop, but he's one of those, if you're drafting as an IDP, he's one of those guys you'll take and you'll have to probably stash for a little while, because New England likes to deploy a lot of safeties, but I don't know how much actual snaps he's going to get on a per game basis, because he's going to take some time. Craig, what do you think about Duggar?
Yeah, I mean, the way that they run schemes and all that, unless they're completely changing their defense, which I can't imagine Belichick's changing that on the fly too. He being Belichick has the guys that he likes. They brought back Chung last season. They have McCourty again. They have both McCourtys. They have a pretty old secondary with a lot of experience, which I think Belichick's probably banking on their defense trying to hold the offense in games this year. So I agree. They even went out and got Adrian Phillips, who was sort of a Swiss Army knife in the Chargers last year and for a few years before that. So, again, a lot of talent, and we're going to have to see how they deploy him. But going forward, especially a few years down the road, he certainly has a talent to be a top safety for you.
And these picks flying in, the Panthers take Yetur Gross-Matos from Penn State.
Another
they're
defensive
focusing
line.
on that D line. They're focusing on.
I was gonna say it had to be offensive line or defensive line. Or defense. It couldn't be anybody else. That team has a lot of work there to do on that defense. I just read across the screen, 29.5 points per game, worst in franchise history. Not bueno. Not bueno at all.
Well, obviously the Dolphins know who they want right away because their pick's already in. Boy, they're booking tonight, boys. But yeah, they're not a very good defense, like you were saying.
Okay.
And then they lost Luke Kuechly too. That has to hurt too.
Yes, absolutely. One of the best defensive players in the NFL. Um, doesn't help when you're already bad. Miami, okay. This running back here, they went QB, they went OT. Are they gonna get any more skill players there? Are they gonna go defensive side of the ball?
I think they're going to go back to the defense because I think they still have second-round picks coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could go. I think they could go either way because only 2 running backs have been taken. They could easily grab their running back if they wanted to, but they like Jordan Howard, and they don't. It's not a need as big a need as some of the other positions. So I don't know. That's a tough one.
Kyle in the chat said, I actually love how you guys interact. You all don't have to be right to be way cooler than all these other YouTube channels that act so childish. We've said it a billion times that we don't know half the shit we think we know. We're not going to be right about everything. There's nothing wrong with being passionate about the players that you like and everything, but I can definitely admit where I'm wrong. And I know the rest of the guys can too. It's just part of it. I mean, there's no perfect science to evaluating prospects because the one thing that we're missing is the way their mind works, and that's a big part of whether they're successful at the next level or not. And the NFL can't even get it right. So it's a tough thing to do, but we put our thoughts out there and hope we're right more than we're wrong.
And if we're wrong, I hope we're entertaining.
Right. Yeah. Are you entertained?
Are you not entertained?
I think we have a
Miami
gift for that, actually.
Yeah, I think Craig's gift game is strong, so I'm sure it's there.
And Paul says Miami has to be running back, right? Either Dobbins or Akers. Custer says he agrees. Keep Akers in Florida.
That would move.
Jason says
that would move Akers up for me. I think if he goes to Miami, I think he'd take Swift's spot at like kind of like the 3 spot running back.
He already took Swift's spot for me and Rob. So
I mean, I solidly would take it. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Jason says Espinenza or Blakelock.
Yeah, Ross Blacklock. He's a D tackle. Espinenza is an end. They could go either way. Yeah.
They could use more offensive line.
There's still 3 of the top 25 or top 5 backs left. They pick again at 24. Really, if you're kind of looking at it, do you think that all 3 of those guys are gone before 24? I would venture to say no, not very likely. But they also have the capital that if that did happen, they could move back up. So if they got these defensive guys high, I could see them jumping now and then moving up if they have to for the running back.
Yeah, so we're at pick 39. And when did you say their next pick was?
They pick at 24 in the round, so that would be pick 56.
Yep.
56.
That'd be right? 54, somewhere in there?
It's 56, you were right.
Okay.
Yeah, Custer says the 3 best backs in the draft are still left. I agree. I'm with you there, Custer. Blacklock is a pass rushing DT. He could have went 20, and I wouldn't have thought much of it. That's what Paul says. I can't comment on that. You guys are the defensive guys, so that was meant for you to comment on.
20 would have been a little high for me, but the end of the first round, like if the Packers had taken them, I could have understood that pick completely. So this is right in that sort of range. But I know Paul was a big fan of his from speaking to him last night.
So as long as Green Bay doesn't take him, I'm happy.
Quarterbacks only.
So if you're Miami, is there any chance that you take somebody like Denzel Mims here, even though you've got Preston Wilson and Devontae Parker? If you're not confident that Parker's breakout was real or that Williams' production before his injury was real, is that a route that you could potentially go to help out your newly drafted Tua Tagovailoa?
I certainly think that they could do that. I mean, Williams, you don't have a whole lot of capital invested in, and it's not like Parker's contract was enormous either. And you definitely need more than two guys, even if you're counting a breakout year from Gesicki. So, again, like we've seen at the start of this round, you can't have too many good receivers.
Right.
I guess I'd be looking at off.
Whoa. Sorry, the thing went across. I didn't even see this last night, but Tua was the Dolphins' first quarterback taken in the top 5 since 1967.
Oh my!
Well,
Wow, I did not.
I didn't realize that.
I did not either.
Did not see that coming. What was Dan Marino picked?
Yeah, that's
Well, Dan Marino fell in his draft,
Oh.
right?
fell pretty far to the back end of the first, I think.
Oh,
Yeah. Because wasn't that was Elway was in that class?
yeah, that was the big one.
Was
Kelly.
Kelly in that class? Yep.
he was the last quarterback taken in the first round that year.
Yeah,
Yep.
27.
Pick 27. Yep. Huh.
Oh, Miami, they're showing Grant Delpit on the screen, so maybe they go safety here.
They already got their Delpit shirts all made up, ready to sell their
Which is
fashion line.
Man, their
interesting.
secondary would start looking a little sick. Byron Jones, Ig Mahogany, and Grant
Yep.
Delpit. I mean, that's a lot of talent back there. A lot of
Howard.
speed too. Yeah, Xavier
Dude,
Howard.
they're getting a lot better really fast.
They went
They're
Robert
doing
Hunt.
a good job. Robert Hunt.
Yep, Louisiana. Tackle out of Louisiana.
Oh yeah, yep.
So I like that move. Getting another tackle. Solidifying that
That
line.
offensive line needs. Yep, that offensive line needs help.
Yep. Nope, Miami's killing this draft right now.
Got to keep Tua upright.
For sure, especially given his history.
Guys, we are 5 picks away from Tampa Bay being able to get that running back to put up some real fantasy
Should
production.
have been about the spot they took Rojo last year or 2 years ago, right?
Dobbins or Akers? Who do you think's going there to Tampa?
Neither.
I still think that Jonathan Taylor is like I like Jonathan Taylor. I like any of them there, to be honest with you, but because I like any of those 3, as long as they don't end up behind McCaffrey, Barkley,
Thanks, Paul.
Zeke or anybody like that. But but yeah, I like where this is going. And if Jacksonville takes a running back at 42, because I don't think, well, Houston could because they've got David Johnson, and they're probably sitting there going, "Oh shit, we messed up." But if Jacksonville goes running back, then that has to mean that Leonard Fournette's about out the door, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that's just about the case, anyways. But
Yeah. Texans
Yeah.
pick is in. Their first pick of the draft. What are they doing here, Craig? What do you think Houston goes after?
I have absolutely no clue with who's in charge there.
It's Bill O'Brien, man. Don't make him guess.
Someone I've never heard of. I'll go with that.
with the
Someone
with
I've never
the,
heard of.
40th pick in the NFL draft, the Houston
They
Texans
pick starting
select
pitcher.
John Johnson, power forward. Duke.
We
That
both
would
get to
be
the same
silly.
point. There you go.
That'd be silly.
The Texans draft Nolan Ryan, starting pitcher from
The
the
80s.
5 decades prior.
Speaking of the
What do you mean the 80s? His best years were in the 60s. That dude played in like 5 decades.
Ras Blacklock to the Texans.
Blacklock.
Well, they needed to fill in for DJ Reader, so
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Actually a good pick.
Indy just went Michael Pittman Jr. Where do they go
They're going Jonathan
with their
Taylor.
next pick? You think they
I
do?
think they're going one of these running backs.
Dude, and whoever they pick's a steal.
Yeah.
Good job, teams that did not pick these 3 running backs. You messed up.
They got a solid wide receiver,
Lions.
solid trio. Now they got a solid
Lions.
defense. This would be a good pick.
Lions.
don't be bitter.
Lions.
I'm not bitter at all.
Somebody's jealous the team still hasn't had a pick yet.
I don't care. You guys keep taking all the bad players. We're going to get left with somebody better.
No, you guys are going to trade up into the early first round so you can draft crappy quarterbacks.
The first round's over, bro. No trading up into the first round now. Not allowed.
Do you even lift, bro?
O'Brien could have done
it. O'Brien just traded up into the 1987 draft.
Colts moving quickly here. They got their pick in, so I do think running back though. I think now that or the offensive line. Those are the two spots they could fill.
Offensive line.
I was thinking defense myself.
And you've heard
D tackles during the offseason here, DeForest Buckner and who's the second guy?
But you also heard that they are trying to shop a hooker, the safety. So they might go Grant Delpit or a safety or somebody, you know. They need cornerback help because they did get rid of Pierre Desir, which was a starter for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like the offensive line is good, so that's not necessarily a need. Maybe one of the positions is, but the offensive line overall is pretty good. And you need secondary. Their secondary already kind of struggled anyway, but they didn't put as much pressure on the quarterback last year as they did the year before, right? Because what's his name was injured for part of last year.
I mean, you know, there's a lot of positions they could go to. I mean, if they don't like Brissett, they could go quarterback here.
The pick's in, and it's Jonathan Taylor.
Well, that's not official yet. Here he comes with the announcement.
Everybody in the chat said they took Jonathan Taylor. That's where I'm getting it from.
Spoiler alert. Paul used to kick people out of viewing parties for doing that stuff.
They do. Jonathan Taylor it is.
Holy cow.
A great landing spot for him.
Yeah, that's good. He's got that good offensive line, and as the process went on, Taylor moved in as my best back in this class. Watching his tape over and over and over, and the dude, I think he can catch better. A lot of people are saying that he doesn't catch the ball, but it kind of reminds me of like Leonard Fournette coming out of LSU, where that wasn't part of the team's game. He wasn't asked to do that a lot. I think he does it just fine. I'm excited to see this. I think it's a good move for Indy.
Yeah, if you invested the money in Marlon Mack this offseason, you're regretting it now.
Yeah, after they didn't use it. Well, see, that's the problem, is that they didn't use Mack catching the ball very much. They didn't really use anybody catching the ball very much. But you got Rivers in here that has been using the Woodheads and the Ecklers for years, so maybe that changes on that offense a little bit. That's what I hope for somebody like Jonathan Taylor, is that they do utilize him in both facets of the game, because I think he can do both. And he's got decent speed.
Yeah, he solidified himself.
Brad's obviously not paying attention.
No, I'm trying. Well, I'm double dutying here on the site, so just trying to.
Jonathan Taylor's got decent speed, is what I said.
It's not amazing. There's definitely concern there. It's not 4.27, that's for sure.
Brad about got death threats on his YouTube evaluation of Jonathan Taylor for saying he had decent speed, and they're like, this dude was a track star.
Well, he's no DeAndre Swift. I mean, let's be real.
Taylor is the 101, Anthony, if you're in a 1 QB league. Don't get crazy and put CH up there.
Not Swift either?
Dear Lord, no.
Yeah, CAH is probably the 101.
Dear Lord, you never draft a Lion 101. Are you kidding me?
Unless it was Calvin.
You know this, man.
Short of
right.
Yeah, but then he retires too early.
True story.
Jake's got to go to the defense again, right? I mean, they went twice to defense last night.
Jags got to do all kinds of shit.
They sold out that defense really hard in the last 18 months.
Somebody in my league just said Jonathan Taylor is the 101 for our draft because he has the 101 pick.
Oh, easily.
So he said Jonathan Taylor's off the board in our draft.
Joss Whedon. Mac and Carey on Dynasty managers making up swear words today.
Right?
Probably.
That's very possible.
I was very high on Carry-On, and obviously he hasn't stayed healthy, and I don't love the way that they've used their running backs in Detroit. So I was luckily already depressed on him that this doesn't hurt my feelings at all that they brought in another running back for my Johnson shares. But I'm happy to see it back. I wasn't planning on drafting Go there anyway.
I like it.
And I got to give Brad as much shit as possible about his Detroit Lions.
Hey, I'm okay with it. Keep it up. One of these days, we'll fire this staff, get real coaches, and we'll be good to go.
Dude,
You guys have been saying that for 25 years, though.
Hey, I liked Caldwell, and I loved Jim Schwartz. They cut both of those guys off way too soon. I think Schwartz is building something good.
Taylor's a buddy of mine, and he's a big Colts fan. He says, "I love it. I can't remember the last Colts drafted back-to-back offense in the draft in a long time." And I agree, and I love both of the players. I've been really high on Michael Pittman all this whole rookie process. So I think the Colts did really, really well. I think they did really, really well.
I'll just say this, Colts fans. If Detroit brings back Patricia and Quinn next year, I will become a Colts fan. I will switch my allegiance because the Colts have been doing so much. So they're smart, a smart organization, minus their owner who's, made questionable decisions.
I don't know. His COVID song the other night, a couple weeks ago, that was pretty classic.
I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah, when he pulled out his guitar sitting in his giant chair in his office at home and started singing to people.
That's magnificent. I did not see that.
I will tell you that the Bears at 43 could mess up the Montgomery love.
They're gonna take a running back there too. Have a third one.
I mean, it wouldn't. Well,
don't you think they have to go?
They only have one. I want them to. I want them to go O-line or secondary. But I also know that our coach doesn't think anything exists other than offense. So it depends on what he wants. And they have another pick at 50 something too that they could go there, or that'd be their excuse of why they could go running back here. But they only have one running back because Cohen's not a running back. He has a running back label, but he's not a running back.
Yeah,
but
he does everything.
I just know that Nagy, in his obsession with doing weird shit, they were giving Cordarrelle Patterson a bunch of carries out of the backfield. I mean, this dude could mess anything up. I'm not happy about it, and I know they're not going to go O-line or secondary just because that's what they should do.
They could go back-to-back O-line, in my opinion, and I wouldn't be upset for them because they need help.
I just know that they'll mess it up like the Lions do because that's just what we do as the bottom dwellers of the North.
True story.
True story.
Yeah,
I'm really curious what Jags do here. Sorry, Craig.
No, I guess I was just going to say, I'm the outsider. The three of you guys are NFC North fans. I'm the odd man out with that, so.
Just to fit in tonight, you have to be a Vikings fan.
Ew.
I did have Kirk Cousins for a number of years in a few leagues, so sure, I'll go with that.
Just for tonight, so then we can all just make fun of each other for teams. Who's your favorite?
No
You're
problem.
A Cowboy fan, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we can make fun of you anyway.
No, I'm a Cowboy fan living in Wisconsin. I'm used to that, believe me. So
how'd you feel about Jerry drafting from his massive yacht?
Wow.
Like he was flexing all over the place.
Have you guys seen the TV show Succession at all? Because literally at the end of this last season, there was a whole episode on the enormous yacht, and that was exactly.
Did you guys see that pic?
Yeah, weapons for Minshew, Laviska Shenault.
So they did take a running back.
Yeah.
What did I tell you? But what did I tell you guys yesterday? I said that the Jaguars were going to get a wide receiver fairly early in this draft, and you guys thought I was nuts.
Well,
probably because they shouldn't, because they need defense. But
yeah, I said I like their wide receivers, but
And the Bears,
I
knew
love
they were gonna
Chenault,
do it.
though.
Dude, like, part of me, because I like these running backs more than David Montgomery, and part of me wants them to do that and trade David Montgomery to somebody.
Somebody will
But
use
they
them.
need, dude, like, I've loved Dobbins and Akers this whole process, so it'd be awesome, but Tampa Bay's getting one of them at 45, that's for sure. I hate that pick.
Should we make a Paul bet? Like if they take running back, I owe you money, and if they don't, they take anything else, that you owe me money. Except if it's quarterback, it's a tie or something.
No, that's not how it works. How Paul's bets work are, it's like, it's Craig. I bet you they don't take running back, but if they do, you still owe me. It's like, heads I win, tails you lose.
Yep.
Yes, even there. Okay. Well, Komet has also been mentioned with the Bears.
I wouldn't hate that pick, but
Yeah,
I
I
would
wouldn't
still
hate
rather
that.
them get alignment. I mean, that's what they need the most.
They do. They need 8 offensive linemen right now. Well, Whitehair and Daniels are all right if they would ever keep them in one spot so that they could, like, get some chemistry. The rest of the line needs replaced.
Yeah, Kyle, you're right, man. Buckner, Pittman, and Taylor are a great haul for the Colts. That's for sure.
Colts have done great. I like what they've done a lot.
Yeah, the Colts have done a really good job.
Yeah, he said, is anybody having a better draft than the Colts? And even Taylor, the Colts fan,
I'll say
says
Miami. Yeah, Miami's definitely
Miami's having a better draft.
been on point.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Oh, let's see here.
I do like Chenault, though.
I do.
If he can stay healthy, I like him a lot. Even Craig said, like, they did get a running back because that dude is like a running back after he gets the ball in his hands, and he can make a lot of stuff happen after catching the ball. And they've got the deep threat. They've got Conley, who can do a decent amount of stuff, and then they've got a slot guy, and D.D. Westbrook, that, his issue kind of last year was staying on the field and then having some consistency, but it's hard when you're on and off the field.
Yep.
But I think Chenault brings a new dynamic that kind of mixes what everybody else does a little bit.
I'm seeing some chatter that the Bears screwed up their pick at 43 already. Not seeing who yet.
No, this doesn't surprise me any.
Yeah, that's not really
Even
an
though
announcement, I don't think.
Even though I've fully
Here it is.
expected it to be the Lions to mess one up.
They did. I mean, it wasn't the best
They
choice,
did.
but
They did.
Did they take Trubisky again? Was that the problem, or?
Cole Kmet is the pick. Cole Kmet to the Bears.
There you go, Brad.
Oh, cool. Good job. You just paid Jimmy Graham $8 million.
oh, he's terrible.
I know. That's my point. They just paid him $8 million.
He's terrible. Charles Barkley doesn't even like him.
Dude, I love it. I love that one of them 2 running backs is going to land in Tampa Bay at 45.
Or
And-
Cleveland at 44.
They're not landing in Cleveland, but no matter what, one of them's at 45.
All right.
You think Cleveland's gonna do that with Hunt
No, they wouldn't. But that'd be amazing if they did. That would crack me up.
Like, I mean, I like Cole Kmet, but I just think they needed other stuff a lot more.
So now the Browns already have their pick in. You think safety here is that a Browns pick? There's a couple of guys who've slipped a little, who were talked about as first rounders, Delpit and Antoine Winfield Jr.
Could, because they got rid of Demarius Randall.
Yeah, I mean, they could go Delpit or Winfield. They could go Bond. He's still there, and they definitely need some, in my opinion, linebacker help. So
I think we've talked
anything,
that they need line help, so Ezra Cleveland was a first round grade, still a possibility.
Yeah, could.
I'm still like, I'm a little, I don't know. I haven't decided whether I like that or not yet.
so you
Well,
like the Bears and you like Komet, but not necessarily the fit between the two.
Well, I mean, the fit's fine, but just for what we really need, I mean, he is a good blocker, so if they use him more as an extension of the line and the help in that regard, but that doesn't do you any good for fantasy. Um, but I think we needed offensive line and secondary more, and I don't understand spending that kind of capital after you signed Jimmy Graham for $8 million. Like, I mean, obviously tight ends are projects, and they take some time before they normally contribute. But at the same time, like you're supposed to be in a window. You've got a good defense, and you got to keep that offense on the field. So the defense just got completely annihilated last year because they were on the field so much. I mean,
why?
just not scoring wise because they were still like top 5 in scoring, but
Rick, did you see Nagy's war room?
yeah,
It looked like a
kind of.
It looked and like it had stuff all over the walls. Like it was like he's like a psychotic person or something. There's like stuff taped up all over the walls.
I'm
Like Kevin
seeing
Spacey's
Grant
House
Delpit's going to
and
be the
Seven.
pick coming out of the commercial here.
What'd you
What
say,
did you
Craig?
say, Craig?
It's like Kevin Spacey's House in Seven. Just ramblings and books all over the place and garbage. Yeah. Crazy.
Okay, what'd you say, Rob?
I said I'm seeing a lot of chatter that Grant Delpit's going to be the pick coming out of the commercial break here to the Browns. So going with one of the two safeties there.
Ooh. Mel's best quarterbacks left in the draft showed up, and the guy wrote an article on James Morgan is one of his top QBs left. I like that kid. He could be a steal later in the draft.
Back will get him. Don't worry.
Green Bay's next selection, every quarterback that's left.
Jake Fromm.
I agree with Josh on the chat. A man can dream about Mims falling all the way to 62.
Pons, rest in peace, Komet. Obviously, Pons is not terribly excited about Komet going to Chicago.
No, he's a bandwagon Packer fan.
Ew.
He's only been a Packer fan for 2 years, and he talks as much shit as Paul does.
You can't get those days back.
So I'm not going to put a bet out there. I won't be Paul, but I'm going to go off the reservation from the rest of you. I had mentioned this, and I won't get into rehashing it again, but I don't think Tampa goes running back here.
Oh, well, I do have to say that right now I do need Jalen Reagor to go in the next 2 picks. Because he has to go top 45, right? Because that's the whole bet.
Did the bet double because he went top 20?
Wait a
21?
second. Wait a second. He went 40 picks earlier than you thought he was going to go? Oh, man, that's got to sting.
So is it a wash because Paul won your little gambling room thing or your card room game?
Well, I didn't make the bet based off principle. Like, if he would have came out and said, I bet you that he doesn't go top 45, I would have made the bet.
Oh.
But when you come out and you say, I bet you he doesn't go until the 3rd round, but if he goes in the 2nd round, it's a wash.
Ow.
So what you're telling me is you're betting me that he doesn't go in the 1st round. And you're making all these weird things to go with it. But no, I mean, Craig doesn't think that Tampa Bay goes running back here. I don't know, man. I think they do. Where do you think they go then?
If I'm looking at that team and what I think they need the most, because, again, I understand the need for a running back, but I think there's other ways to get a serviceable one. I think their secondary needs the most help out of anywhere else on their team. And, I mean, I don't know who they'd be looking at, but their secondary was a bunch of yuck last year, and they have pretty much one really good guy, and the rest just was nasty. So,
Now,
Do the Bears have 10 tight ends on their roster right now? No,
No,
Pretty
most
close.
like everybody was injured last year, so they did have a lot of guys that they brought in. But I mean, they were starting, uh, what Hesper or
I
whatever
just
his name
saw a
is.
list from Mike Clay that says Jimmy Graham, Cole Kmet, Demetrius Harris, Adam Shaheen, Ben Broniker, Jesper Horsted, J.P. Holtz, Eric Selbert, Dax Raymond, and Darian Clark. 10 guys.
That's magnificent.
They're going to field the whole offense of tight ends.
And Delpit was the pick here to the Browns.
Most of those guys were because of other guys being injured, and it's just how the year ended up because Burton was injured, and the top 4 tight ends were injured for the Bears at the end of the season last year. So they had a bunch of guys that were nobodies that they had to bring in. Most of them do not belong on a NFL roster, that's for sure.
Yeah. So
one of them's a converted offensive lineman also.
Yeah. Well, Cleveland did a nice job here with a safety that can't tackle, so that's good. And Tampa Bay's pick is already in.
Yeah, because they're like, holy shit, there's still a running back here?
I think it's J.K. Dobbins or Cam Akers.
That's where I would go. My question about Tampa Bay was if they're not in these shootouts and they're not in these, they're not turning the ball over so much, they put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, they stuff the run, is that going to help their secondary just inherently by not turning the ball over?
It could, yeah. I mean, if your defense is on the field less, they're running around less. They're exposed less if it's a closer game because the opposing offense is running the ball more.
Yep. Makes sense.
But we'll see.
Well, I mean, they're going to turn the ball over about, 25 to 30 times less than they did last year. That's a given.
But wouldn't it be great if they didn't and Tom Brady was just horrible?
It would. I mean, it would be kind of funny that if they made all these moves and then he put up a 30 for 30 campaign.
What would be better is if Winston went to New England and put up 30 and 8 picks.
Just so everybody knows, Ronald Jones' value is about to be 0.
Oh, yeah.
In about 30 seconds here.
It's not going to be 0. Yeah.
It's about to be 0.
J.K. Dobbins, come on.
I'll bet you if his dynasty values 1 or higher, and how would it go, Paul? Let's come up with a crazy bet for him. If it's 0.5 and under, you win. No, I'm just trying to make fun of Paul at this point.
Wow. If this is true, this is going to throw us for a loop.
It's going to be a quarterback.
No, I'm here. I'm seeing defense. Here it comes.
Rojo's your RB1.
Antoine Winfield, Minnesota, to the Buccaneers.
They did go secondary.
Yep.
Craig's our winner. Winner, chicken dinner.
I liked Winfield. When we discussed the rookies, I was high on him too. So, I like the spot. I think he has the potential to be a really good safety 1 for your team if you're, DB1, depending on what format you use. So with not a lot ahead of him, I love the spot for production right away for him.
Well, especially with the defensive front ahead of him, he's going to have plenty of opportunities. They got a good defense.
You know what's sad is that Denver picks at 46 right now. They have invested a lot in running back between Royce Freeman and Melvin Gordon, and then they've got the guy that's been the best of the two in Lindsey, and they could pick a running back better than all 3 of them right here at 46.
It's a true story.
Well, I'm just trying to look now. Where do these running backs go? I think the next 2 likely spots in a few picks here, 4 picks to Pittsburgh. It's a possibility. In 7 picks to the Los Angeles Rams. And then also, interestingly enough, the next 2 picks after the Rams, the Eagles and the Bills could be in the running back market.
Oh, the Bills get Dobbins? That would be...
Dude, I've always liked Dillon with them. If Dobbins goes there, it's just, ridiculous. Man.
And then the pick after that, I've seen a lot of Dobbins to the Ravens, which would be... So the next 10 picks there's about 5-6 teams that could be looking at those running backs. And then you got the Dolphins right after that. So yeah. And Dolphins might have to trade up to get one.
Dolphins might be perfectly happy with what they've got too.
That is, yeah, that's possible.
There's nothing wrong with Jordan Howard
No.
running the ball. There's nothing wrong in that regard. So they could look for somebody like Anthony McFarland later, and that would be a nice little pair there.
Jason mentioned it in the chat, but Atlanta, too, could be a dark horse to take a running back for long term.
They could. When do the Rams pick?
Next year?
They're coming up. There's 7 picks from now, and then again 4 picks after that. So they pick at 52 and 57. KJ Hamler to the Denver Broncos.
Wow. Judy and Hamler?
Yeah.
Wow. They don't care about the rest of their team at all.
Yeah.
Oof. That changes a lot, man.
Yeah.
Like, wow. I don't know.
I think that hurts his value.
I think that hurts everybody's value. I thought Judy was a good for everybody's value. Now it's like there's a lot of mouths to feed going around there.
Yeah, because you even have Fant at tight end, so that's 4 legit receiving options. You got 2 different guys splitting at running back. It seems like. I mean, Locke, it's great for, but
yeah. And Gordon's a good receiving option. So I mean, that's 5 good pass catchers. And it really helps Drew Lock, but I think it dings everybody else across that offense as far as.
Gordon's good at receiving money without producing. So yeah.
Yeah.
Stick to what you're good at.
Falcons picks in already too. I wonder if this draft is moving so fast because everyone's afraid of technical difficulties because there's only like 5 minutes.
I think that's very possible.
Or conspiracy where they planned it all out ahead of time last night. They're like, all right, this is who everyone's taking. Let's just get it over with.
Okay, so here's the thing. The fantasy community was like super high on Denzel Mims.
Obviously, NFL isn't.
What's going on with Denzel Mims?
Yeah. He's not as good as everybody hoped.
I think people that were trying to push him into the first round were probably a little much. I mean, there's still a lot of the second round for him to go in, and that's good value. I think it becomes more of a concern if he falls to the third, but I think he's going to go before this round's over, for sure.
But I mean, like, people were not nearly as high on Hamler. Like I was like getting higher on Hamler. I just thought Mims was overrated, and I feel like we're starting to see that he was with Michael Pittman going ahead of him. People didn't expect that. Hamler going ahead of him now, and even people, they didn't think Higgins was going to go ahead of him.
Right.
Well, you do always have those guys every year that we don't think about that are going to fall that end up doing. And wide receiver, it happens a lot. I mean, you saw guys a year ago. I mean, Hakeem Butler was a huge guy in the fantasy community that just fell a lot farther than people, the Twitterverse and all that seemed to think he was going to. So, clearly there's something with these guys that fall that we aren't seeing.
Right. Calvin Harmon was another one.
Yep.
That a lot of fantasy folks were into, and he just kind of disappeared.
How many wide receivers went ahead of A.J. Brown last year?
3. Was he the 4th wide receiver?
Because there's a big difference. Like, a bunch of guys weren't going ahead of him and Metcalf that we didn't expect to go ahead of them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they didn't go in this draft yet, or until this part of the draft last year, but we're talking about a deep wide receiver draft where he's falling and guys are getting taken ahead of him that weren't expected to be taken ahead of him. That's the issue, not where he goes. He could go right now, but Hamler and Michael Pittman Jr. especially still
probably
jumped
10,
him, and I don't think people expected that.
Yeah, there were only 3 that went ahead of Brown.
Right. So yeah, there's more guys going ahead of him, but it's the ones that we didn't have that high that are worrisome.
Yeah.
1 second, guys. If you want to fill space, I gotta take care of something.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I mean, Atlanta's definitely an interesting pick. They got a lot they can do.
Well, and then
Yeah,
the
they
Jets
could go running
too.
back, they could go wide receiver. Let's see, what else did Atlanta do? Defense, right? They still got to replace the linebacker.
Quite.
Why am I blanking
quite
on his
honestly,
Campbell left.
yeah, you're talking about Devondre Campbell.
Yeah.
Well, they picked up. I mean, they picked up guy from the Rams, which I forgot his name. Yes, Fowler. And I don't know. I don't know if they've switched him to the end or if they're going to leave him as a linebacker. But depending on what they do with him, that could change what they do here. You know, they can do a few things. I mean, they could. I mean, quite honestly, I know they traded for Hurst, but you know, they probably could get a tight end if they wanted to.
I was thinking, but I guess he's more a D end, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with their scheme, they'd switch. I mean, they alternate what they're doing, but either way, Beasley wasn't very good, no matter where they put him. But even linebacker, if you're looking, I mean, someone that a lot of people towards the end thought was going to be a first-round pick or had the talent, Bond, he's still out there. Yeah. If you're thinking something like that. I mean, he's linebacker-wise, off the top of my head, he's the last name guy that you might be thinking would be up there to take.
I like Kyle's thinking. That would be really wild if they even considered that though. Take Mims and trade Julio.
And the Falcons take Marlon Davidson.
Oh, D lineman.
Yep, there you go. Like we were just talking about. It's a good call on that, Rob.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the best for them.
Yeah.
Well, they announced him as a D tackle, but they're listing him here as a D end.
I mean, he's a big fella.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they have Tack, who isn't great, but he's another big body. Jarrett, who's the best of the bunch, and then was that Kaminsky you said you had liked, Brad, that they took last year?
Yeah, John Kaminsky, he's an end. But Davidson's like over 300, I think. Let me see. He's a big boy.
He looks like a big boy, but he looks like he moves well here.
Ooh, from what I'm seeing,
he's from Auburn. Those guys are always pretty athletic.
Yeah.
From what I'm seeing, it said Atlanta needed defensive tackle, defensive end, outside linebacker. And from what I'm hearing from you guys, this guy is basically somebody that could help in any of those spots.
Yeah.
Because he was...
Well, he's 303 pounds. So typically in Atlanta, the way Atlanta's defense, the 4-3 they run, he's probably more of an inside guy. But he's athletic enough. I mean, he's not as athletic as his partner that was drafted a little bit earlier, Derek Brown. But he's got a bit of a wiggle to his game. So he could go outside if they really needed him to.
Yeah, if they put him inside, though, I mean, him next to Grady Jarrett, I mean, that's at least a nice set of defensive tackles. And then if you're putting Fowler at end, I mean, you got 3/4 of a decent defensive line finally for them.
Paul,
I would Seattle traded up here
to go there.
What did they get? This 48
traded.
Wait, I'm confused. Who was here? Because I'm not keeping a ticker this time.
It was the Jets.
Yeah.
Okay, this was the Jets. Okay.
I mean, Seattle was at 59, so they jumped up more than 10 spots here, a little more, if they had the pick in.
Was Pittsburgh looking at running back, and that's why Seattle jumped up? Or what would Pittsburgh be looking at here that they would be worried wasn't going to make it?
It could have been running back. It could have been linebacker. Linebacker could be an option. I mean, there's a few spots they could have been.
If Seattle takes another linebacker, I mean, oh boy.
Well, I mean, they run different styles of defense, so I doubt it. It's probably somebody offensive.
Here's the pick. They're going Daryl Taylor, D-end out of Tennessee.
Huh, interesting.
Wow.
That's very much like the last defensive end they drafted in the first round, which is probably going to be a bust. L.J. Collier.
Yeah, I have to admit I hadn't paid a whole lot of attention to Mr. Taylor for pre-draft stuff. So, I mean,
So you definitely didn't expect him to go this high, did you?
No.
sort of like L.J. Collier, like the year before or whatever.
He definitely wouldn't have gone to Pittsburgh, though, unless they decided to put him as a stand-up outside linebacker.
Yeah,
He's too small for an end in a 3-4.
Okay, so is Dobbins the pick at 49 for Pittsburgh?
I would think they would want Akers over Dobbins, because I think Akers is kind of a more physical, bigger back. I would think they'd want that kind of running back in Pittsburgh. That's tend to be what they like. You think, Rick?
I honestly have no clue. I still.
They got that age. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say
Yep.
I don't know if that's where they're gonna look or not.
They got that aging line though too, and that's been talked
Oh,
about.
yeah.
And that Cleveland has dropped hard. Like
Yeah,
this guy
Ezra
was supposed
Cleveland.
to go. I was seeing him mocked like 20, 21, 22. Ezra Cleveland, mid-20s, right?
Yep.
Early to mid-20s,
Josh
and now he's
Jones
middle of the
and
second.
Cleveland were up there.
Yeah, so hopefully they do go running back, and then maybe we can get us some offensive line at 50.
Well, either way, you're going to have one of those guys available, Cleveland or Josh Jones. They were both possible first-round mocks.
Oh, don't worry. Paul took care of the Seattle evaluation. He knew everything about Daryl Taylor, so he said he was around 5 to 7 player.
Which means
Well, there we go. That's all we need.
which means that he was half of that, probably in reality. No, 1/3, right? Because Rager wasn't till third, so Taylor's in the top 3 rounds.
Yeah, Pittsburgh could use an O lineman though too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean their O line isn't bad outside of their right tackle. They definitely need help with.
Yeah, that'd be a good spot probably for an Ezra
Josh.
Cleveland to start at.
I love Josh.
Jaws is our #1 fan on YouTube. He's always here supporting.
Him and CXK. I love those
Yep,
guys.
but he says seems like Seahawks always reaching if they don't trade down. Maybe they only scout from the 3rd round down.
I would agree. They always take the weirdest players, like guys you wouldn't expect. The first round pick of Brooks I like, but Brooks really was more like I thought kind of a later 2nd round pick. Like that was kind of where I was thinking he might start going at, but I didn't see a 1st round pick.
Wow.
Rashad Penny, remember that one?
Oh, I know. I didn't see that either. Yeah. I'd have never guessed that one.
What'd you see, Rob?
Well, I am seeing, and I'm not liking it, that the Steelers are going Chase Claypool.
Wide receiver. Man, Denzel Mims, he must have really made some people mad.
Well, if you listen to Paul, Claypool's going to be their starting tight end, I'm guessing. So, wide receiver, they're still fine with Claypool being drafted, right, Rick?
Yeah.
So how many tight ends do they need?
Can you
Ebron, Vance McDonald, Chase Claypool. What are they going to go?
if Claypool did move to tight end, it'd be pretty sick. He'd be a mismatch on linebackers for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I just lost $50.
You did?
To Paul?
No, not to Paul. I said Claypool would be a 3rd round pick. I didn't throw in the wash if he's in the 2nd though.
You're learning. Next time.
Paul is teaching you. Paul is teaching you.
He teaches us all.
I don't make bets.
I'm
selections.
okay
That's
with
just me
that though
making
because
sense.
he doesn't go to the Packers, and I did not want Claypool on the Packers. So
Don't worry, they won't draft wide receivers.
no, probably not.
Unless they
Still the
put
6th
Claypool
round.
at quarterback.
What other position does Green Bay have locked up? Like that they don't need?
Running back. So they'll take a running back maybe,
running back. Most
And
of
it'll
the
be like
defense is
Eno Benjamin. I'll laugh so hard if they
Zach-
take Eno Benjamin.
Zach Moss. See if he can make it to Green Bay by the time the season starts.
Yeah, I like Claypool a lot more than Rob does. I definitely, when this process started, I was trying to hold back because of being a Notre Dame fan and not having any bias in my evaluations. And these guys can tell you when we were doing our evaluations of the players, I even said that like numerous times, like, what are you guys seeing? Because I want to make sure that I'm just not blinded by my Notre Dame fandom. But after that, you knew that one team was going to fall in love with him after that combine, because he annihilated that combine, and when you do that, your stock's going to jump, and all you need is that one team to fall in love with you. Whether that translates or not, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that he's got the potential to be a dangerous wide receiver in the NFL.
So my question is, so now they've drafted a lot of early wide receivers in the last few years that I'm guessing are appearing not to pan out. The James Washingtons, Spencers of the world that, they keep drafting more wide receivers, so that makes you think that somebody's not very good. When do we stop believing that Pittsburgh knows how to draft receivers?
Man, the one thing I'll say about 2019 is that it's really hard to evaluate with the quarterback play that they had. Like, how do we say these guys are no good when they had Mason Rudolph and Hodges thrown to them? Like,
Well, right, I get that, but they keep drafting wide receivers early when they have other needs. So it's like, when do you start saying, okay, they must not like these guys?
well, yeah, but they've always taken wide receivers. They've never not. So it's hard to tell in there too, because they took James Washington when we didn't think they needed wide receivers, because they still had Antonio Brown and Juju, and that was kind of a surprising pick. But yeah, I mean, we know they're going to throw the ball, and they're always going to be at the top of the league
Right.
throwing the ball. That's just a Tomlin offense, and they even tried throwing it a lot with those terrible quarterbacks, and then they realized, oh shit, this is bad, let's try not to throw it as much. But then they didn't really have the running back group with Connor injured for that to sustain. But I think we're also seeing a transition in the NFL, right, where it's definitely still moving more and more pass heavy, and it's just going to continue that way until everybody's stocked up with 8 wide receivers in the draft, because that's what Rob's been telling us for 2 weeks, and it seems to be true. Everybody wants as many wide receivers as they can get.
It's just wild to me.
Well, guys, Chicago here just grabbing Jalen Johnson, cornerback out of Utah.
It's a good pick.
There we go.
Some had him as kind of a potential guy that could slide in or go in the first round, so that's a good move for them.
Yeah, there were a lot of cornerbacks that fit that first, second round where it's sort of which guy do you like the most and want to go for, because you saw any like up to maybe 8 different quarterbacks with that first round grade depending on where you looked. So it's a good pick for the Bears.
I just wish they would have went offensive line with that first one, because then I would have been extremely happy. I wanted offensive line in secondary here. This makes me happy if you guys say that this is a good pick. I trust in you, but I'm glad they addressed that secondary for sure.
I mean, potentially they did go offensive line. Cole Kmet could just be forced to be a blocker.
Yeah, but I mean, they need that interior help too. So
I know. Just trying to help you see the bright side of it.
no, I mean, I like Cole, like Craig said. I'm a Bears fan. I'm a Cole Kmet fan, and I don't mind them getting him there. But I just think that the need was more on the interior part of the line, and maybe they feel they can address that later. I honestly don't even know when their next pick was, because I didn't even know if they'd be in these 2 spots, because they seem to like to trade second round picks and trade up in the second round. So I didn't know what was going to happen here to begin with, but that dude didn't look that excited.
No, he looked like I just lost a bet. Maybe he bet with Paul too.
Yeah, he's like, I wasn't supposed to go till the third.
And now it's a wash because
Well, we got the Cowboys up here, so I'm same position as you, Rick, hoping they take someone within that they need here.
yeah, you're right, Kyle.
And I'm gonna farther delay than you guys for the feed that I'm watching, so you're gonna get it before I do.
Oh yeah, no, I just listen for Rob. I'm just staring at the moving pictures at this point because he sees it before any of us.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I've got it live, but I'm also doing a little bit of scouting ahead and kind of seeing.
Hey! Don't be watching who picks up their phone in the green room. That's what ruins the
Spoiler
draft.
alert.
Yeah.
Paul says, saw talent on Johnson, but little effort, and if his reaction to being drafted into the NFL is any sign of it, I'm worried about the pick. Because
He gave little effort to be excited.
Yeah, he didn't give a whole lot of...
Kyle says, when you see Jimmy Graham play.
I feel like Kyle's trolling us a little bit because he's excited about all the guys that we're not excited about. So we're on like the opposite spectrums of stuff because he just told me that I'm going to be excited to watch Jimmy Graham play, and I've watched Jimmy Graham play for like the last 8 years and not been excited. So
the only thing that would move Cole Kmet down for me at tight end is if Albert O goes to somewhere like New England who desperately needs a tight end. Like if Albert O goes to like the Patriots, I would put him back at my number one tight end.
my question has always been with New England, does New England's offense use the tight end, or did Tom Brady use the tight end? And on top of that, we're talking about the only tight ends that have had success there were like freak tight ends like Aaron Hernandez and Rob Gronkowski. So is it as valuable as a spot as it's perceived to be is my question with the tight end, because how many guys have they plugged in there and everybody gets excited about them, and then it's not just that they're not good, but they weren't used in that offense. Is that really a spot that offense uses a lot?
Well, I mean, to go back to your first question about, is it Tom Brady that uses the tight end? Well, I couldn't speak to that because he's been playing there for, 15 years. So before that, I don't remember if Drew Bledsoe used the tight end. My guess would be we have to wait and see. I don't think it's going to be one of those you can determine that, with the guys that they've lost this offseason, Philip Dorsett's gone, obviously Brady and some of that's gone, time will tell, but I think, a tight end going there, there's potential.
Kyle says, I'm definitely trolling, though. I know you guys love it. No, man, I love the banner back and forth no matter what. I started to catch on to you there a little bit. I just didn't know if you liked all bad players or not.
Hey,
I'm going to step out here for a moment, guys.
He's going to pull a Tennessee Titans?
No, I've got... my primary job is I am a news reporter and news director, and I have 3 police cars sitting outside my place right now. So, of course, that's more than are normally on duty in our town. So I've got to go do a little investigating for work.
All right. Well, be safe.
Hope they pay you better than we do.
No, of course not.
That's why I brought you in. Pay you the big bucks, buddy.
Well, everyone in the chat saying Trayvon Diggs to Dallas, and I actually had him going there in our first round mock that I did with Paul, so I'm perfectly fine with them getting him in the second.
Yeah, if you had him in the first and you get him in the second, that's always great.
He was one of those, again, we just talked about the cornerbacks with the few that had went, but I know the chatter through Dallas Twitter and all that is that they did like him. So, yeah, I mean, they definitely needed secondary help after losing Byron, so I like the pick.
So Rob said he thinks Akers to the Rams at the next pick after Dallas. That would be amazing, and I would laugh at all you Darrell Henderson owners because now that's your running back.
Jason says Rob's getting arrested for spoiling picks.
Yeah,
I see Dobbins if they take a running back myself. Craig, sorry I interrupted you.
No, I was just telling Brad, unless the Henderson owners take Akers as well, and then they got the best of both worlds. They got
Yeah, the guy
Taylor
riding
and
the bench
in their
and the
corner.
starter.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I do think Darrell Henderson's value could get tanked here, but I also thought that Rojo's was going to get tanked, and that didn't happen. So what do I know, right?
Because he's an RB1.
I knew the Bears were going to take something they didn't absolutely need with their first pick, so
Well,
I
that's
got that
always.
one right. Fucking Ryan Pace.
I think everyone in the chat's way ahead of us.
Yeah, you guys
Right,
are.
Seaman.
We're gonna get the fantasy police on you guys. Make you go to jail.
Why are the cops arresting everybody on the Roto Heat feed? Oh, there's
Well, he is a lot more excited than the guy the Bears got, so I'm kind of wishing we went with Trayvon Diggs.
Well, if the people in the comments are true and it's Akers, here's something to consider. He didn't have much of an offensive line at Florida State, and he's not going to much of an offensive line right now in not St. Louis, it's Los Angeles now. I keep saying the St. Louis Rams, but he should be used to running behind a bad team's line, so that's good for him in that
Yeah,
regard.
it's a lot easier to do in college than it is in the pros, though.
Don't tell Paul that. We don't need him jumping down us here.
Well, he's the only one saying Akers in the chat, right? Did somebody else?
I thought I saw someone else saying it. But Paul's dialed into everything FSU. He probably has a special red phone that he's getting the call on if it's him. So.
Oh, I bet he is.
I bet they wouldn't call him.
They'd call him and be like, "Why does he think everybody on our team's a 5th to 7th round pick?"
Nobody makes that decision to do that. Like, I'm gonna call Paul.
Well, it's better call Saul, so you're good.
Better not call Paul.
You have a good parody show there if you ever get like a Roto Heat TV going.
Better call Paul.
Yeah.
Why is everybody that we call Paul on say he says they're terrible? Does this guy just not like anybody?
Kyle says if the Rams take a running back, they should be fired. Do you fire a whole organization? Just curious there, Kyle. But for trading up to take Henderson if the Rams take a running back, they should be fired for trading up to take Henderson last draft. Well, here's the thing, though, is that if Dobbins or Akers are the best player on your board and you lost Gurley, let Gurley go, and you have the opportunity to get those guys right here in the second round, like I honestly thought they were both better than, top 52 players, so.
Byron. Hello, Byron, and we are gentlemen.
I'm just wondering how our buddy's feeling, because I'm hearing now it does look like it was Akers. And
yep, Cam Akers.
And our buddy
I
here,
love that.
I do too. I do. I thought maybe Dobbins first, but Darrell Henderson fans are not happy right now.
It's time to start trolling Taylor. Where is he? And
I don't have time for all that.
If you can find him.
Sean over in the team chat says, "Please be Akers or Dobbins here," and then next, thank God.
Byron says, "Hello, gentlemen," and I use that term lightly. Yes, we understand that you're using that term lightly. Dude, Buffalo's going to end up with Dobbins, and that's disgusting.
Or Philly.
Philly could, but Philly might take Mims here.
They could.
Philly could use a lot, though. But yeah, I like that, but I'm wondering how Joseph's feeling, because out of all these running backs, Dobbins ends up being the last. Paul, I think that would be great. I've been saying for the last couple weeks I thought Buffalo was a great spot for a running back. I just figured at this point of the draft where they would take one, we might have been looking at A.J. Dillon, Dobbins is obviously better than that, so.
Where is Les Snead at? He's like in like a shanty or something. It's like a little tiny room.
Dude, Cam Akers is about to be a beast.
Beast.
Wow.
Could he move up to RB2 in the draft class?
I mean, he was my 1, and then Dobbins was 2, and Taylor was 3, and then Dobbins was 1, Akers was 2, Taylor was 3, and those 3 they're all so close for me. They have been this whole thing, and I love the landing spots for 2 of the 3. So as long as Dobbins doesn't get I would not argue with you with any of those 3 as your number 1. The only one I'm going to argue with is if it's Swift or CEH as your number 1.
And not sure, did you guys see this one? Jalen Hurts taken by the Eagles.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
Buffalo
didn't
just
see
got
that.
Dobbins, man. Buffalo just got Dobbins. That would be such a good pick for them if they took him here.
What does that say about Wentz that they take a second-round quarterback?
Well, it says that he misses time all the time, and they don't have Nick Foles to fall back on, so they better get somebody in there. Who was their backup? Because they've been tied to drafting one for a while because their backup was bad. I don't even remember his name.
I don't either.
Kyle says, I hate Swift, hate Taylor, hate Akers, all in committees.
Paul says, come on, Rob, we need that cop news.
Oh, on that, just looks like maybe a minor domestic type situation.
The
They're just
cop
having
car,
a
somebody better get a beat down.
No, they're just having a conversation with a neighbor right now. It's just, it must be shift change because normally there's not 3 officers on at this time of night on a Friday night in this town.
I was totally rooting for a meth lab. Just
Me too.
That escalated quickly.
makes me feel like I'm back home.
So do you think that they actually take Dobbins? Because I mean, devil's advocate here. I just have a hard time seeing it after they invested a third last year in a running back who had a nice season to go back and do a second. I mean, again, to me, it seems more sort of like a luxury pick, although Hurts is that too, I suppose, when you have the Eagles who will be contending for the division.
Oh, but quite honestly, Buffalo went to the playoffs and they were solid in the playoffs. Like, it wasn't like they had any glaring needs, so they almost are at a place where they can just do whatever they want almost. Right?
And my biggest problem is, and this is the same thing with CEH, right? How tall is CEH? 5'7". Singletary's 5'8", right?
Right.
I would not feel comfortable with my organization relying on that running back to be the sole running back, and that's what Singletary is right now. Unless you think that, did they release Yeldon, or do they still have him? But he's not a guy that I want to rely on.
Paul, actually, I know there's only 2 officers normally on because I used to work for the sheriff's office in our county. And I am very familiar with both the sheriff's deputies and the police officers countywide. So,
how many people are in your town, Rob? Like you just have to do everything in that city. You're like the head of all the reps. You do the news. You do the.
Our town's about 7,500 people.
Oh yeah, it's small.
We're the second or third largest county in the state of Minnesota, but there's only 16,000 people in it.
Your town's
that are of voting age. So I don't know when you add in
your town's
high school.
Your town's bigger than the town I'm in. We got about 6,000 people.
Rick's also the secretary of the city as well as waste management.
They call me king. I don't go into. I live out in the country. I don't go into the town. I stay away as much as possible.
Well played with that Alice in Chains reference.
You never know in my town. Like, you could pull up to a gas station and be sitting next to a mobile meth lab, and you just never know when they're going to explode.
That escalated quickly.
It's just the truth.
So I've got the inside scoop here that the Bills are not going
Schefter.
J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, they very well. I mean, I don't think that it's a for sure thing. I just think that a running back there is one thing that they need, that they can rely on giving the ball to 20, 23 times a game, especially down the stretch in the second half, rather than having Josh Allen scrambling around and getting injured and whatnot. So
Sure.
I just think it's a good fit. Whether they feel that way or not, I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't know.
Louis Riddick has running back as one of their needs.
Yeah, well, here we go. Here's the announcement.
Could be defense.
Epinespa.
Oh yeah, AJ Epinesa.
Yep.
Defensive end.
That is who Paul said they were going to take. So good job, Paul.
And shame on you, Bills, for supporting.
Yeah. But
from the sounds of it, I think Twitter's quite a bit ahead of us as far as live feed. So I think that might be what's going on here.
Oh, so Paul didn't actually predict it. He saw it, and we waited for it.
Well, how in the heck are they so far ahead?
I don't know, but
what you don't know is Paul is Zoom bombing all those Zoom rooms that Goodell's got on his feed so he can see the pitch.
He hacked in. He did what the NFL was worried about, and he hacked their Zoom feeds.
That's crazy.
Well,
I know, Paul. How dare you?
Well, here's the thing. I brought up Mims. With some guys going ahead of him, there were people that thought Dobbins was the best running back in the class. I thought he was one of the top three, and we've seen all the other top running backs that everybody had in there go ahead of him. Should we be worried for Dynasty with J.K. Dobbins, and where do you see him slotting into your rankings now, seeing all the other guys go ahead of him, and other teams where we thought like running back was a need for them, like Tampa Bay not going running back there when they could have got him. Does that affect you at all in your rankings here, just off of initial reaction?
Not yet. I mean, you guys are saying how you don't like Swift and some of these guys' spot. I think if Dobbins goes like next to Miami or one of these next few picks to a spot that still needs running back, I think he can still make himself, RB3 potentially. What do you think, Craig?
I'd have to see the landing spot. I mean, he could still go to somewhere like we had talked about previously, like Tampa. And, I mean, is that going to completely change your view of Dobbins? No. I mean, that's going to be a good landing spot if for some reason he fell that far. So would it change a whole lot for people that already like Dobbins? I don't think it would.
See, I tend to look at, like, who goes ahead of who more than, like, loving a landing spot. Because I believe if they're that talented, that's all going to work out. And especially as quick as the NFL's changing right now, it's just more of if he was your one or two and all these guys went ahead of him, like it has to at least make you think, like, did I have him too high on my board? I think.
Yeah. Well, what's that defensive line guy, Matabuke?
Yeah.
Is he a guy who could go here?
I mean,
weren't the Ravens kind of in on him a little bit in the draft?
The Ravens could, because they need defensive line help. I mean, they go a few spots. They could go wide receiver here because they really, they don't have a ton of depth behind the top couple guys they have. So there's a few spots they could go for sure.
Jason says apparently the Raiders' big board was exposed on their live feed, but I think it's part of their wizardry. And by wizardry, do you mean making bad picks? Because they have the good players on their leaked board.
No.
I see Josh Custer in a group text that we've got cheering for Mims's fall. Hoping
Nice.
Green Bay gets him in the second.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that.
Does Mims play quarterback?
I'm sure
He
he could
can.
probably figure it out. Yeah, isn't he the guy who threw like 80 yards from his knees? The wide receiver? There was one of them in this class. There was a video throwing like a huge bomb from his knees with a football.
I missed that.
Yeah.
I will say that if like, and Brad is the only one out of you guys that was around this time last year, when we were covering draft stuff. But like, I love the running backs that are in this Baltimore offense, and if you got a guy like Dobbins in there, it's a little crowded right now, but long term, I would love him being the option guy for Lamar Jackson. And then we saw that touchdown upside with Mark Ingram last year. Not maybe not my favorite landing spot for him, but I would definitely like if he went here at this pick. What do you guys think?
And all the Justice Hill owners last year are now crying on the inside.
Yeah, well, when you're, I mean, I have some Justice Hill, but I never thought that he was great. I never thought he was going to be the guy in an
No,
offense.
that was more landing spot because he went there. Everyone's like, ooh.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Ravens. There's a few spots they could go.
Tight end.
You know, and
They love tight ends.
they do. I mean,
And they
I
traded
don't
one.
think they would go there here early. Well, but they have. I mean, they still have a few on their roster behind Mark
A
Andrews.
few.
They still have.
This is Baltimore. We're talking about a few's not enough.
Well, they don't have Bears level amount of tight ends, but no,
No, they have as much talent in their top 2 tight ends as we have in our bottom 9. And that's starting from that. Cole Kmet's 1, and then Jimmy Graham is 2 to 10. You know, everybody else down. So everybody not named Cole Kmet, Ravens have more talent in their top 2 guys than we have on the rest of them. So Paul says the disgusted look on Craig's face is great. Are you disgusted, Craig?
No, it's my natural look.
Resting bitch face.
Yeah.
it's called I'm friends with Paul face. Is that what it is?
That was probably when my kids were down here in the dark trying to mess around with me and cause problems, and I had to tell them to get upstairs.
Dobbins to the Ravens.
That's the fun of this.
Dobbins to the Ravens. I thought there
Yep.
was a chance that he could go there. I think long term it's great. And we got to remember when Alvin Kamara was drafted and Ingram was ahead of him, everybody thought that hurt Kamara. And he was I don't know about your guys' drafts. He was from like 8 to 11 in my rookie drafts. You might see that same type of deal with Dobbins here with the Gus Edwardses and the Justice Hills and then the Mark Ingrams in there. But what are you guys thinking here?
I like it.
Yep. Good.
I like
good
it.
Fit.
I mean, yeah, good fit. Mark Ingram, 30, going to be 31 years old. A lot of talk. Justice Hill doesn't have the right size to be an every down back. I kind of agree with that. And Dobbins ran really well in this same offensive scheme with Justin Fields. I mean,
Yeah. Oh man, and Miami's picks already in as well.
yeah, this is a really solid. I mean, these running back landing spots have been pretty solid.
Yeah, there's only one landing spot that I didn't like. And that's the Lions.
I was like, I know. Oh, this will be fun to see. I'm excited to start mock drafting now because I'm excited to see how people kind of fluctuate on these players because I bet J.K. Dobbins. Now, I mean, going to the Ravens, people are going to bump him back up into the conversation for RB2 behind Jonathan Taylor. But I think Akers to the Rams is a better spot.
Yeah. I mean, I think
Mhm.
I do think they're all good spots, but like I said before, I mean, as long as these guys with the talent they have, as long as they didn't get stuck behind a Zeke or a Saquon or a CMC or Dalvin, um, they can compete with most of the other running backs in the league to at least carve out a role, because there aren't a lot of guys that are the 22 to 25 carry backs in the league right now. So we're just not going to get that for fantasy unless we have one of those top handful of guys. So you know really devaluing these guys because of where they went. As long as they weren't behind one of those guys, then I think you're doing a disservice. My only thing is just seeing the order that the NFL valued them in. Uh, I'm gonna have to just look at that a little bit more and see if that affects, you know, with them being so close, the way I have them ordered in my rankings, my personal rankings.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Because they weren't like I said, those top four guys weren't,
Here-
they weren't real far apart.
And here comes the Dolphins' next pick. Gonna be Raekwon Davis, D tackle, Alabama.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
That's a good
nice
pick for
man.
them.
So how many players has Alabama had drafted now? I'm looking at my feeders college there. How many top 2 round picks did they just put out? Because I got all them rookies coming onto my roster this year.
It's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's like 7 already.
I was gonna
I
say
want to
because
say maybe 8.
they've had 3 or 4 just in the second round, right?
Yeah, and I believe they had 4 in the 4 or 5 in the first round last night. 4, I want to say.
Yeah,
I like that. I like him going to Miami. That's a good spot for him.
dude. Miami's just they've got
They're
a
getting
lot better in
sick.
the last 2 days. They've gotten a
Yep.
lot better in the last two
Yeah.
days.
Good moves in free agency, getting guys like Shaq Lawson, and I mean that defense, and Byron Jones. That defense is going to turn around pretty quick.
I think that's 7 Alabama guys so far.
7. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, it was somewhere right around that number.
I do want to say in the chat, Kyle asked, why did the Ravens re-sign Edwards and Kansas City sign Washington? And Craig here had a good response. Why don't you tell the viewers what you were saying?
Well, they were cheap for one, and two, the NFL has decided, however long ago that free agency is going to start and mainly occur before the draft. And I mean, if it was up to me, if I was the sports czar, I'd have it backwards. I'd have the draft first to get your young guys in and then fill out with your free agents after the fact. But really, I mean, neither one of those guys, in my opinion, were anything more than depth pieces to begin with. And if they're kept around now, they're just going to be depth pieces again. Although, each of them has a chance of not even making the roster if you look at what's ahead of them. So I don't think either of those contracts or anything that were going to keep them around no matter what happened in the draft. And I think you're seeing, they found spots where they could take a guy to upgrade that they wanted. And both of those guys probably don't make the final rosters, barring injuries or something.
I definitely see Gus Edwards making that roster, and one of the reasons why, when I mapped out all the running back carries from last year, the one thing that he did not do was lose yards. He was consistent. He was one of the most consistent running backs at gaining 4 yards or more. Um, and I think that's just that steady part of the offense that at least gives you a backup that you can count on to not hurt your team. Not necessarily, win you games, but not hurt your team if your top guy goes down. But DeAndre Washington, I definitely agree with. I don't know that he'll make a roster, but Justice Hill could be the odd man out, and you could see Gus Edwards, Dobbins, and Ingram. But can they save money by cutting Ingram?
Let's see. Let's pull up
Yeah,
the
that's
old
that's
spot.
possible. So for the Rams here,
Line, offensive
their
line.
offensive line was brutal last year, right? They've got to go Ezra Cleveland or Josh Jones or somebody, don't they?
I would think so. I would think so for sure. But this is also a 25-year-old offensive coach that might want a wide receiver to replace Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
They can get out of his deal after this year and
After.
only have a 1 point. Yeah. Well, I mean, if they dump him now, his dead cap's 3.1 million. If they wait till next year, it's 1.3. So.
Oh, but 3 point. I mean, they could get out from him now. I mean, they eat 3 million a lot.
Yeah, they do. They wouldn't save a ton of money, so I would think they would probably still keep him this year.
But well, my thing is that they're probably not going to carry 4.
Right.
I wouldn't think. And wasn't he having some pretty bad knee problems at the end of last year? Like, I don't know how that's affecting him now. I don't know if he's healthy now or not, but that's something that we don't have reports on. But weren't we expecting him to miss some games at the end of last year, and then he ended up playing through it or something? If I'm remembering right.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Trying to remember who's.
The interesting thing about the Rams, they could use a lot of things. This is where I would start expecting guys like linebackers like Willie Gay, because the Rams lost multiple linebackers. You know, Fowler and Littleton were both starters for them. I could see them. You know, I could see them going O-line.
Yeah. Well, it looks like their top 3 needs are all the top 3 players on the board are all their needs. You know, Ezra Cleveland, Josh Jones on the offensive line, Bond there at linebacker. You know, and then it's a couple of defensive tackles after that. So, though for sure those top 3 are areas of need. And then,
Yeah. This is interesting. There's been a lot of interesting picks in this draft, but I feel like the second round has went more like I would have expected than the first round did after we got past like pick 6. I guess except for the KJ Hamlers and Chase Claypool's going ahead of Mims, but
all right, here we go.
Zach Bond.
Goodell back on the clock or on the screen. We're going to Florida for Van Jefferson.
Wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
I got to give Paul props on that. He's been pumping Van Jefferson for a long time, and I've heard that he might be the best route runner in this class.
I think that's Justin Jefferson.
But, wow. Another guy ahead of Mims. And I told you that the Rams could go wide receiver. You guys thought I was kidding. I thought I was kidding, too.
I thought I was just talking out of my keister.
Well, dude, those young offensive guys, the coordinators and the coaches, man, they want as many wide receivers as they can get. We've been saying it. But I've also been saying that Josh Reynolds is not that good, so if they really want another receiver on that team, it makes sense. But I'm still just wondering, like, why are these guys taking these guys ahead of Mims?
Yeah, I don't know about that. He's an athlete, but I wonder. Remember, we were talking, and I said there a few weeks ago when we were talking. When you watch his tape, doesn't it seem like there's something missing?
I thought so. I thought he was overrated, and I didn't see what everybody else was seeing, but I also, if I would have watched Jefferson and Mims like back to back, I would have thought Mims was the better receiver though. At the same time,
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's tough. I don't know. I mean, I felt like something was missing with Mims, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. But yeah, you know, now it's getting more and more guys that go in front of him. Like you said, the more you start to wonder what did the NFL see?
I like Jefferson, but his foot makes me scared. Uh, Brad will tell you what I think about all that.
It don't matter about injuries.
No, I've never.
Forget about it.
I've never said
Forget
that.
about
I've
it.
never said that.
Forget about it.
I've never said that. Don't put words in my mouth.
Hey,
Oh,
I didn't say that's what you
This
said.
dude in the
I'm just
Facebook
saying.
group, did you see earlier he posted, how do I watch somebody else's live stream? And I just posted our link. And he replied and he said, "Oh, I love that too." So hopefully you're here,
I love
Richard
that too. Richard Reichert?
Maltman.
Oh. Oh no, that was Robert Reichert that was in the chat earlier. I'm about to say, I know there was something Reichert. Oh, the Vikings took Ezra Cleveland. Hey, they finally decided to grab some offensive line help.
Ezra Cleveland? Oh, wow.
So now he's acting like he's surprised because he's known the pick for 5 minutes and he decided not to spoil it for us.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I thought it was Josh Jones. That's what I was reading.
Oh, well, our team.
Well, that's what happens when you try to spoiler alert us, Rob. You get spoiled.
I'm not spoiler alerting you guys. I'm trying to help our lone writer out as much as possible this evening. Try to keep him.
He's doing a good job.
Just so
Yeah.
you guys know, we're not going to be able to do videos for all of these because my computer's not cooperating with getting them done in time. It's taking me about 45 minutes to an hour for each one by the time I get it in there and get it exported. So we're going to have to pick and choose which ones we want to do videos for.
For sure.
Or we could do a offline recap video where we just kind of talk through as a group, like 2 or 3 of us get together and talk through them all and make that a YouTube video and just do one.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
We can do some individual ones. There's a couple guys that I want to do because they get a lot of searches. So we want to hit up those guys. Like go back through our rookie video, our evaluation videos, and see who were hot videos, and then cover the rest of the people in one.
Definitely won't be Denzel Mims.
Nope. But like Michael Pittman, like he's just a popular YouTube search. So like he's been one of our most popular videos of all time. So we definitely need to do a good one on him. Akers was another one that was a big one for us, and Swift was. So yeah, we'll just talk this out live. I'm sure everybody else gives a shit.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You get to see behind the curtain. All right, we're letting you behind the scenes in the world of Roto Heat.
Yeah, I mean, what we put out, we try to put out what you guys want. Like that's the biggest thing. Like it doesn't make sense to do what we want because like Kyle was talking earlier, like it does not matter what we want to do. If nobody's going to absorb that content, then we're just wasting our time. So tell us what you want, and that's what we're going to try to produce. And we're going to, most of the stuff that we put out too, especially on video, we try to treat our YouTube channel more like a, crowdsourced information. Like we talk to the team about most of that. We get multiple opinions, and we put out more of a team opinion rather than just like me giving you my opinion. You can get that if you listen or watch the show or listen to the podcast or tag me in the group. I can give you that opinion, but we want you to have, the most information as possible, and I don't think my opinion is the only one, and none of us do. So that's what we try to do. So make sure you let us know what you want to see.
Paul.
What happened to Craig?
No, we're not doing. He had to jump off so he could fix the lighting in his room.
Oh.
So he said he'd be right back. I think he just turned his camera off. Right back.
Mims right here could be intriguing to the Jets.
Yeah, I still want him in Green Bay, but yeah,
no.
Jets could use their wide receiver. They skipped it in the first round.
I wouldn't mind seeing DPJ here either. Now you're starting to get to the point where Donovan Peoples-Jones could get drafted.
What?
Yeah.
Just eyeball me over there, butts.
No,
All right.
I want him to get drafted by the Lions because then it's a wasted pick.
You know what, smart mouth?
How
Calm down.
how bad would that hurt if the guy from your favorite college got drafted by your favorite NFL team and then bombed? I don't
But
know.
I've come
Oh,
as a football fan.
I'll tell you in about 3 years when Cole Kmet pulls a pulls a baby Gronk.
And Anthony, you can make the LaMichael Pirine video for us.
You can put it on TikTok.
You know what's funny here though is that all these guys that I guess he got CEH in the first round, which was a good pick in the first round of our mock draft, but he was so happy about Zach Moss and Pirine, and Zach Moss is like, somebody wants to draft him right now, but they made him run to a certain destination and he's only a quarter of the way there right now.
He said, we'll draft you if you show up. Is that what it is?
If they draft him now, he might make it to the team by the time the season starts. So
that dude's so slow. I bet he even drives slow. He gets scared if he goes over. He gets scared if he goes over 35 miles an hour. He's like, "This is too fast. This is moving too fast."
Forget flying. No chance of that.
Nope. He's gonna be on the team bus by himself.
Madden Cruiser. So I had a thought about Mims, and I don't know that there's any, historical data to back this up, but, looking at the guys from Baylor over the past, 10 or so years, they haven't had an offensive player that really did great in the NFL. I mean, Robert Griffin had the potential before he got hurt, but skill position guys.
Wasn't it Josh Gordon was the only other guy?
Yeah, and I mean we know Josh Gordon's problems. So
right. But I'm saying
the NFL's his problem. Bastards.
Well,
the law is his problem.
But I mean, if you're looking at skill,
when did he get in trouble with the law?
Well, he was doing illegal substances.
But when did he get in trouble with the law? Did he ever?
Probably not officially.
I don't remember him ever getting in trouble with the law. I just remember him smoking weed and getting banned from the NFL for it. Fucking weed?
Yeah, I think he's admitted to a lot more than just weed, but whatever. But beyond the point, you're right. He probably, I don't think he ever actually did get in too much trouble with the law. I think he might have got stopped once or twice for driving violations. But here's the Jets pick.
Whoever the Jets take here, Adam Gase is ruining their life.
Denzel Mims, wide
receiver.
There you go.
Another Baylor guy who won't pan out. Okay.
Why don't you guys listen to me? I told you.
Well, he's now a third-round pick until Gase leaves. So.
So, Rick, you're saying Paul texted you who was being taken?
Paul does not have my number.
Yet.
Yeah, so...
Custer, just so Custer knows if he's still watching, that's not 2 picks because Baltimore and Tennessee picked the next 2 picks. He's mad that Mims went. So
that's 3 picks. That's that Wisconsin math.
Well, and Custer was a math major too, but let's not tell everybody that.
Oh boy.
So does Denzel Mims basically walk into the number 1 wide receiver spot now?
Is this true? Patriots trade up.
Yes, but that's still a fantasy wide receiver 6 spot.
Oh yeah, Baltimore Ravens did trade the pick to the Patriots.
Let's see. Tennessee and Green Bay were coming up. They were worried Green Bay was taking Jake Fromm, so they traded up.
Very likely.
And now the Patriots will trade back with Green Bay, so they can take Jake Fromm. I think Mims will get drafted higher just because now he's kind of far and away the number 1 wide receiver there. I think this could make him slide up a little bit more than anything.
Huh.
I mean, I'm thinking about what they have. I mean, what they got? Rashad Perryman, Quincy Enunwa,
Yeah.
Josh Dotson. No, didn't they get rid of Crowder?
No,
No,
Crowder's
think
there.
so.
Crowder's their
Is
number
he still there?
one.
Well, he's their slot receiver, isn't he?
He's still their number one.
I have Crowder in literally every league that I'm in. So yeah, he's on the Jets still.
Have you ever started him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
dude gets targets. Why are you not starting
In-
him?
in
Unless you're in a
PPR
standard league.
Yeah,
What'd you say?
PPR leagues.
Man, Adam Gase doesn't even look excited, and he just made a pick.
He didn't have enough Coke before they put him on camera to get him excited, apparently. Disclaimer, I have no evidence that he does anything like that. He just
You must have been talking to
seems
Paul.
buggy.
Look at those crazy eyes. They are crazy. Oh man.
They just showed up into the Patriots war room, and Bill Belichick's nowhere to be found.
I'm
Patriots
just
are
hoping that it's not
oldest-
from that I have to hear about it from Paul for the rest of my life.
I hope it's a quarterback here. That'd be amazing.
Patriots last season were the oldest team on both offense and defense in the NFL. Here's the pick. Speak faster, Goodell. Josh Uche, Michigan.
Oh, defensive end.
They're listing him as an outside linebacker here on the TV.
Oh. I don't know if I like that for him.
I'd
Although
like
they do
him
love.
better. Yeah,
What was that, Craig?
I agree. D end, I'd like him a lot more.
Yeah. Well, but I don't know if he could play D end in the 3-4 though. I don't think he's that big. Although for some reason the Patriots love their Michigan men. They went and got Chase Winovich last year, Uche this year.
They switch up their defensive fronts quite a bit. Where I mean, he could fluctuate between either one. I guess if for fantasy purposes, I hope he's designated a D end wherever he plays.
All right, I'll tell you though, what I'm most excited about right now is seeing what craziness is going on in the Vrabel household with this Titans pick.
What are they wearing today?
Yeah, do we have another bodysuit?
Do we have somebody
Guys,
else?
Do
guys
we got a
in the
gypsy
toilet?
70s porn star? Is somebody else using the restroom?
Justin says, Justin, no, I got Lazard for 38 rookie pick today, and Green Bay has yet to take a wide receiver. Well, you traded him today, and Green Bay has yet to pick today, so hard for them to get a receiver. Craig's inner lawyer just came out.
Yeah, my disclaimer about Case and how I have no actual knowledge of him. That's what Paul's referring to.
Don't want to get that slander suit against you,
You never know. Some people.
right? And he looks like one of those people.
Kevin, you're right. Well, and he's not in there either.
Titans pick is in. We'll see what that is pretty quick here. What are they needing at this
Dude,
point?
I would like McFarland here, but they probably need other stuff more.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
A guy I've been seeing a lot.
What if they got Dylan? Could you imagine Dylan and Henry just give them 30 carries each a game and wear down that opposing
I'll
defense?
say, what's the nickname? Thunder and Thunder?
Right?
Thunder Down Under?
Hey, Bill Belichick just caught a ball on screen. He's the new wide receiver.
But if people are thinking or hoping the Packers are going to go, I mean, you're looking at a Brian Edwards, Duvernay, KJ Hill, Gandy Golden, not a lot of the guys that people were really high on towards the starter middle of the second round. So it'll be interesting to see if they go for one of those in Green Bay.
Well, and is this a spot where you could see a guy like Antonio Gibson go? I know people were kind of high on him leading up to the draft. He's a bit of an all over the place kind of gadgety guy.
Hodgins seems more like a Green Bay pick to me. After all them
Slow
big,
and terrible.
slow and big, right?
Do we think
I think from that
TSD comes
list
back from injury?
Or did they learn from that draft class that they drafted all the 6'4" guys and none of them panned out?
I think from Craig's list that he just read, I'd rather see Gandy Golden, but
I think
I know you guys don't believe that way. But Duvernay's would be good, and then Gandy Golden would be my 2.
Duvernay's too small for Green Bay. They typically go with them big receivers, and he's way too fast for Green Bay.
Yeah, but that's what Green Bay needs right now.
Although
You're
Jordan
not
Love
gonna
could
get another
probably hit
big
him.
size guy.
Well, yeah, they got to take guys that Jordan Love can throw to. You can't be thinking about Rodgers. It's what does Jordan Love like?
Yes,
So
they've
hopefully
got-
they talk to
Rodgers
him.
doesn't have the arm to get it to
they've
Duvernay,
got to
but Love
switch.
might.
They've got to switch it up. So what they're gonna do is get Okwuegbunam.
Go on. Go ahead with that one again, Rick.
Albert O-Face.
Oba-doba-doba-dooba-day.
Hey, you know
got
what?
a long way to go to catch Chicago in tight end. So
You know what? Harry Carey made a living not being able to pronounce people's names. So
it's true.
I learned from the
I
best.
always love the SNL Harry Carey. Hey, Norm, you're a hot dog. Would you eat yourself? That was so good when Will Ferrell did that.
The real Harry Carey was better.
Well, yes, obviously, but the SNL version was pretty funny too.
No, it was, and I'm not a big Will Ferrell fan. A lot of the over the top comedy I'm not a big fan of, and a lot of his is over the top. But that I did like, and then there are definitely some movies that I like that he was in.
I loved him in The Other Guys.
The Other Guys was great.
So good.
The Other Guys.
I'm a
was
peacock.
Great.
You gotta let me fly.
The Other Guys was awesome.
That's such a good movie.
Yeah, and then his character in Wedding Crashers, like it was a small part, but it was amazing.
Yep. Ma, where's the meatloaf? I don't even know what she's doing in there.
As a Packer fan, I gotta say, after last night, I didn't feel that bad about Love. Where we sit now, before the 30th pick of this round, the Packers have screwed up this whole draft. There is none of the good wide receivers left. I mean, this is
Your quarterbacks.
Worst draft in the NFL belongs to the Green Bay Packers at this moment.
Dude, they were the only team getting blasted all day today, and I loved it.
Dude, they were getting roasted. I even think Aaron Rodgers was roasting them.
Aaron Rodgers,
sure
dude, Pat McAfee, right? He's friends with Rodgers, and
oh yeah, they're boys.
Then AJ Hawk's on that show that they do together, and Pat McAfee told them last night, because they had Aaron Rodgers on like 2 hours before the draft started, and Rodgers was like, "Oh man, they haven't taken a skill position player in the 15 years that I've been here in the first round, so that would be like really cool if they did that, because we need some of that." And after the pick happened, like McAfee told all the people, like, don't try to get Aaron Rodgers on. Like, I don't even want to talk to him right now, because I don't even want to be in that, because he's not going to be happy about it.
Oh, Titans went with a corner. They went with Christian Fulton. That's a good spot.
Yeah, a lot of people had him towards the end of the, like we said about all the cornerbacks today, but in that range. So, and they did let was it Logan Ryan go? This offseason so far.
Yep. He was a free agent.
Oh my.
Well, it's Jake Fromm for the next one, clearly. So who's after Green Bay?
KC, and they're
They'll take AJ Dillon, so they'll go another running back.
Another running back. Yep.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Dude, he would, like, AJ Dillon would wreck if he was on Kansas City. They scored.
Yeah.
They would just score, like, it wouldn't hurt anybody's fantasy production, because they would just score enough in the first half and then just give it to AJ Dillon the whole second half. So they would score their 40 points in the first half, and everybody'd score their fantasy points and then just give him the ball for the second half.
AJ Dillon rushed for 100 yards in the second half of the game. 54% of the wide receiver snaps in 2019 were for undrafted receivers in Green Bay.
Oh, so that's what they're doing. They're not even planning on drafting.
Yeah, it's all going to be VFAs.
Yeah.
Well, it's worked so well thus far for him. So
I could see them going with Josh Jones here, though, because they lost Balaga. They need some tackle help.
Wow.
Nope, they go defense and just keep pissing Rodgers off.
It gets worse.
It's worse? Kicker?
It's worse.
Rodrigo Blankenship.
Oh, just wait. If this is true, this is worse.
Dude, by the end of this,
did they take Zach Moss?
No. It's worse than that.
That's not. I mean, Moss can't run up to Green Bay and run in cold weather.
Yeah, but
He looks frozen already.
What
Yeah.
I'm seeing is they might be taking the softest player in the draft.
Softest
Um,
player.
The guy I hate the most.
The guy you hate the most.
But
Should I turn my headphones down?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
This is.
Dylan.
Well, we just said, well, KC would take it. You know, position of not need. We talked about a little bit earlier.
A.J. Dillon to the Packers.
They did it again.
A.J. Dillon?
Yep.
Aaron Jones shares go down. Aaron Rodgers flies away. I mean, like, it just,
So does Rodgers demand a trade? Is he going to New England? Is that where this ends up?
he's like, forget this.
I mean, this is terrible. This makes no sense whatsoever.
You know who drafted better and didn't have a pick until the 40s?
Chicago.
The Bears.
Oh.
The Bears. Bear down.
Man, this is wild because this is a second round pick. You got to think they're going to be playing this guy. And that's way too early to not play him.
They have the most confusing draft so far for me.
This is brutal.
Like, I like A.J. Dillon, but, I mean, Aaron Jones isn't going away unless you trade him. He's not.
Just keep saying it.
He's not going away. The dude's too good.
Say it some more. Wow. Can't be that good. They just drafted a second round running back, right?
Well, I mean, it's running backs. You always get as many running backs as you can. But
they already had 3 on their roster.
Well, that's the thing, is that they've been telling us they wanted a third running back for this running back trio. This is just.
I might have to go yak pretty soon. Oh my god.
By the end of the NFL draft, Rob's like, I quit football.
Well, I will tell you this: I am proud of Paul because I fully expect Paul to make a story for the Packers, like why this is the smartest thing to do, and he has admitted that he has lost full faith in the Green Bay scouting staff. And if I was a Green Bay fan, I would not be happy with how this draft has went so far.
No.
They have not addressed a need yet.
Nope.
And BPA, I totally agree with, but when you're a game away from the Super Bowl and there's holes on your team that are the reason why you didn't make it there, you have to try to address that, and they have not done that.
Agree 100%. This is brutal.
Kevin Kloss says that Mitch Trubisky is putting in the Packers picks.
Well, he will need a new job in the future soon, so maybe he's looking for a front office job in Green Bay.
Can't be any worse.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Matt LaFleur's not making eye contact with the camera because he knows Aaron Rodgers is staring at him.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not one. I even talked about this the other night about Cincy, and I was rooting for them to trade the pick so that Burrows went somewhere else so that they could be demoralized. The Packers fans are demoralized right now. Our chat is proving that. Josh says, F this draft.
Oh, yeah.
Paul says, my TV is somehow intact, so that's a win. Anthony Leone comes in hot and says, other than the Saints drafting and trading for and drafting Ricky Williams, this is the worst draft I've ever seen a team have. That might be a little bit extreme because the Bears did once trade up one spot to get Mitch Trubisky.
When nobody was going to do it.
Justin Chase says that he was correct about Aaron Jones. I don't necessarily think this drops Aaron Jones to running back 18 because at worst he's going to be the guy catching the ball out of the backfield. They're not going away from Aaron Jones completely. And Custer says after Mims was taken, we should have just went linebacker. I would have liked to see Bond, and if they went to wide receiver, Edwards or Duvernay would have been better for us.
Feast mode.
Justin, Justin, if you want, I will take a bet that Aaron Jones finishes higher than running back 18. I'll still take that bet. Kyle Bannon says, yes, this is the best Bears draft ever. Yeah, because if you want to technically look at it, we got Khalil Mack, we got Cole Kmet, and then we got that other guy that you guys told me was good. I don't remember the cornerback's name.
They got Jalen Johnson.
And you guys said that was a good pick.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm just trolling you back, Justin. It's all good. But yeah, I mean, when you take what the Bears have from the picks that even the first round pick they didn't have, and I believe that the Raiders actually reached right at 19. That was the pick the Bears traded them, and they reached for their guy they got there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cornerback.
Here's the
Yeah.
Chiefs pick, so we can put the Packers to bed for the rest of
Nope.
2020.
Nope.
Never gonna happen.
Not gonna happen.
Willie Gay to Mississippi State linebacker.
I like that. It's a good pick.
That was the Packers pick at 62. I'd have been, or at 60, I'd have been happy.
Yeah.
No, but just I won't lie. As a Bears fan, the sadness that is coming with the Packers fans
Makes me feel warm inside.
even you as a Lions fan, I mean, it's not a bad day to be a fan of anybody else in the North other than the Packers. So,
The Seahawks just made a trade to the Panthers for 64.
So the Panthers are picking at 64.
No,
Yep.
Seahawks are. Oh, are
Nope,
they?
they just traded it.
Oh.
to the
Seahawks.
Panthers.
I was gonna say Seahawks were at 64. So.
Yep.
So we are 2.5 hours in, and this is the last pick of the second round. So 2.5 more, guys. You ready for that? Everybody good?
Always.
Yeah. Might have
Craig?
to warm up some of my dinner. Have a little snack.
Craig's
Leftovers.
looks so excited.
It's just how I am. You see me excited, it's usually not good.
Somebody's gonna die.
I
Justin
wouldn't go that
says
far, but
Justin says Mahomes could be wearing a Bears jersey. If we're being honest though about that draft, if the Bears weren't taking Trubisky there, Watson was probably the pick. I don't think most people didn't have Mahomes as a top 3 pick in that class. But Watson is a different story. But the truth is they made a very bad move for the organization in that draft. But all 32 teams could have Russell Wilson as their quarterback,
or could have had
Multiple
Tom Brady.
times over.
or Tom Brady, or
Most teams have passed on Aaron Rodgers. I mean, it's easy to do that in hindsight.
absolutely.
Looks like his team is currently passing on him.
Zing!
Rob, how does it feel to be finishing 4th in this draft out of the 4 of us?
Rob hung up already. He's like, forget this.
Dude, fourth? I'm sorry, we're finishing 32nd. This has been an absolute train wreck.
I hope the cops stuck around to keep Rob from himself later.
Yeah, somebody call the one cop that's on duty right now and tell him we need a wellness check on Rob.
Yeah, a welfare check in a couple hours. That's great. This is brutal. So I got some details on this trade that just went down. Let's see, pick 69 and 148 from the Panthers to move up there to 64.
It's got to be defense, right? That's what they got to be
I'm
moving
guessing
up for.
secondary.
Secondary.
Yeah, I think secondary help because they could use corner, they could use safety. I mean,
Names.
there's a few spots.
Names I've never seen jumping in this in the chat right now, just roasting the Packers. Packers draft a running back. Well done.
Tipping 23. Yep, it is well done.
Kevin
Well
Kloss
done.
makes a good point. He said the Bills traded the Mahomes pick. He said, that's even hard to think about as a Bills fan. Anthony
What
Leone
did they
tells
get for that
me
pick?
Anthony Leone tells me that I shouldn't feel as bad because they did get Eddie Jackson and Tariq Cohen in that draft. Yeah, but what makes me feel better is that the pick that when the Bears moved up, like I fully thought that they might take Solomon Thomas in that draft, and he kind of busted out too. Um, so that makes it a little
He's
bit
not.
better,
Yeah,
but
he's not been great. That's for sure.
not top NFL draft pick great for sure.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Justin Chase says, bye bye, Rogers. See you in Minnesota in 3 years.
Oh yeah, you guys saw that piece. Did you guys see that piece I shared today? A couple of my college friends there trolling on Bring Me the News with a little Rogers Vikings jersey and story
Oh,
about
yeah,
how
I
he was
saw
going to
that.
end up there. And that was now it looks real.
Oh man, I'm like,
So I mean, is AJ Jones going to become a full-time wide receiver? Like, is that the move?
Oh, Aaron Jones, you mean?
Yeah, Aaron Jones, AJ Jones. Sorry, Aaron Jones. Yeah.
They're going to combine Jones and Dillon into one, and A.J. Jones will just take over the backfield.
Wait, you mean Dylan already didn't eat the other running backs at Boston College?
I didn't think he got to Green Bay already, but
oh man, I don't think he's Eddie Lacy because I don't think that he's fat. He's definitely not slow. I will tell you that like I do like AJ Dillon more than most people did in this draft process. Um, but
I hated Dylan in this draft process.
I just don't see why. I don't see what there was to hate. Like people before the combine, people were trying to say he was slow, and I never saw that. I didn't see the speed he ran at the combine, but that was the only thing that people knocked him for before was that he was slow. So what? Once he showed that he wasn't slow, what was the big knock on him? I mean, they didn't use him a lot in the passing game, but that doesn't mean anything. They didn't. LSU didn't use Fournette in the passing game, and we see how he catches a lot of balls in the NFL. So um, I just don't see what there is not to like. Now, I for Green Bay, I just don't think it was a need that they had.
we should remember that for their next picks. They're not taking a need, so we can look at where they're good and figure it out from there.
And we might be able to guess right.
Yeah.
Aaron Jones, a
Yeah.
slot receiver, though?
I mean,
He could. I mean,
you almost have to at this point.
oh, the
yes.
Panthers got Jeremy Chin. That's a good pick.
Yeah, it is. That's another good IDP pick.
Yep. That'll probably bump him up some. He should slot right in there to start, although I think he could take some time to develop.
Aaron Rodgers wanted weapons in this draft, and so far he's gotten a couple of dull butter knives.
Tip on N23 says, I see Aaron Jones just went for a 7th round pick in a fantasy rookie draft. That's just bonkers. I'll still put money on him being a top 18 back, even with them taking Dillon in the 2nd round. Like he's going to be involved enough in the passing game, and it's probably going to render Jamal Williams like useless. But then again, like they've really used those running backs very awkwardly over the last couple years anyway. So
I quietly like what Carolina's doing, man. Look at that. All defense. D tackle, DN, safety.
Yeah, I mean, their defensive line, you're going to have Burns, Kwan Short, Brown, and then
And Gross Matos, yeah.
yeah, and then your secondary, Trey Boston was all right, and then they had drafted Dante Jackson early. They went back to get another safety. They got Shaq Thompson and Whitehead, or at least Thompson should be really good, and Whitehead certainly a starting linebacker if you just need tackles. So
for sure.
Cincinnati's up next again, I think.
The interesting thing, though, when you think about, because wasn't Green Bay's coach the guy who finally got Henry moving in the right direction near the end of his time in Tennessee?
Yeah.
You think Dylan, they kind of use him the same type of way?
One of Paul and I's buddies,
Possibly.
Elliot's been saying he's going to be their Derrick Henry in his mind. So you're not alone in thinking that, Brad.
Just, I'm trying to rationalize it for our Green Bay fans because it just seems like a really dumb decision they've been doing.
I found guys.
Dig it in.
I have found the Packers' third round pick. By the way,
Are they
just let me know when you
Are
want
they
to hear about
drafting
it.
me?
No,
Oh, okay. Because they don't need me, so I figured they might.
right. It's so the most set position after quarterback and running back on the Packers team is held by a player who's been there for almost 15 years. They just paid him, Mason Crosby. So why not get Rodrigo Blankenship in the third, baby? Here we go.
Kicker. That'd be amazing.
So this is interesting, though. I mean, Jones and Williams, I think, for Green Bay are both free agents after this year.
I might go buy Aaron Jones everywhere.
Yeah, Jones will be a free agent. Williams would be a free agent. Who else is a free agent?
They got Dexter
They
Williams
got
as
two
their
more,
third
two,
right now.
two
but-
linemen. Two linemen would be a free agent. They got a lot of holes coming up on offense, and they're not addressing them. I guess Dylan might have.
I might
That's an
I might go get Jones everywhere. Oh wait, I already have him everywhere. So I'll take all my high picks in 2021 and then watch Aaron Jones go to Miami since they didn't get a running back in this class, and watch Tua check down to him about 80 times in 2021. It sounds good to me.
Brad,
I like
you're
the-
up soon here.
I'm about to say I like the pick that that the Bengals just made. Logan Wilson, linebacker. That's an interesting choice. That's definitely IDP relevant.
Washington takes Antonio
Washington,
Gibson.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
good,
like
good,
that.
good. That's a good
Wow.
pick.
We'll skip the IDP part.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah, linebacker weakness for the Bengals. So that's something they needed.
Yeah.
So to skip over that, Gibson, though, I like Gibson a lot pre-draft, and that's a good spot for him, I think.
Are you the one that took him in our mock draft, or
I was not.
was that Rob? Rob.
No, I don't think that was me. Either.
Rob was quiet. I was worried for a second. Whew.
Especially without the video. You don't have any idea what's going on.
Right. Yeah, no, I wasn't real familiar with him until deeper into the research, and then a lot of you guys were talking about him, so I dug in deeper, and it's definitely a guy that can be used in a bunch of different ways, and I think that's very interesting for Washington.
What are you hoping here for, Brad?
New head coach? Can they draft one of those? So running back has already been taken. I would say I wouldn't mind a linebacker. I wouldn't mind defensive line, but I don't think either of those really have a lot of value here. So I'd be okay with a wide receiver. I'd be okay with an offensive lineman. You know, we haven't seen Tyler Baez from Wisconsin go yet. I like him.
Is there really a wide receiver that? I mean, I guess maybe Brian Edwards.
Duvernay.
Duvernay's
Yeah,
still there. They
Duvernay.
need a slot guy to take over for Amendola because he's 70. So
I do feel like I don't know. I didn't have I like Duvernay, but I didn't have him as a high third. I had him more as a mid to back end third. But I guess here you're splitting hairs with a lot of the guys too.
Yeah.
Can we give Goody back to the Browns now? Our GM.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that, but I like it just because I'll let the Packers take anybody from the Browns that makes decisions.
Well, I mean, he used to be part of the Packers staff, and then he went to the Browns for like a year, and then came back as the GM. So,
Well, that's a good place to go to learn good drafting technique. So,
Not anymore.
See, here's
so I
where
meant going to Cleveland isn't going to help you learn how to draft.
here's
Yeah.
where
Sorry.
it's kind of funny. Like Jaws says, Gibson pick indicative of Geis and Love's health, but what position is he going to play? I guess if your number one wide receiver goes down, he can jump in and do some of that for you, and if your running backs are hurt, he can jump in and do some of that for you. And
Oh, but Washington doesn't have a lot of wide receivers, so I still see him as a wide receiver there. You know, I don't know if you can trust Geis. Obviously, Love's coming back from a major injury, so you don't know if you can trust him either. I mean, you know, he definitely has some position flexibility.
I would like to know how this draft compares to other drafts with the amount of wide receivers and running backs that have been drafted in the top 2 rounds. I would just like to know how those numbers line up to previous years of the just pure number of them going. Seems like we had a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it feels like a lot.
And we've still only had one tight end go, right? Just Komet.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Detroit could draft a tight end. They do love to waste picks on tight ends.
I don't think they wasted the pick on Hawkinson.
They've drafted 3 first-round tight ends in the last 10
But
years.
the thing,
That's wasting picks.
but the Hawkinson pick though, he's going to help the line no matter what. He's going to help your offense even if he's not catching the ball.
Julian Okwara. That's a good pick.
Or defensive line help.
Yeah, well, they've got him listed as an outside linebacker here.
Oh, when he got taken on the draft show?
Well, I'm watching it. I think this is NFL Network's feed.
Yeah, they've got him at an outside linebacker on ESPN's feed too.
I don't know if I like him in IDP as an outside linebacker, but
No, I mean, doesn't Detroit generally do a 4-3, or have they been split more like New England?
Yeah, they're more like New England. They do a lot of 3-4 now.
And they use 8 running backs.
It's almost as many tight ends as Chicago uses, so, you know, every team's got their little niche.
I mean, if
Yeah,
having a
Okwara's
bunch
got a
of
lot
tight
of
ends is
talent.
the worst thing we do, we'll be all right.
That's true.
Okwara is one of those guys they expected to be more like a second-round pick, so getting him here feels like a solid get, I
Yeah,
guess.
he fell a whole 3 picks into the 3rd round. Oh, I love giving the Lions fan some shit. Jets take Ashton Davis. I don't know if that's the real pick. That's what the chat's saying.
The internet's way ahead of the TV feed, so I'm guessing they probably pulled it from somewhere.
Silver Sports says in the chat, the Packers must not have liked Willie Gay, and they are going to move A.J. Dillon to inside linebacker. And I'm hoping that Paul's reply was to Rob in the chat. He says, high floor, low ceiling. And then he says, sorry, high ceiling, low floor.
So what you're telling me is there's floors and ceilings.
Green Bay is going to use 18 running backs as well this year. Yeah, they've got about as many running backs as we have tight ends.
So if it is Davis, is that
Ashton Davis.
Is that indicative of them being serious about moving Jamal Adams?
Well, I was just pulling up their roster. Who is is Marcus Mays their other safety? So that feels like something's got to give. Yeah, so they got Marcus May and Jamal Adams. I don't remember them deploying a lot of 3 safety looks. So something's got to give.
I don't know much about this guy, but I seen that he is the nation's top or former nation's top walk on. This dude have like a reputation for being a really hard worker, or
Yeah.
you just typically see that trait with guys that are walk-ons that end up going this high in the NFL draft. So I was just assuming.
Paul, you really think it means something about me? Eh?
No, Adams.
Paul's saying it. No, well, Paul's saying he thinks it means more about Marcus May than Jamal Adams.
Oh, I thought he said.
I don't know.
I thought he said Adams being moved.
No, I'm just looking through the chat, Paul. No,
Oh,
Paul's
Paul, I was
Marcus
talking about
May.
Craig. That's what Craig said, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they are. I mean, if the plan is to keep Davis with Adams, I mean, from a fantasy perspective, I don't like the spot as much as real life. I think if you're putting those two next to each other, I'd be perfectly fine with my starting safeties there.
Yeah.
So the Panthers are up then?
It looks like Seattle.
Oh, that's the trade. All
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
They just took Damian Lewis, Seattle, or LSU guard.
I was going to say the actor? Guy from, was that Homeland? Or I know Seattle goes off the wall, but that'd be really off the wall.
We got a guy that acts like a football player.
He gets really into character.
He's a very good character actor. And if we need him to, he can play a little bit of method also.
Green Bay is going to hear that and be like, wait, we could draft actors that play football players? We pick Uncle Rico. Quarterback, the mountains.
What we don't need is a method actor, so let's find one.
So Miami's up again.
And then Green Bay tells us, don't worry. Jordan Love's only been pigeonholed as a quarterback. Doesn't mean he has to stay at quarterback.
Well, I mean,
what other skills and talents does he have, Green Bay? None. So what are you going to do with him? He's going to play quarterback.
He's going to play wide receiver. That's what Pat McAfee and A.J. Hawk were saying. Maybe they didn't draft him as a quarterback. Maybe they're moving him to wide receiver.
Yeah, because he's one of the best receivers in the class. Well played, Green Bay. And so
maybe Green
somewhere.
Bay... Rob, are you okay?
Somewhere in Minnesota, Rob's crying on the inside.
Maybe Green Bay does go quarterback again then, because they did say, I mean, they're not putting it on Love to be the quarterback of the future.
They're going to have a battle for quarterback in the future.
Yeah. You got Eason, you got Fromm out there. Who knows what they're going to do next?
Dude, seriously, though, Rob, are you there?
Oh, I'm here.
He's like,
are you? Did you dig into your gallon of ice cream? Your bonbons?
Yeah, no, I just poured the biggest drink.
Look,
sounds
I'm
like
swimming in it.
Yeah.
It's got a goddamn straw in it.
Oh man.
Sorry, I was coming up for breath at the bottom of my drink.
You're in one of those big old tubs like Beer Fest, or you're just down in a huge vat of beer drinking?
I was surprised in our chat the other day that Brad wasn't that he didn't name Beer Fest as one of his Broken Lizard movies.
I didn't like that one.
You didn't like Beer Fest?
The only ones I've really liked are Super Troopers 1 and 2. I mean, there are other ones of all.
Beer Fest was 10 times better than Super Troopers 2, though.
I don't know, man. Super Troopers 2 was pretty good.
I didn't think it was nearly as good as Beer Fest. You need to watch Beer Fest again.
Yeah, maybe I missed something.
Yeah, you need to watch Beer Fest again.
It's been a long, long time. That's for
I
sure.
do wish they would have came out with Weed Fest though, with the little Willie Nelson cameo at the end of Beer Fest.
Were they going to do that?
I mean, they talked about it for a while, but then never did.
Oh, really?
I used to go to the theater for every Broken Lizard premiere, and then obviously they don't get the big they don't get the big slots anymore, so you can't do that. But
Right.
Club Dread,
Yeah.
Club Dread, kind of, put a hurting to
Brutal.
it, and then after that, it was harder for them to get that billing. They had the crowdsource Super Troopers too, which is nuts. Like any big distributor should have been all over that, because if they would have done it quick enough, it would have been a lot more popular in the theater.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like
I hear the Packers in the third round are going to take Lynn Bowden Jr. to compete with Love and Rodgers, as well as Dillon and Jones.
That makes complete sense.
Green Bay, what's your draft strategy? Load up on our skill positions that we've already loaded up on.
Oh,
we need
man.
more running backs. I feel like every time Green Bay makes a pick, we should do the gif of Jason Bateman from Dodgeball. Bold move, Cotton. See if it pays off.
Yeah.
Kyle Bannon says, someone in my league had Carry-On, Darrell Henderson, and Marlon Mack, and he just quit in our league. before our first season started. He's like,
You got next year's dues in advance.
He's like, fuck this, I'm out. My running backs just got wrecked.
Night 2 of the draft just ruined his entire football career.
Oh, well, I will say that Ronald Jones has
He's kept his starting position.
he has escaped a little bit. He's getting traded to the Packers. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's glorious.
Hey, I mean, you know what? We, to be honest, we've had 30 years of riches in Green Bay. I mean, it's time the NFL looks at us like they look at the rest of this division.
Wow.
I mean, that backhanded slap there almost gets you out of it, but no.
That's like back when the ladies used to take the gloves off and just slap you across the face. That wasn't even a full smack, and just a
they
little
little tug on the hair, you know.
Yeah, that's something different, I think.
I don't like when you pull my hair.
Paul, if they take either one of those two, I'd be super pumped. I would also like to see the Tampa Bay take Josh Kelly. I think he'd be a good fit there too.
See, and that's what I was getting ready to say. I got interrupted by Rob's little backhand slap there, but Tampa Bay could definitely look for that pass catcher, the James White style, because we know that Tom Brady's comfortable with that type of offense, and if they go there, that could still change the dynamic of that backfield and how they're all used. So, and we even mentioned like last week, I think, that what was that other guy, the back they tried to force into the pass catching duties last year?
Oh, Dare Ogunbowale.
That he could even be more involved with Tom Brady there, because it makes sense, because we know Tom Brady's not going to just heave it 40 yards down the field every play.
Yeah, that's a good pick for Miami. They just picked up the safety.
Jones.
Yeah, Brandon Jones. So
Yeah,
Miami's fixing it.
He's in already too. Yeah, that secondary is going to be something for Miami, though. I mean, they've invested a lot of capital, either money or high picks now. If you look at what they have, so
go ahead with that, and then I want to say something, but I don't want to interrupt with what you're talking about.
I just think it's very similar, and we had talked about this back when we did our sort of free agency recap with Byron Jones. They really are taking that Patriots model, sort of like the Lions tried to do, and to me, they seem to, no offense, Brad, seem to be doing it a little bit more successfully than the Lions have been. Where
I told you our team's trash.
The no offense was a second needle. I love it.
Well, I mean, they're kind of piecing together their D-line and their linebackers, and they're just going heavy on that secondary, which is exactly what the Patriots have now, if you really look at it, going into this season. So,
no, I agree, and it's funny because when I replied to somebody, like I put up that post about like my 5 wishes for this draft, and number 1 was for Miami to trade up and take Burrow, and obviously that was like it was more of a joke than anything, but I've liked the way, like last year at this time I was super confused at what Miami was doing, and then they started trading some guys off that didn't necessarily make sense for a team that was rebuilding. Um, and then I was kind of wondering where they were going, but then they showed something the second half of the season with the way they played. I could see the direction that team was going, and that they were building some sort of culture there that they had been lacking, and now they're adding a lot of talent to that team. I like the direction Miami's going, and in a division where, uh, I like Buffalo, but everybody else, and even Buffalo without the stud quarterback, you could have some openings there for Miami to become the best team in that division.
Anthony Leone, I want you to co-own a team that does that full IDP with me. I want you to be my IDP's guru.
So you want the first pick in the draft next year, Brad?
I want to bring him to the dark side.
Maybe Paul can make a bet with Anthony where Anthony has to end up with an IDP team no matter what. Can we get that figured out?
I'm sure you put Paul and Anthony in a room for a few minutes. I'm sure they'll figure something out.
There's
There might be
probably
one
about
left.
7 different options, so that it results in a push. So
Why is it? No matter what happens, it's a push.
But even if you push, you lose.
Yeah, if it's a push, you still have to pay me. How about this? Just you give me money. Deal?
Deal.
Nice.
Huh? Cardinals are fixing that offensive line a little bit. Josh Jones was a guy that people were talking about way earlier than third round value.
I like that pick.
Yeah, it's good for him.
Sometimes I wish that these teams would come out and be like, the reason why this guy dropped and tell us exactly what they didn't like about somebody. I
Yeah.
just wish we could get that type of insight.
Why can't everyone show us their big boards like the Raiders do?
Right? But I mean, like, seriously, when guys drop, I wish teams just came out and said, like, we didn't pick them because of this.
There's really only a few guys that I saw regularly anywhere close to the first round of mocks left, though. I mean, if you're looking at the board, you have Bond, Gallimore, you saw in a few, if not the first round, and towards the start of the second round. But other than that, there haven't been any really big fallers. We talk about people falling, it's to the second round or, the start of the third round, but that's really not as far as in years past, where there were people projected in the first round that went to the fifth round or something.
Right.
So,
no, I agree with that. So if we're looking at this, Arizona in this draft has netted Isaiah Simmons, DeAndre Hopkins, and then Jones, right? That's basically their net in the first 3 rounds of this draft.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins was the second round pick
Yep.
in there.
So DeAndre Hopkins was worth less to the Houston Texans than Jordan Love was worth to the Packers.
well, anytime you can get a
The other
pass rushing defensive tackle for DeAndre Hopkins, you got to make that deal. Because that's who they took with that pick was Blacklock, wasn't it?
Is that who it was? I didn't know which pick that was.
That's according to this. That's who it was. Pick 40.
Pick 40.
Yeah.
plus, don't forget you also got rid of a running back that was 7th round pick and looked like he was a 27th round pick last year.
Yeah, he did not look good last year. Kyle says Arizona's having a better draft than my Colts now.
Yeah, I think Arizona's doing pretty good.
I think that's a pretty good haul for your top 3 picks there.
Yep.
And not to mention it, you got out of a bad contract.
Faux show.
Oh, show. But yeah, when you look at looking at Arizona more, when you look at uh, the holes that they addressed, with this draft overall, like your TD efficiency was down last year, even though you had a lot of red zone opportunities that you couldn't convert. You address that with Hopkins. You address your defense with Simmons, whatever position he plays, and then your offensive line with Jones. Man, that's a solid improvement too. And Arizona's, they're showing they could be dangerous.
Yeah, I like it. Although I see the Saints on Twitter saying trade alert, so I'm guessing the Saints got up in here. Although Jacksonville's pick is in, so it must be the next pick that's a trade.
Somebody said Davin Hamilton.
Devon Hamilton, I think, yeah.
Guaranteed. Tracy Johnson's putting the guarantee.
I like it. I like the confidence. I like it.
That'd be another defensive line pick for them. So, I mean, sort of like what Carolina did in the past couple of drafts is, again, a lot of defensive line help. Or defensive front, anyway, if Chason isn't going to be a D end, if he's going to be a linebacker.
When
does Green Bay pick again?
When did they pick so far?
They got 94.
Their first pick that they're actually going to use appropriately in this draft is 156, but their next one they're scheduled for is 96.
So that's the last pick of tonight. Is that right? Am I doing math right?
No, the
last
rounds
pick
when
of the
they
third
start
round
having
is 106.
those compensatory
Oh,
picks.
yeah, I forgot about those things. So we will get to see Packers fans get more disappointed tonight. That's what I was looking for.
We can hope.
Okay. I have something to look forward to, and damn, we're going to be here till 1 a.m.
More than likely.
More than likely.
Yeah, we got 34 picks left, whatever it is.
Yeah, so
34.
Damn near 1 o'clock, which is fine.
We're doing this for you because we care about our people.
Are we doing tomorrow? Or are we not doing tomorrow? I might have some major background noise. Brad says no. This is too much.
Oh, I don't. I mean, I can jump on at points, but I won't be able to stay the whole time because I got to do updates and stuff for work.
Yeah, well, I will tell you this: we did not after the stream got done last night. I fell asleep at my desk trying to get that second video done, and then I didn't even change the name on it. And Brad's video says that he's Rob Silvers. That's how tired I was. And then I had to get up and get work done today. So.
Yeah.
It's been a long couple days, and I don't know if I can do rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow.
I'll tell you though, Rick, I appreciated that. That was the best I've looked in quite some time.
Paul in the chat said he would do the rounds 4 through 7 with you. I think they would keep you awake, Rick.
That'd be amazing.
I think I have better things to do.
He's like, wait, I think I hear somebody calling me. What?
I got client just said I have to have a project done by tomorrow at 5 p.m. So
I will tell you this, though.
Rick, your phone didn't even go off. What happened? Oh.
Paul will know damn near everyone in those rounds, and he will have an opinion on all of them. So
I will say this. As much as Paul and I go back and forth, I have no doubt that he'll know 95% of the players that are drafted tomorrow. I have no doubt in that.
And every one of them were drafted 2 to 3 rounds earlier than they should have in Paul's eyes.
Right?
Even the 7th round, guys.
This guy, he should have went in the 10th.
Yeah. Look at all these UDFAs being drafted in the 6th round.
Okay, so what I was going to say earlier was I put a post out on my personal Facebook, and I just said, wellness check for all my friends that are Packer fans. The first comment says, us Lions fans are loving this draft right now. And then Packers fan said, bro, I can't handle this. Quarantine is bad enough as it is. Quarantine plus this draft, it might do me in. The next one says, what the fuck is going on? Custer's is just the middle finger emoji, and then the next one says seriously terrible.
Terrible. Is it Billy Bob Thornton and Bad Santa flipping over the table with the chess pieces?
I just put the Charles Barkley terrible meme in there.
Terrible.
GIF in there. Terrible. It's terrible.
Oh, Cleveland traded the pick to New Orleans.
Chat saying it's Bond, which this year
Makes
maybe
sense.
not, but if it is long term, good spot.
Yeah.
And Jacksonville's made some interest. I like their draft. Made some interesting choices. Corner, linebacker, deep tackle, wide receiver.
The Saints have been looking for that field stretcher. Could they look at Duvernay here?
Yeah, I mean that's not been the type of receiver they draft. I mean, think about the guys they've been drafting; they're all big and slow like Green Bay.
Well, right, but they've wanted that field stretcher like Traquan Smith, but he hasn't panned out. So,
Right.
they've been rumored to be looking for that. But like we talked the other night, like why didn't they look into Robbie Anderson or somebody like that if that's really what they wanted?
Yeah, for sure. Well, they got Emmanuel Sanders though. He's probably their fastest receiver at 40 years old.
Yeah, definitely not the field stretcher we're talking about though.
Yeah, Zach Bond.
Yeah, it's hard for us to analyze or guess when the people watching us already know. They're like, no, you're way off.
So Colts are up next, who've been killing the draft, and then Tampa. So another couple interesting spots here. Like you had Indianapolis clearly isn't going to go running back, but is one of those guys that's left, like Zach Moss or what's the other one left?
Anthony McFarland.
McFarland, there you go.
That'd be amazing if McFarland went to Tampa because that'd be do the happy dance.
Yes, I would. Dude, it would make me so happy, except for the fact that, once again, we're not going to be able to get him at that discount that we thought. Because we've already lost our discount. I've lost my discount on Rager.
And Pittman.
He's not fallen. Pittman's discount.
Oh, Detroit's on the
window.
clock. Detroit just traded for this pick.
Let's see how bad they mess this up.
Maybe they'll take McFarland for you, Brad.
I'm about to say, maybe it's McFarland. We're going the Green Bay route of drafting all the wide receiver or all the running backs.
Nice.
I don't know. This could, I mean, if Detroit really is serious about making sure they have a backup quarterback, they could go with like a Jacob Eason or somebody here. Jake Fromm, Jacob Eason.
Yeah, because I guess Tampa Bay could be. They could take a quarterback to. Because Tom.
Yeah.
That's true.
Get somebody behind Tom Brady, so they could have been looking at one of those guys there at 76.
Yeah.
Breaking,
Just trying to think about what Tampa want.
I hear the Packers are working on a trade of Devontae Adams to the San Diego Strike Force of the Indoor Football League. Rudy Johnson, the fourth, their quarterback, is rumored compensation.
Oh, man. I love it. Is that Justin Bieber?
That
With
was
Sean Payton?
on.
Oh.
I don't know what. Actually, you're on a different channel, aren't you? Never mind.
Whoever was sitting next to Sean Payton, I'm guessing his son, had his head down, and he looked like Justin Bieber. Like old Justin Bieber before he got the tats and stuff, I guess, though. Yeah, so what's Detroit doing here?
Oh, man. I mean, they could go offensive line.
Jonah Jackson, Ohio State.
Okay, that's what I just said, offensive line, so that makes sense.
There you go. Good
They
job.
needed to replace Pascal, so. But I
That
don't
helps.
think Tampa
Maybe,
would want that. Huh.
Maybe now Hawkinson can run routes instead of block.
Yeah, I mean, them working on that offensive line is only going to help Hawkinson fantasy-wise.
They've been
For
working
sure.
on that offensive line every draft that
For
Quinn's
15
been
years.
here. I mean, they spent first round picks and second round picks and third. I mean, been a working. I mean, even guys that Quinn's drafted in Glasgow, he's already replaced.
So Tampa's up then.
Well, they could follow the Packers route and take the best wide receiver position they don't need.
Could somebody in the chat do me a favor, because I don't like messing around like on other windows and stuff, but drop like the next 10 picks in the chat. I'm always afraid if I'm surfing the web, I'm gonna mess up our stream, so I don't want to do that. 3 hours and 15 minutes.
The YouTube chat, or which chat are you talking
Yeah,
about?
the YouTube chat, because I've got that up next to our stream. You think Bob Quinn let his kids pick that?
They probably make a better choice.
He was high-fiving his son.
Probably make a better pick. All right, here we go.
I want to know when the reports are going to come out that
Vaughn.
Oh wow!
They took Keyshawn Vaughn. Keyshawn Vaughn went to Tampa.
Bye-bye.
That's huge.
Bye-bye, Rojo. Bye-bye.
That's huge. That was my RB6. That could be a bump.
Paul's going to love that pick.
Say goodbye to Ronald Jones. His days are over.
I don't think so.
I think Vaughn is better than Ronald Jones.
Well, I agree, but I'm not saying that. I don't think it completely relegates him to nothing.
Well, maybe not, but it should.
This comes from the guy whose team drafts all the skill position players that they don't need. What do you know?
More than my general manager.
You can't blame the fan for that. The fans understand that it's been bad. That's why they're on freaking suicide watch.
Yeah.
So, Rick, with Vaughn going here...
I had to lock the knives away in my drawer.
Are we sure, though, that Zach Moss got his paperwork filed in time to be eligible for this draft, and he wasn't too slow on that?
I think he's still running to the league office to get that done.
I was gonna say, has he made it home from the combine yet?
He'll be eligible for the 2021 draft.
You guys I don't know how many of you guys, I mean, I know some of you, I know Craig has kids, but every time you guys are talking about Moss and his speed, it makes me think of there's a movie, Monsters University. It's a kids movie, and in the movie there's like a worm or something. Yeah, snail trying to get to its class, and it's like and then at the end of the movie it's still doing it. It's like an inch further. It's like that makes me think of Zach Moss every time you guys say that.
Yes. So here's my question, right? Like, where did you guys have Vaughn? I know Rob had him as his running back 6. And I think you had him at the back end of the first, right?
Yep.
And then
I had him back end of the first or very early second.
Craig and Brad, where did you guys have Vaughn slotted in, and what does this pick, him going to Tampa Bay, do for his ranking going forward?
I like it better than Swift to Detroit. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm going to put him in the top 5 of running backs, but I think I had him in the second round, like mid to late second would be my guess. But I'd definitely be moving him up.
I mean, in rookie drafts, not NFL draft.
No. Yeah, in rookie drafts, I think I had him in mid second, and I think I would definitely move him up at this point.
Paul says he was my running back 6. He was my running back 6 too. Well, like 6, like him and McFarland were real close together. But I wasn't a Moss fan because, I mean, me and Craig have been making the sloth jokes and memes and everything for a few weeks now. But I mean, as an overall back, I think he's better than McFarland. But if McFarland lands in that spot where he's going to be used as the pass catcher, the Austin Eckler type of role, then I think he can be really good as well. So you say you probably still got him at the top of the second, not in the first.
Yeah, I probably put him firmly in the top of the second, maybe even late first, depending on what else happens. But I like a lot of these wide receivers landing spots too. So it's like I can't just say he goes right up.
I think I got 6 top 10 running backs right now in my board. If I were to draw it out right now, I think I bump him to at least 10th on my board, just because I'm a believer in that running back early. Of course, if you set it running back, you're gonna jump down to some wide receivers. But me, I'm gonna approach it probably with him in my 10 hole. And that's a bump of only, 2 to 3 spots, but just perfect landing spot for me.
Right. Craig, what were your thoughts on Vaughn?
If you're in a PPR league, I think I'm sitting kind of around where Brad is. I'd have him right near the start of that first round, or second round. Sorry, not the first round. End of the first, I could see him creeping into, especially if you're doing half PPR standard. But I, too, like a lot of these wide receiver landing spots. And inevitably, it seems like in all my leagues, someone's taking a quarterback, even in a one quarterback league, at the end of the first round for whatever reason. So that usually, bumps someone else down that I would like, that I wouldn't be taking a quarterback at that spot. So if I could get him at the top of the second round, I'd be feeling really good about it.
I think that's still where I'm at. Like, obviously, I love the spot, and I think he walks in there and is the best running back in that room by a good margin. I know. Me and Brad feel way differently about Rojo. I know Robert Rickard there in the chat says say no to Rojo.
Right.
Well,
Even Sean Coffey, who's pumping out all our articles, said Vaughn's kind of a late first, early second to him as well.
Yeah, and I won't blame anybody for taking him at the back end. And depending on, once I look at this, I could see him being close with some of those receivers at the back end of the first. So if my team, if I really need running back, I could see myself taking him with a 10th to 12th pick if I'm set at receiver, because those guys are probably not going to be. There's probably not going to be a lot of separation between all those guys. But I still hope my boy McFarland lands in a good spot where he can be a dynamic pass catcher.
I don't know how. I can't. I'm trying to think of some of the spots where he would add some value. I mean, I would like to see a running back go to Atlanta because Gurley, I don't think is going to last for much longer.
Pittsburgh, he could still go to.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's not bad.
I'm looking at the list that Craig put in there for me. I mean,
Green Bay.
I mean, what do we think about like the Raiders, where Josh Jacobs only caught 20 balls last year, wasn't really used in that role. I mean, do they really have back-to-back picks coming up here after the Jets?
Yeah, they have 80 and 81, I think.
80 and 81, it looks like. Yeah, and then nobody else really coming up. I don't feel like he fits what they need. So could he fall to, Miami's next pick? Where are they at for their next pick?
That'd be a great spot. That'd be a great spot with Jordan Howard.
Jordan Howard and McFarland. I still think that would be a great spot for him to land in.
The Howard McFarland show. That'd be sweet.
Miami's not till the end of the fourth-ish, like 136, I think.
So
they don't have anything left. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think he's gonna fall that far. I thought he was a top 100 player, so probably not gonna work out for them.
But it looks like Ujemudia.
Michael Ojemudia went to Denver.
And now Atlanta's pick just came in as well. And that'll be Matt Hennessy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, center from Temple.
Yep.
All right. So how does the Packers draft change if they make a trade for Curtis Samuel from the Panthers? I've heard a lot of that today.
Can you play quarterback?
I thought he was going to run more of the Wildcat.
That'd be all right.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think you can get Samuel for 94 or something like that? Is that what the thinking is or the rumor is?
Yeah, that's kind of what the talk was today, that he'd be that the Panthers were looking for possibly like a 3rd or 4th round pick for Curtis Samuel.
I mean, I still think it's bad because they pick guys that they didn't need. So I don't think that makes their draft better, but
No, but
it doesn't say it.
But I guess does it make up for some of that because it actually is getting the team better?
well, it doesn't make up for that, but it does make their team better. Is what I'm saying. Like it
Softens the blow.
You can't make up for picking guys that you didn't need.
So there's a guy over on Twitter. Oh, go ahead, Greg.
Nope. Go ahead, Brad.
It's just making fun of the Packers. There's a Twitter handle, at Packer Ranter, says NFC North QB rankings: 1, Aaron Rodgers; 2, Matthew Stafford; 3, Jordan Love. Oh, you Packers.
Okay, here's the question. Paul dropped in the chat Vaughn or Swift, and Custer says I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's a crazy question.
No, I think based on what's around him, I think Vaughn has the better upside. And you're probably getting him cheaper than Swift because people are still going to draft Swift higher because of the talent.
Yeah.
Depends on where I'm drafting. I mean, if I can get Swift, if you have to take him still as a top 4 or 5 pick, or if you can get Vaughn at the end of the first, I think the value is better at Vaughn. But
yeah, the value is definitely better at Vaughn. But just from a pure production standpoint, I don't think it's crazy to think that Vaughn could be the better producer.
Yeah. At least in the short term, definitely.
I still think Swift is a better I just think he's a better player, but if you're looking for value now and probably in the next, 1 to 3 years, I think Vaughn gets you that better. I think Swift has.
So you mean during the running back window?
No, I don't think during the running back. I think you're the running back window.
How long do you think running backs last?
Well, I think if Swift and Carrion are splitting carries for the next couple of years, like the next 2 years together, I think you can add time on to Swift's lifespan.
Yeah, but what happens when his rookie contract's up? Are they going to give him a second contract? Because that's not happening for running backs right now.
Well, Detroit likes to do dumb things.
Well, and don't really good Detroit running backs retire early?
Yeah, he could retire before his fantasy value hits.
Is he going to pull a Gronkowski and retire now that they've drafted him?
And then trade him to Green Bay?
I would. Even Brad didn't want to live in Detroit. Moved to Fort Wayne.
It definitely costs a lot less to live here. So Tracy over in the YouTube chat, still Facebook, said the Jets went and got Jabari Zuniga, defensive end. So that's a good IDP move.
I'd have to look back. The Jets have had an interesting draft so far because they had Becton. Was it early?
Yeah. They've been trying to fix the trenches because that's their biggest problem. Although they did grab Mims,
Davis and Mims today and Becton.
Yeah.
So they've been mixing it up all across where they're which makes sense considering they need pretty much everything.
I want to give a big shout out to our boy Sean Coffey. You can find him over on Twitter at RotoHeatSean. He has been pumping out these draft reactions over on RotoHeat.com for the last 2 nights. Most of them by himself. He had some help from our boy Adam last night, but he's done a great job. Everybody that's in the Facebook group should give him a big shout out and say thanks for all the hard work that he's putting in. It's much appreciated, and Brian, you guys are helping him out a little bit tonight, right? When you can.
Yeah, I'm doing SEO stuff for him.
Nice. So these guys are working real hard. You know, we're gonna have about close to 10 hours just streaming the last couple nights. So make sure to thank all these guys for all the hard work they're putting in. They're doing it for the fun of it, and I think that should be appreciated by everybody out there that's absorbing the content that they're helping put out. So I just want to say thank you, and I hope everybody out there appreciates what these guys are doing.
I know all joking aside, like this has been a fun week. I mean, we started streaming Monday night. Craig and Paul and I did IDP. Then you and I have been going all week about everything else with Rob. I mean, and now we're kind of culminating it all together with Craig, Rob, you and I. I mean, we got Paul in here. It's been a fun week. I mean, definitely, with no sports and with so much, chaos out there, this has been, a fun week to be able to kick back and it's late nights and and it's a lot going on, but it's definitely been a blast. I've enjoyed it for sure. I think this is I think we have a good plan moving forward, how to handle draft week and leading up to it. Our rookie content is on point. The guys that do all the rookie stuff has been doing real well. And, I really think we got a great team going here. And, everybody's doing it because they love fantasy, and I think that speaks volumes.
And we are, I'm working on a lot more stuff. I want to keep bringing some new features and tools and stuff to everybody out there, and we're going to keep working on bringing you guys as much value as possible. So
IDP calculator is what I want to build.
You don't announce stuff to the world. Like, come on, man.
Just
Yeah, so even over on Twitter, we were talking about running backs and how there's Moss and McFarland sort of left, but Sully and Taylor were talking about Taylor's little man crush. Evans is still out there too, and we haven't heard a peep about him really.
Well, if he's anything like Darrell Henderson, it doesn't matter.
I'm setting you up for that one, Brad. I'm glad you
Yeah, I'm not even gonna.
Well, the Raiders here making their first pick of back-to-back.
If it's anything like their first two day one, it'll be interesting.
Lynn Bowden Jr.
Lynn Bowden, yep.
They're going to take another wide receiver, right? Ruggs isn't good enough already.
They needed more than
took a wide receiver, running back, quarterback.
When Hunter Renfro's your third wide receiver, you need to take another one. So,
I like that spot.
Yes, I like it too.
Yep, it's a good pick for them.
So is he gonna compete at quarterback or a wide receiver?
Probably.
Bowden, I think Bowden actually was a quarterback at some point, right?
Was this year.
Yeah, and because he was my pick at I think 3-2 in our running series that we put on YouTube, and the stats that he put up rushing the ball were just phenomenal, even as a quarterback when they knew he was going to be rushing. I mean, he set that bowl record for over 230 yards rushing in the bowl game. So, and everyone knew he was rushing because he didn't throw the ball a whole lot, and they still went, a not amazing Kentucky team went 6-2 with him once he moved to quarterback due to necessity this past year.
That's wild.
And his return, man, he's just awesome too. You all right, Rob?
Rob's just having a little fun over there. He's getting wacky.
That's what happens when you're a Packer fan.
Do we need a laugh track? Is that it?
There's an ad that popped up on my phone right now.
I need to order. Anybody have a good office chair that's real comfortable that you would recommend? And I don't know why I don't know where my stutter came from, but I guess after about 9 hours of streaming and whatnot, and fourth day in a row, it develops.
They just bought me a new one for work. It's super comfortable, but I can't give you any more information beyond that at this time.
Why? I mean,
because I don't know anything about it until I look up the information about it.
You made it sound like they bought it from your drug dealer or something.
Yeah, you got $200. Let me know. I got a chair for you. You need a chair? I got chairs.
They bought it from the thief around the corner.
Well, they asked me. They said, do you want a chair with arms or without? And I said, with arms. They're like, for $150 more? I go, yeah, I sit in my chair all day at work and all night. So, yeah, I want arms. Okay. Apparently it was expensive, but I was like, come on. You're not going to skimp on my chair.
Tip on N23 asks, what is Renfro's spot on the depth chart now? Waterboy?
I mean,
I think he's still sort of what he was.
You don't think Bowden comes in and fights for the slot role?
Not
Grandpa, isn't it?
I think they're just going to use him all over the place.
Like
Wouldn't his role be Grandpa?
Tariq Cohen, like? Is that
something like that? I mean, they're going to use him as a returner, I would have to think. Emergency.
Oh, and they selected Brian Edwards, too. So now they've selected 3 wide receivers.
Like I said, Hunter Renfrow is nothing. Him and Rojo are going to go play in the XFL next year.
They selected Edwards, too? Jesus.
3 receivers in this class. So Terrell Williams and Renfrow and Nelson Aguilar are all put on notice already? Is that what it is?
So, wait a minute. Why are the Packers picking for Las Vegas?
What?
Why are the Packers picking for Las Vegas? This is what the Packers should have been doing. 3 wide receivers.
Oh. I was like, what are you talking about? Now I get it. What you're saying is the Packers fucked everything up and Raiders are doing better than them.
The interesting
thing, the other 30 teams.
The interesting thing about Edwards is I wonder if the foot injury made him slide down, because people were higher on him than, mid-third round pick.
For sure. I think
he could easily slide in to be their actual wide receiver 1 once he's healthy. I mean, because he's a big kid. He's like 6'3".
Yeah.
Yeah, Jaws, I agree with you. I don't know why they bothered with Nelson Aguilar. I mean,
draft
every receiver.
I think this goes to what Craig was saying earlier, is that you've got to fill up some of them spots in case you don't get that opportunity in the draft, with free agency being before the draft.
Yeah, I think that's true. There's truth to that.
So I think the better question that needs to be answered from this draft is which one of these 3 wide receivers actually pans out?
I'm a big Edwards believer. I mean, I think he's going to end up being something in the NFL. I'm not long-term wide receiver 1, maybe not. I think he has a talent to do it, but wide receiver 2 anyway on the team. I like Bowden, but I don't know that he's going to stick at wide receiver solely long-term. I think that remains to be seen. Because I could even see him as a change of pace back, to spell Jacobs, where you have a guy that can take up multiple spots on your team and you don't have to solely have, a 4th running back or 3rd running back or something.
I'm just glad I didn't buy into all the Hunter Renfrow hype that was going on this offseason, because I thought it was nuts. And now I can't see him as more than the 6th option on that offense behind Jacobs, Waller, and then those 3 Williams, and then Ruggs and Edwards.
Yeah, I mean, they're going really offensive heavy because they had those 2 tight ends. Moreau last year had a nice little stretch there too, and Witten's not anything more than a coach at this point, I think, but.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Paul says that Edwards was a top 5 Devy overall guy that I wanted no part of. Dallas with a great pick. They picked a Canadian.
Neville Gallimore.
I like
defensive tackle. Good pick.
Yeah, that is for them.
Especially because I think they got rid of Malik Collins in the offseason, so they had a hole in defensive tackle that.
You signed Gerald McCoy and Poe, but neither one of those guys is really what they're just long-term answers. Yeah.
So what's Denver? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, to your point about Aguilar, I mean, it's the same sort of thing with those running backs that we talked about. It's a 1-year contract, and it's for like $1 million or something like that. So if he ends up getting cut, it's not going to be the end of the world for the Raiders.
Yeah, and that's what I said earlier about how you were right. Like that's a pick where if they didn't have to sign receivers, but their wide receiver room was so bad they couldn't afford to go into the draft without having some people on there. Um, same thought process as the Bears with their 10 tight ends. Like, if we don't get the tight end we like in the draft, we better have a bunch to fight for a spot. But I will tell you this: the Raiders did get better, but I don't know that they really addressed other needs that they had sufficiently.
No, they definitely went offensive heavy here because what's that? 3 wide receivers they've taken, 4.
3 receivers, and then I know they got a cornerback at 19, right? And that's the guy that everybody said they kind of reached on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our net, right?
Yep.
Yep. I'm not on the Renfro as solid bandwagon. I mean, when I go back to, I remember the off season after Cameron Meredith had a year with Chicago, and everybody was pegging him as a wide receiver 2, and then the Bears didn't tag him, and then he went to the Saints, and everybody was super high on it. Like, yeah, when there's nobody there to compete with, like, you're going to get volume, and then that makes you look better than you actually are. And I just don't think Renfro was ever a guy that a team wanted to rely on.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Well, and he's not a great athlete, you know.
Right, but I mean when you look at the positions that we value, it's like Waller at the beginning of the year last year when he was getting frickin' 13 targets a game. Like, you're gonna look really good when you're getting 13 targets a game. But what happens when you have competition for those targets? And I'll tell you right now, I have 0 Waller, and I couldn't be happier after the draft that the Raiders have had.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember when the Vikings didn't have any wide receivers, and that blonde-haired kid went nuts for about half a season, and then we never heard. Was it Chad? What was his name?
Talking about Chad Beebe?
No, this was before Diggs. What was his name?
Charles Johnson?
Charles Johnson. Yeah, I remember him.
Oh.
Like, it was the same scenario. Like, Charles
Yeah.
Johnson wasn't a good NFL receiver, but he was the receiver the Vikings had. So,
Right.
like, you're not gonna not have a producer when you don't have receivers. Somebody's gonna get targets and score fantasy points.
For sure.
Yes, sir.
Yep, Custer says that we are watching Waller's targets disappear pick by pick.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Anthony says, I think Gruden knows they can't stop Mahomes, so why worry about defense? Load up on offense and try to shoot it out with them.
I don't know that you can do that.
Well, you can't stop him on defense, so.
Well, right. I'm just saying. I don't think you can keep up with them though.
I don't think you can do either, but it'll be a much more fun game to watch if you're just, doing
fantasy points for
the
sure.
whole Saints Rams extravaganza of 50 to 50.
I know it's IDP, it's not as sexy and everything, but like we were talking about with those guys signed before the draft, that pick with Gallimore going to Dallas, it really is that same sort of thing because the contracts with dead money after year 1 for McCoy and Poe are significant drop-offs. I mean, Poe it's a 2-year deal, and they only have $750,000 dead cap after year 1. Year 1 for McCoy, $7 million dead, and it's 3.5 after that. So they're definitely looking for the future with him.
I will let Brad respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he fits well in that defense. I think they got, what is it, Mike Nolan's their defensive coordinator now.
Yep.
And he does a good job. I mean, he's really good at moving guys around and making those chess pieces fit. And Gallimore is very talented. He was a little bit raw, obviously. Why slipped is probably part of it because he's a little raw. But I think a year with those two is going to be huge because they're both good workers. They both know how to hone their craft. McCoy is a great leader. So I think it's a great spot.
One thing that I am growing increasingly happy about is the fact that after ESB got injured last year, I didn't drop all my ESB shares. So
now I've got a couple as well.
They could look to actually be relevant, and Funchess, like he has no competition.
Right.
And people were calling me crazy.
A lot of confidence in Devin Funchess, apparently.
Well, there should be. We like Devin Funchess. I mean, he's a good receiver. He just got hurt.
And I mean, he's not the wide receiver one or whatever, but just his fantasy price, and that's where I calculate that stuff in. Like Panthers didn't use him correctly. He's not the guy that you want.
Think how they
deep
use
threat, but as a use him like Michael Thomas on like the inside slot big receiver, like even okay, Michael Thomas might be too dynamic to compare it to, but what was the guy's name before Michael Thomas and the Saints that kind of opened up that big slot
Marcus
role?
Colston,
Marquise Colston. It's the same kind of the deal, They're not gonna be running them outside routes, and Carolina tried to use him that way, and that's not who he is.
Well, and think about what Green Bay's tried to do with guys like Geronimo Allison. That's what they'll want to do with Funchess.
That's what you would hope.
Guy.
That's what you would hope they would want to do. But obviously, we don't know what they're doing right now. So.
Oh, sure, we got no clue.
So the Rams pick is.
I know they're blowing the draft.
The Rams got Terrell Lewis, linebacker from Alabama.
And we had missed Cushenberry, went to Denver right before that.
Right.
Indy, let's see. Can they make another good pick here? Who would be a good pick? A cornerback, right? They need a cornerback?
They could take a corner. I mean, there's at this position, they could also go with a developmental quarterback, Jake Fromm. They could do I'm Jacob Eason, I mean, depending on what they're looking for. I mean, with their team, the way it's set up, they can just kind of go BPA in whatever position that is. It is what it is. Tight end.
I'm trying to catch up with the chat here. We are watching Waller's targets disappear pick by pick, and then Jason says Bonner's.
Post in Discord there, Brad. That was a little scary.
I know. If you go over to the team chat Discord, somebody posted this picture of the Jets fans.
Those are my incoming rookies for my my new league that I'm in this year. So with
What's
Kevin
that?
Pons and Sean Coffey. Oh, they're showing all the Alabama guys drafted.
Yeah.
I think it was 8 of them that have been drafted so far, and they all move right onto my fantasy team. Oh, could Indy go Eason or Fromm here?
Well, and Terrell Lewis is probably going to be a starter.
Oh yeah, he should slot right in the starter.
The Rams. I mean, he's got IDP potential there because they got a lot of nothing at the moment.
Yep.
I don't know if I told you about that league, Craig. It's pretty cool. You first you have a draft for feeder schools, so it's an auction, so you get your feeder schools, and then you can pick one player for every position, and we start quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, kicker, and then D-tackle, defensive end, linebacker, cornerback, and safety. So you pick one person for each position, and then everybody else goes back into the draft pool. And then all the rookies that you have come in from whoever your feeder schools are, you get to keep automatically.
Wow.
So, like, we kept Josh Jacobs, Amari Cooper, O.J. Howard, and I can't remember all the defensive guys that we kept. I think it was I think we kept Daron Payne. I can't remember who all it was, but then we
You got a
get
lot of options with Alabama.
yeah, but we spent 92% of our budget. That's supposed to last us the whole year, also, and we have to whatever we spent on them, we have to also pay out of our budget every year that we have them. But
Oh.
we can release them and get our budget back after the draft, and then we have our full budget going forward. But then we don't have incoming rookies either. So it's like or we can trade them or whatever. We've had some pretty massive trades for them, but it hasn't made sense because we wouldn't get we would lose Judy and Ruggs and all the rookies if we traded them before. And Tua, like we get Tua, and it's a 32 team, one copy league, so Tua's value is huge.
Wow.
It's a lot. I started it, and it was right when this whole thing, the school draft happened, like right when all the shutdowns started happening, and all my clients started freaking out, and I had to bring on Sean and Kyle Pons to help me because I was so I was just freaking out. Confirmed Zach Moss to the Colts. Is that real?
No, they took Julian Blackman, safety.
Oh, what did Anthony just say?
Bills pick at 86.
Oh, yeah, they're
so
in.
I'm guessing Bills.
Anthony just put in the confirmed Indy Colts with 86th pick of the 3rd round select Zach Moss.
Oh, Zach Moss to the Bills.
Ooh, I like that.
That dude can't run in snow. Are you kidding me?
That dude can't run at
all. That dude can't run down a hill.
You can't run down a hill.
I can't, and that's why I'm not getting drafted.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man, I really wish that Packers weren't bad enough to take Dylan, because he would have been great there.
New England's up here at 87. They could go quarterback.
Well, you know what? I think last year I was thinking the Packers were going to be like 6-10, and they've done nothing to get better this year. So they'll probably be 6-10 this year. I was just off by a year.
I like it. Not upset.
I'm fine with that.
They're probably dropping out of my top 10 in the rankings, or I think I had them at number 10.
Zach Moss just took 8 years getting across his carpet because it slowed him down.
Oh, boy. They could put Moss just on the back of Frank Gore, just change the jersey around, and he'd be faster at this point.
I think this might... Oh, let's see.
It just powers over dudes. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, but you got the Packer fans starting to rationalize stuff. Josh Custer, at least as bad as the draft has been, we're still going to win the North. So they're already into the rationalization phase of denial.
Are they playing in the Indiana High School Northeastern Indiana Conference?
Northern Green Bay Conference.
That's about all the Bears are good enough to play in, so yeah.
Oh, boy.
So Patriots, Zach Fromm right here? Or Jake Fromm?
I was gonna say, if we're making up player names, they might take
if you
Tom Brady.
Hey, you know
if you
what?
come Moss and Jake Fromm, it'd be faster.
Oh, sorry, Anthony. I know you like Moss. Kevin Klaus says, psh. Moss, he might get to Buffalo by the time the season starts. Don't expect him for any camps or anything if they have him in late summer.
If they get to the playoffs, he might be there in time.
Well, they better play at home because he's not making an away game. Can't change direction that quick. Here's the Patriots pick.
And
Anthony Jennings, linebacker from Alabama. So
Dang!
now that
More Alabama
Alabama's
players.
full starting roster has been picked, we can move on to the next team.
He had a really big injury, knee injury a couple years ago. Jennings did.
I do love how every fan boos Goodell every time he's looking at him.
Look at him. He's like, oh man, they hate me. That's fine. The Packers fans can all scream and yell. All I know is that our defense is going to wreck your quarterback, and then you're going to have to start Jordan Love.
That is their quarterback. Isn't
Oh,
he?
yeah, I forgot.
Rodgers
Still better
comes
than
in
your
relief.
quarterback.
I'd take Nick Foles over Jordan Love right now, personally, but
Absolutely, I would too.
Oh, for sure.
He's like, shit, I can't keep going with this.
Trubisky or Love, I mean, that's a coin flip for me.
Yep. I won't disagree with that either.
That one's 100% Love.
The guy that's never played a down in the NFL and completely regressed last year. Sounds like Trubisky in the NFL.
Right? At least
Had
Trubisky had a good
ever progressed?
He was actually pretty good in 2018 before he
It was a
hurt his
Pro
shoulder.
Bowler.
Yeah, that's because all the good quarterbacks are in the playoffs.
No, that's any Pro Bowl quarterback. I mean, that happens every year.
I know. That's Pro Bowl's the dumbest thing. Pro Bowl should be played
It is dumb because every year Tom Brady and Drew Brees just like default somebody else a Pro Bowler because they're in the playoffs every year.
Yeah. Pro Bowl should be played like in April. It should be like a flag football game in April.
The Pro Bowl should just not happen. They should just quit acting like it's something we want to see.
Or what it should be is basically the advanced Senior Bowl. The 32 best, or whatever, the 53 best NFL players against the 53 best college players in the draft.
Just wreck them.
Just ruin their lives before they fall in the draft.
Yeah,
Welcome to the league, bitch.
Maybe we can get some appropriately ranked rookies in Dynasty ranks.
Right?
So we have like 18 picks left here tonight. Do we think another tight end goes yet?
Can you drop the next 10 or so in there?
Yes, I can.
Do the Bears pick again?
No,
they got to pick at some point.
So.
Right?
Well, I think they traded.
Not tonight, I don't think.
This is probably the pick they traded for Foles, right? No, they didn't. Where'd their third? Oh, their third rounder was one of them back-to-back Vegas picks.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was
Maybe.
81. Yep.
Yeah, that upsets me that they didn't go offensive line there instead of Kmet then.
Robert in the chat. Pro Bowl should just be the Mean Machine versus the prison guards.
I would watch that before I watch the real one.
True.
Yeah, see Kevin Nash and Bill Goldberg play football? Absolutely.
Anthony's over there trying to pump up his Moss.
I said I like Moss in Buffalo.
I think Buffalo has the slowest running back collection in the league.
Moss is just a slower, younger Frank Gore.
I'm not disagreeing with that. And Singletary's not fast himself.
Nope.
Every running back wishes he has the Frank Gore longevity. That guy will be in the league when we're all retired.
Rush for 3.8 yards per carry, like exactly on the dot every carry for 15 years. Hey, there's the first. There's the first mention of Darrington Evans that I've seen. He is now the fourth running back on the board. Like Mel Kiper's ranked this. He's He's number 4 out of the remaining running backs. Kyle Bannon says that fantasy football is the real Pro Bowl.
Paul says Moss ran 4.48 at his pro day.
Moss ran 4.48? That's like a second faster than his combine.
Yeah, but he started running Monday morning, and they started the timer at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
When he was 4.8 feet away from the finish line?
Yeah.
Did he really? Because if he ran a 4.48 at his combine, I completely missed that. Did you see that, Craig?
I think that's what was reported, but I think that was one of those things where there weren't a whole lot of people. It was all done by video, I think.
Oh, so they sped the video up.
Oh, that could be it.
Fast forward.
It was really like a 9-0.
Robert Ricker goes 4.48 minutes.
Oh, it's good.
Oh, they hit the old fast forward. They did the film trick, right? Where they do everything in slow motion, all the fight scenes, and then they speed the film up for the movie so that it looks like they did it all in real time.
Was that either that or a jump cut where he's like taking off from the start and he's done?
Yeah, so Mike Garafolo from NFL Network reported Zach Moss had a private workout where he was electronically timed at 4.52 in the 40, which is obviously better than the 4.65 he ran at the combine. Just FYI. That's what the internets are reporting. He says that there were multiple people that timed him at his private pro day.
If you guys haven't noticed, like, I'm super tired.
I've been yawning for like the last hour.
I'm fighting and not falling asleep on the stream.
I will have some more bang energy.
I'm still drinking on this. I don't want to be up all night though, because I do want to say, like, I give Anthony a hard time about Moss and Moss a hard time about being slow, but this is the other thing that matters is if he plays faster than he is, then it can all work out and he can have success in the NFL. And
that's Devin Singletary to a T.
Right, because Devin does play faster than he is, and when we were talking about receivers, like DeAndre Hopkins runs a 4.57, and plays faster than that on the field, and that's why he's one of the best receivers in the game. Like, processing speed is much more important than foot speed, and that's the part that we just don't know whether it translates until they get onto the NFL field. And that's, once we see that, then we can make a better judgment on them. But you have to judge on something going into the draft, and his tape didn't like blow me away. I didn't see like exceptional processing speed and play speed. He does have some power though, so not that he can't be successful. It's just I think it's pretty appropriate where he went in this draft, and I didn't have him. Like, some guys before the combine were saying that he was a top 5 running back in this one. I'm sorry, Paul. I can't do round 4 tomorrow. I've already decided that this has been brutal enough. I'm going to try not to sit in this chair at all tomorrow, because right now it has flex fit right around my ass cheeks, and I don't.
Sweet.
I think if we do anything tomorrow, maybe just get together for 45 minutes or so. We'll do a quick recap in the evening.
Yeah, and Paul, if you wanna join in on that, you can do that if we do something in the evening. But I don't want to be in this chat for rounds 4 through 7. That's for sure. But I do need to find out. I do need to order a new chair, because I sit in this one for 18 hours, and it is I sit in this one for 18 hours a day anyway, but it's not feeling good right now. My back is killing me.
There's one company that I've been looking at. Hold on, let me pull them up, Rick. There's one company that I was looking at that has amazing chairs. Yeah, it's called Secret Lab Titan. They can be a bit pricey, but these chairs are magnificent.
I mean, I'm to the point where I spend more time in my computer chair than I do like literally anywhere else on the planet. Right now I would just drop like $5,000 on a computer chair and a bed because those are the only two places that I ever see.
Yeah, I'll put the link to it in the chat for you, Rick. Check it out, see if you're interested.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm when we're back in the office, I'm supposed to order myself one for work, but the chair I've got now is nice, but it's old and it's it could use a good replacement.
Minnesota picks.
Oh, they get the.
Cameron Dantzler. You got it, man. That's the second corner they've drafted in this draft.
There you go. I sent you an
They
awesome
let two
chair.
go, didn't they? They went Rhodes and Waynes go.
Yeah, I believe so.
No, Paul, I do not play PLO. Sorry, I don't. Pot limit Omaha. I do not want to play PLO, let alone 5-card PLO. But I hope that you're doing well on the 25 that you won last night. I hope you run it up. Dude, I'm telling you, this week has been long as it is. These shutdowns have been kind of trying for a lot of my clients, so it's actually created more work for me. So on top of that, in draft week, man, it's put a beating on me. But that's why you guys pay me the big bucks, right?
Yep.
Chirp chirp, chirp chirp.
Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Need to get those
Did
bills
I-
paid.
Did I miss it? Did we talk about Jordan Elliott to the Browns?
No, tackle from Missouri.
No, we kind of fell off here. I don't even know what happened the last like 6 picks.
Lots of IDP picks.
Okay.
You didn't
I'm
miss
taking
much.
a-
That's why
I'm
I'm noticing
quick
he's
break.
a little excited, but I mean Jordan Elliott's not going to be an IDP player that years. He's going to be out of the rotation, in the rotation anyway with what they have there already. But he's still a nice lineman to spell guys that they have there already.
Man, Bill O'Brien looks pissed at his phone. I don't know what's going on. He's like,
Madden rejected his trade offer. Well, they could use a lot of stuff. So
no, Jonathan Greener, linebacker. That's a good pick for them.
yeah, he's a guy I saw mentioned in the second a lot. So
Yeah. Plus, their defense is getting old, so
I don't know if he'll be overly fantasy relevant right away, but down the road he could be.
they're deep. Well, I mean, their linebacker group's pretty rough on the outside.
But they have Merciless, and I think they have him still anyway.
Las Vegas Raiders traded this pick to the Patriots. Wonder what the Patriots are coming up for. That's interesting.
Could be quarterback. I mean, we've said that a lot, but there's a couple, Eason and Fromm, both of who they've been linked to, still there.
Right. Could be tight end. There's plenty of tight ends there.
Plus, if they want a quarterback, they probably got to move up ahead of Green Bay, sitting at 94. So
Pissing under my desk. No, Anthony, I hold it. I got to be here for all this action.
Brad's the anchor here tonight.
I'm holding this down while Rick plays mahjong.
Let's see.
Oh,
So, yeah,
here's
so
a
they have.
trade.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Did you find out what they traded, Rob?
I did not, but I got the draft pick here. I'll get the trade stuff to you in a moment. David Azazi, tight end, UCLA.
Oh, there you go. There's a tight end. What is it? Asaisi?
Azazi. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'll tell you, Chris Sims was talking this dude up big time.
Yeah, I've heard quite a few people talking big about this guy.
He didn't have very much production, but like he's just like a freak athlete or something.
Yeah.
Because I didn't look that deep into him either.
Well, UCLA was a terrible offense. I mean, they basically just had to let Josh Kelly run because their line couldn't block. I mean, he
said he was like
50 total catches in his career at UCLA, 50 for 771.
Yeah, and I don't know, but Sims was saying that if he came into the right spot, he could get a lot of targets. He could be a fine receiver right off the bat, but he's not going to be much of a blocker.
Well, there you go.
But like I said,
So
I didn't look that deep into him, so I'm just sharing what I heard while watching some football shows. So
Yeah.
So the Patriots send pick 100, 139, and 172 to the Raiders for 91 and 159.
Geez, so LA can draft 3 more receivers there?
Yeah.
It's going to be
It's
insane.
a lot to give up. I mean, they must really like him. For this point in the draft, that's a decent amount to give up for one guy.
Yeah. Uh-oh. No, this guy's going to be trash. This was Collins' tight end 1, Paul said.
I know you're looking for a response out of me, but I'm not going to give you one.
But,
I'm looking directly at you.
Brad, they have McKinney, who's like 27, who's going to be 30, and then Cunningham, who's still pretty young. So you must be figuring on him taking over. I don't know the contracts for either Merciless or McKinney at some point here.
Well, and McKinney and Cunningham, they play mostly in the middle, don't they? Because they normally deploy 4 linebackers, aren't they? A 3-4.
I thought they were a 4-3 lately, but I could be off on that.
It's been a few minutes since I've looked.
Yeah, let's. No, you're right. It is a 3-4.
So they could just slot him on the other outside spot.
Yeah, the other guys I've never even heard of. Brendan Scarlett.
Oh, yeah, he's a backup guy.
These guys can contest. I haven't left. They can see me when I go off screen, but I haven't left this chair either. I'm peeing under the desk for sure, Anthony.
Paul said he took a 5-minute look at the tight end and said nope. So Paul put 5 minutes of film into us easy.
Well, that's all I need to know. If Paul says no, then I say no, right?
It's Paul versus Colin. Pick one.
Man, that's like worse. What's the least worst of? I'll tell you.
Geis just said he's borderline first in tight end premium, so I'm guessing Colin said that you might have to take him number 1 in tight end premium. I believe he said that.
I'm in a couple tight end premium leagues with him, so I'm hoping he takes him in the first.
Right.
So the big conversation now will be saying that Asaisi's better than Cole Kmet.
I think that's what he's already saying. If I'm reading Paul's comment right,
like the Guys Barkley argument.
If he went to New England, he has to be better, right?
That's what they all say.
Rob Gronkowski Jr. That's what I heard.
Baby Gronk.
Oh, so they're gonna sign Adam Shaheen after he's released, also, right? If he hasn't been released already, I don't even know. Was he still was Shaheen on that list of 10 tight ends that the Bears have right now?
Yeah,
he was.
He was near the top even. So
he's gonna be released. They don't like him at all. Oh man. Brad, I did get my last Michael Jordan Funko Pop in that I needed today. So I've
Which
got
one did you get?
Ooh.
the black jersey Foot Locker. It was the last one I
Oh,
needed. I've got all the variations now.
that's sweet.
Rob, what happened?
Devin Duvernay to the Baltimore Ravens.
Ooh, I like that.
Wow.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
I think you'll still be able to get him kind of as a sleeper though. Like he'll be one of those
Yeah,
that I think will still
he
be
probably
back there.
fell. He probably fell too, because some of them guys that went ahead of him, the Lynn Bowdens,
Yep.
even what I, well, no, I guess I think Taylor took Ayuk right ahead of me uh, in that mock,
Oh, in
and
the
then
mock.
Ayuk's gonna jump big time.
No thanks.
Custer's livid. He's like, we lost Mims 2 picks before us in the second. We lost Duvernay 2 picks before us in the third. We're going quarterback again.
From and Eason.
They trade up with Denver so they can draft both quarterbacks.
The
Oh, man.
I think the Packers are going to take Petrov, Olovich here, goaltender from the KHL.
Maybe they'll take one of Rick's favorites, Gandy Golden here.
I mean, I'm hoping for Gandy Golden to the Packers at some point in this draft, all off season. But you know, I was hoping he was going to be the second, maybe even the third wide receiver they'd selected.
I've never hated Gandy Golden. I just thought Rob taking him in the second round of rookie drafts was a little high. And by a little high, I meant a lot high, like a round too high. But
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, if they get him here and he's the only weapon that they get Aaron Rodgers,
then that might be true. A second
You
round
know.
might not be bad.
right? I mean, yeah, that if they do that and he's Rodgers' only weapon, you know, Rodgers is going to be hot out of this.
Oh man,
It's gotta be
Harbaugh's pumped. I think Harbaugh's
Gotta be
more
the
excited than Duvernay getting picked.
Yeah, man, Harbaugh is freaking out. He wanted that bad.
Oh, he wanted that real bad. Duvernay's gonna be a starter.
Dude, they're going to have so much speed on that offense. That is crazy.
Marquise Brown on one side, Duvernay on the other side, and then Miles Boykin roam in the middle with Mark Andrews.
And Lamar Miller's
And J.K.
speed,
Dobbins.
And J.K. Dobbins. Wow.
It's gonna be a track race.
So I got to ask you guys, do you like the draft when they switched it to the 3 days more, or did you like it back when it was 2 days better?
Well, for purposes of what we're doing now, I'm glad that it's 3 days so that we can only do 2 of them and do 3 rounds that last 9 hours, 10 hours. But just from a pure, like, fan perspective, probably 2 better because it just gets it over with, and I don't need, like, I guess those 4th through 7th for the casual fan, like, they're probably not tuning in at the same rate as they are. I would guess that their ratings even dropped from the first round to the second and third.
Yeah.
And after when these guys start going that the casual fan doesn't really know about, obviously we look a lot deeper into this, and the casual fan's not going to know who a lot of these linemen are or defensive players. So from that perspective, probably 2 days, and then you can tune it off as soon as you start missing on or not knowing who the picks are. But from the NFL standpoint, 3 days of even mediocre, the third day, even if it's mediocre ratings, like it's still a bunch of commercial breaks you can make money on. So business decision is good for sure.
Especially this year.
Yeah, they'll have better viewership this year for sure.
Who's AGG?
Antonio.
Gandy.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have like 9 brain farts before we get through these last 17 picks we've got.
13.
13,
I
106.
think it's one. Is it 106? Isn't it?
Okay.
Yep. Ravens at 106 is the last.
Yeah, Custer saying, yeah, I'm sure Tennessee will take him because we need him in Green Bay because there's no wide receivers left.
Yeah.
So, looking at these...
So did Harrison Bryant go? Did I miss that?
No, he
Nope.
didn't get drafted yet.
Neither
Okay,
did
'cause
Albert O.
They're talking about him pretty good right now.
Asi was the second tight end taken.
Yep.
Apparently his little brother was being a goofball in front of the camera and didn't know the camera was on.
How big of a goofball? Taking a shit goofball? Or
No, he was like making faces at it, like a foot in front of it, and then it must have been that Harrison Bryant was showing all his family it on his phone.
Well, how old is his brother? Like 10 or 40?
He looked like he was. He looked like he was probably like 17.
Will Smith.
That's a little more excusable.
You look 40.
his beard was gray, so he's getting up there. Okay, so a few things here while we're waiting on Green Bay to mess up their next pick.
3 hours.
What spots for these remaining running backs are a good spot? Off the top of my head, I can only think of like Miami as a great. I feel like all the other like running back needy teams already took one.
The other one I'd say is Pittsburgh, possibly.
Yeah,
I would say Houston. I mean, David Johnson's not good.
true.
Like,
Yeah.
But does Houston have any picks left, or did they trade them for bananas and peanuts?
bananas. Oh, dude. How do I get Cliff Kingsbury's house?
Yeah, right.
Holy cow, look
Dude,
at
that's
that.
legit.
What team is he he coaches Arizona.
Wow.
They
Darrington
make it
Evans
okay.
to the Titans.
Darrington Evans. So that's
Yeah.
That's an interesting pick.
we've been talking about them needing that pass catcher.
So, Rick, Houston has 111, 171, and then 3 late sevenths.
3 late sevens. We want to get as many Mr. Irrelevance as possible if we can.
All 3, Mr. Irrelevant.
Didn't they already get like 4 of those in the draft in the
And the trades. Yeah.
God, take those Packers picks off the screen right now. That's
Are you going to
Like-
survive the rest of these picks, Rob?
I don't like. I was not that upset with Love. Like, I thought Love was hilarious, but it kind of made sense when you follow that up with AJ Dillon. Like,
He's over.
yeah, like I'm ready for 2021 draft.
Anthony says Miami equals Pirine. That would be good. And I would say that I just have been soured enough by a Pirine that I would never draft another one.
DJ Dallas would be better than P. Ryan.
McFarland would be
Well,
better.
yeah, I mean, McFarland, yes. But if you're thinking, Florida running back, I mean, he was in Miami, so.
Is anyone heard from
Benjamin gonna make
Taylor
the top
about
25
Evans
running
going over
backs taken in
McFarland?
this draft? Do you think?
Yeah, Taylor's not been in the chat, but I'm sure he's over on Twitter.
I didn't see
Gotta-
Evans
gotta
over
crank out that
McFarland.
other content,
It'll be interesting. The pick's in. Rob, you want to cover your eyes? We can tell you later.
If you want to cover
McFarland.
if you want to cover this pick, I would love it.
All right.
Because I
Narrate
really-
it, Rob.
Matt LaFleur.
He
Looks a
picked
little
somebody
bit
with the same
confused.
name as him.
with pick 94.
He looks a little bit confused. Roger Goodell is now laughing as he starts to read this card.
You guys got trolled by Roger Goodell.
I don't know if that's true or not.
They
but
take a tight end, Josiah Dugara, out of Cincinnati.
Oh,
What the
Josiah
fuck is
DeGuara.
that?
Yep.
Somebody put earmuffs on their children. Jiminy Cricket.
Earmuffs. He says earmuffs. Jiminy Crickets.
Josiah DeGuara. That's amazing.
I'm crying. I can't even contain it. I'm so happy.
Paul's not happy. I know that.
I'm so happy.
What are they? Can anyone explain what they're doing in Green Bay?
Not even Roger Goodell. He laughed at them.
Somebody forgot to tell LaFleur when he moved to Wisconsin that you drink after the party.
They got laughed at by Roger Goodell. The only person being booed more than Roger Goodell right now are the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
I'm crying.
I mean, you guys saw him laughing as he started to read it, right?
No, I was just listening to you narrate because I wanted to take in the full experience.
I'm crying. I'm literally crying right now.
Amazing.
Oh my. Oh. Oh, what did Custer say in our chat? Oh, somebody said tight end to the Packers. Josh just said yeah. Demoralized.
Even if they were going to take tight end, I mean, who was predicting him? You know?
Packers won the draft.
Well, I can tell you that Brad, at least, I know both you and I had Cole Kmet as the tight end 1, but I think we completely bombed the rest of the list because these guys came out of nowhere at the tight end 2 and 3. Is this guy a pass catcher or a blocker?
Yeah, he's a pass catcher.
But isn't Sternberger too?
Does this guy have a heartbeat? That would be the question I want to have answered.
So now, you guys got the pass catcher you were looking for. Oh my God.
He does not play slot tight end, though. I don't think he's got that kind of speed.
Jesus. You guys fucked this up.
How do you guys screw this thing up this bad?
Rob, do we need to call an Uber to have them just stay outside your house and make sure you're all right for going into tomorrow?
The look on Jacob Eason's face right now is the look that all Packers fans are having. If anybody's seen the cutaway at Jacob Eason, he's just slouched in his couch. He looks like somebody killed his cat.
Maybe the Packers did that too.
Honestly, yeah. I'm glad I'm not on camera right now because you guys that'd be all it would be. You guys wouldn't even be, there'd be no images of you guys on screen. Rick would just have my face on there right now.
Oh my God.
Every time a Packers pick comes in, we play the laugh track.
This is just, I've ever seen a bigger train wreck. Oh God, LaFleur, why the hell are you smiling?
Custer in the chat says Packers, and he's a Packers fan. I want to clarify this. Packers want XFL players to retain a chance since their league is going to crumble again. Very noble of them. I'm out.
I'm out.
Are we sure that LaFleur isn't just a mole for Tennessee to just take the Packers out as far as competition?
Probably.
What, Vrabel has a blood feud with the Packers?
No, who knows?
Packers.
Maybe a Packer cheap shot at him back in the day when he was playing, and he just never left it.
We should go back to that. We should go back to that picture I posted last night of the guy crapping in Vrabel's bathroom with the door open. Maybe that was LaFleur.
Maybe LaFleur's just a Bears fan.
Is it possible LaFleur gave out his Zoom info or whatever, and it's not him making the actual picks with Gunta Kunst or whatever his name is?
And that's why he's confused.
Someone just hacked him. Yeah,
that's not who I was drafting.
I'm Matt LaFleur.
Oh man, I've literally never been so happy as a Bears fan.
Maybe Jordan Rodgers hacked it.
just to mess with his brother.
Just to
Family
kick his
feud?
brother in the balls.
How many picks?
I don't think
How many picks do the Packers have left?
we
Because I might
should
have.
we should live stream just for those picks.
I was gonna say I might have to stream tomorrow just to announce Packer picks.
I think they have 5 more to screw up.
Holy crap!
depending on how the trades went, it's 5 or 6. Yeah.
I think they gave up 2 picks yesterday to move up, so they entered with 10.
McTelvin Agam,
Yeah, he's a tackle.
defensive
I love how
tackle.
Goodell's sitting now to announce these.
Sorry.
Like Goodell isn't even going to stand up. He's like, I'm done with this.
He's like,
Oh my
I don't want Packers fans to see the wet spot in my pants from laughing so hard.
Paul, like literally, my nose is running because I was laughing so hard and I was crying. Paul says, "How many have we had? None."
Yeah.
I love Robert's comment in here. Matt Millen drafts Joey Harrington. Matt LaFleur, hold my beer.
Anthony,
Yeah, somebody needed to explain to these boys when they move to Wisconsin. We drink, but after we get our job done. Usually.
I think they did shrooms before they drafted.
Dude, it might have been.
I mean, I pay attention to a lot of Packer drafts just because, you know, I'm in Wisconsin and that's what I hear about the most and local TV and all that sort of stuff. I've never been this confused as just what a team in general has been doing. And I'm interested, sort of like they did after round 1, what the rationalization from the team is going to be to explain it.
Look at Andy Reid. Andy Reid's like, man, Packers left a lot of good players on the table.
Matt LaFleur walks up to the podium. Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
He's got Dave Chappelle as Rick James there.
You guys.
Dude, Mark Murphy might have a busy night. He might be looking for a GM and a head coach tomorrow morning. That's the Packers president, by the way.
Do you think that right now Aaron Rodgers is sending in his "get me the F out of here" card?
He called Rob Gronkowski. He's like, hey, do you have that retirement paperwork still?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think
Lucas.
I would not.
Yang.
I mean, at this point, Rodgers going to New England would not be surprising.
That would be amazing.
For who?
Like for New England. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's inexplainable. Like I've seen 6-year-olds put together better mock drafts.
I can show you a mock from a 6-year-old. I mean, it was just the first round. It's not for a team,
Wait a second.
They actually got some picks right.
Did LaFleur think this was the mock draft they were doing earlier this week? He's like, let's confuse them for the real draft.
You know how they have those things where we made a bot listen to 80 speeches by so-and-so? You think the Packers should just had a bot, like, look at 80 mock drafts and then just draft for them?
They built an algorithm that runs all the tape and stats and develops a scoring system.
Someday they'll release it for us.
Oh, man. I gotta say, wow. I mean, you know, like I said, like Custer and I have been friends for 20 years, and it's always been fun going back and forth as Bears and Packers fans, and another good friend of ours, Jess, and I have a bunch of friends that are Packers fans and good friends, and I have to say that, you know, for the past 15, 20 years, for the most part, they've always had the last laugh. And right now, I'm going to enjoy the shit out of this. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're not getting it this weekend.
I'm sorry that it's at your expense, but you deserve it for all the shit you've given me. And your team has not gotten better in the past 2 days. And
not at all.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? 4th place is good enough. Who needs to get
Jacob
better?
Phillips, interesting pick there, Brad.
They gonna get Lawrence next year?
Yeah. Well,
Hey, guess what?
end,
The Ravens are going to get another wide receiver, because Packers don't need any.
Phillips is a good pick here. If they play him in the middle, I think that'd be really interesting.
Yeah, he had a really nice senior year, and he's going to have to develop farther. But second on the team in tackles this past year for a good team.
Yeah, I like him. I think that's an interesting pick.
That you can think that you didn't need to get better to beat the Bears, but that's fine.
Well, let's end this night. I've got some wrists to slit.
Oh God!
We're supposed to report that sort of stuff to the police, I think.
I'm pretty sure they're combing this live stream anyway. Them 3 guys are going to show back up to your house.
The problem is they only have like 3 there. Anthony says Anthony says we need a Packers TikTok. All Packers fans, I need you to send a tall video to me explaining how pissed off you are, and we're going to make a TikTok series about.
That would be fantastic.
I'm not even pissed off at this point. It's just like in shock.
We need to get Packers fans like crying and make like a minute and a half video of just different Packers fans crying.
That's going to show up on YouTube at some point.
It especially when the Packers fans
videos.
When the Packers fans are saying this is the most baffling draft I've ever seen any one team do.
And remember, we've watched the Browns draft for the last 20 years.
That's what I was gonna go that deep, but I figured the wound's fresh and throwing salt on it's probably not gonna feel too good. But you said it. Hey,
I mean, there's just no sense.
Rob, why don't you find that Twitter account you were getting all those jokes from last night, because we need to fill some time here as these last 7 picks come off the.
Oh, that was just all I did was search Aaron Rodgers last night, and they just popped up.
Oh, okay. I'll search Green Bay Packers. I will.
Hold on.
I'll get some enjoyment out of reading these for sure.
If I could have one
Is
wish
the Packers'
tonight,
whole draft a big middle finger to Aaron Rodgers? It can be so bad.
Dude, if we were talking last night about him being pissed off.
Oh, hey, there's a player the Packers could have drafted. Malik Harrison, that would have been helpful.
Oh, linebacker. Man, the Ravens got another linebacker. We were talking about the other night that they needed multiple linebackers.
They're getting more and more dangerous. I mean, that's just good building on top of good right now.
Yeah.
I can only assume the Packers are just straight up trolling Aaron Rodgers at this point.
Yeah, do they want him to leave, maybe? I mean, I don't know. It's just so odd. I can't sort it out.
The internal.
Honestly, I wish I could translate Spanish because those are probably hilarious.
The internal team at Green Bay was like, you know what? If we can just bomb one complete draft, maybe he'll leave. let's just make it as bad as possible. I don't think they realize they'll still be at fault. Ravens are killing it. So okay, so let's look at teams and what they've done. Are we agree? Dude, I'm sorry. I'm stuttering. I don't know where I'm going with my thought process.
Well, you sound like the Packers front office.
Right. They're calling me in to draft for them next pick. Do we think that Miami still had the best draft so far?
Probably. I mean, but they've also had, like the most picks, so.
Josh, I wasn't really serious when I was saying that. That was.
I'd rather spend
satire.
19 more weeks alone in my apartment than watch the Packers draft.
Don't even
Well,
care
who
what
else?
happens in the next 5 rounds. Green Bay Packers, draft grade F.
Well, Cardinals and Indy also had good drafts.
And
I
Baltimore.
mean, Baltimore.
That's why I
Yeah.
was asking. Like, I still think Miami got a lot better, but, at the beginning of this night, we were talking about how they had, I think we were almost to the 3rd round when we said that they might have the best draft, but do they still?
Oh, this is a good one. The Packers are the guy sent to the store for milk and bread, and they come back instead with paprika and Mylar balloons.
Oh boy.
17 Packers pick, none, or 17 wide receivers pick, none by the Packers.
Maybe the Packers just need to keep real weapons away from Aaron Rodgers at this point instead of giving him weapons on the field. Because I don't know if you want him showing up with any sort of weapons.
I've got a new hashtag for you. Tanking for Skyba, the sophomore kicker at Wake Forest. So for the Packers, they're going first overall next year.
Yeah, Cowboys have done well too. I still think everybody hates Lamb going there, and I don't know why.
I don't hate the pick. I mean, it's just
So Josiah DeGuara was listed as a tight end on here, but he's also listed as a halfback for Cincinnati.
amazing.
Packers Day 3 draft board includes a kicker, special teams player, and equipment manager.
Didn't they already get their equipment manager in the 1st round?
How to beat the Packers: stop the run, triple team Adams.
Best 2 players on the Packers 2019 roster: Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones. 2020 Packers draft picks: quarterback, running back. Just so good.
I do. Somebody in the Anthony in the chat said Colts had the best draft, I think, and I wouldn't argue
good.
against that. They've had a really good one.
They just haven't had as many picks because they only
Right.
have 3. Where they have Pittman, Taylor, and Blackman.
Jeff Schwartz, former offensive tackle in the NFL. It's clear the Packers are trying to force Rodgers to retire by the end of the weekend. So, Pro Football Focus, Sam Monson. Are the Packers actively trolling Aaron Rodgers?
Okay, here's one. People the Packers have pissed off in the last 48 hours: Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Jones, Jamal Williams, Jay Sternberger, their entire fan base.
We got a little Monty Python meme here for the Packers. Packers GM to Rodgers. Or shall I taunt you a second time? You got to see the meme, I think, on that one, but... Oh, my God.
Looking some of these over, I mean, I guess I forgot Arizona only had 2 picks, too. For some reason, it felt like they had more than that.
They had 3.
Oh, Patriots traded up for this pick.
Oh, well, they only had 2, but
No,
Hopkins was their
they
number 2.
traded back, isn't it?
Yeah. If you include Hopkins, then yeah, clearly that helps it out tremendously. But even just 2, Simmons and Jones are nice picks.
I have a question. At this point, can you even grade the Packers draft?
F.
Yeah.
No,
it's a Matt Dillon grade.
Is there even a score to grade? Like, so far they've got a 0.
Incomplete, eh?
Yeah, incomplete.
They haven't made a pick yet.
Well, at least we know they're not cheating. If so, they're really bad. They're like my buddy that cheated off this girl in biology class, and she knew he was cheating, so she filled out all wrong answers. And then when he got done and took his test up, she changed them all. So he got a 0 cheating off of her.
Nice. So this is a good one. Aaron Rodgers. I really think we could use some help with the wide receiver. I'd love to have another weapon to throw to. Packers front office, and it's a gif of The Rock. It doesn't matter what you think. And flipping a computer over.
Man.
So are we on the Jets here?
The Patriots.
Goody and LaFleur
traded.
are going to Disney World, courtesy of the Lions, Bears, and Vikings. All expense paid.
Dude, they've so... Oh, man. Custer just posted in the group. Poor guy. Not! He said no sports for almost 2 months. So excited for this draft. Then the Packers do this? I would rather have not seen sports in all of 2020 if I had known. What the fuck? So, okay, I'm not used to this with Green Bay because, not that they always make good picks, but they're normally at least in realm of, just sanity, I guess. But I thought that the Bengals might mess up the draft somehow, or the Brownies or somebody could mess up, and it's always fun to have that part of the draft where you can make fun of them, just like when everybody made fun of the Bears for trading up for Trubisky. I did not see it coming that it would be the Packers that ended up being the joke of the draft. So definitely enjoying this.
It's a rare treat.
It is a rare treat. And I would not be surprised if this did... Holy shit, what kind of chair is that, Rob?
I think that's some kind of massage chair. It only costs about $3,000.
Yeah, that's a little much.
My friend writes for a Packers website, and all you can think is the Packers are convinced there won't be a 2020 season and are drafting for 2021. LOL.
I don't know if that still helps you, though.
Yeah, that's still not a good draft.
I think they're drafting for 2071. I mean,
Jake Trowbridge over on Twitter just had a good one. Back on last night at 11:26, his tweets was "What the actual F?" And then 3 minutes ago, didn't realize this would be an evergreen tweet, and he retweeted himself.
What is?
Oh, it's so good.
What Goodell is on TV acting like he's hugging the guy on TV.
yeah, that was from last night. That was like Becton's dad.
Oh, really? That was weird.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was awkward.
I have to say, I like Roger Goodell in this atmosphere better. When he's like left to his own devices and he can just lay back and not care. I mean, I get the
And
whole
laugh
playing
at
the
the
villain role.
Green Bay's plan: let's replace Aaron Rodgers, who's on a 4-year deal, and let's replace Aaron Jones, who led the NFL in touchdowns.
People are going to lose their jobs because of this draft.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones, right?
So Paul says I could rationalize Love. I can't rationalize Dylan. Don't even know who this tight end is. And when he says I could rationalize Love, I think he means the emotion and not the pick.
Oh, the Patriots took another tight end. They took Dalton Keene from Virginia Tech.
I know more about him than the other one.
So what we're finding out here, and
is this a repeat from the Gronk Aaron Hernandez draft?
It could be.
Watch out for whoever's Hernandez.
Which one of these guys is a murderer?
If the Bengals were smart, they'd get in touch with somebody like the Packers, who are completely lost in this draft. Trade AJ Green for the O-line.
You guys see what Anthony posted in the chat?
Did Bill O'Brien infiltrate the Green Bay Packers?
Anthony's saying that he went on a tantrum after the Lions backed out of a trade on camera, and I agree. We need that video in our life.
Oh, that would be amazing.
I don't know what we have to do to forget that, but if that's real, we need it.
They probably backed out because Bill O'Brien was trying to give them like their first round pick next year.
They're like,
no, that's a bad decision on your part.
They're like, this messes up the competitive balance of the entire NFL, so we can't allow this to go through.
The Lions actually are, really concerned about the integrity of the league. And like, Bill, we are not taking advantage of you.
No.
This guy posts, Chris Raybon on Twitter.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Says, Packers in 2019, get lucky, finished 13-3, 3.3 games above the 6.3 to 9.7 Pythagorean expected win-loss. Top stars Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones. Packers draft in 2020, QB, then running back. Just silly.
Just silly.
As if the Packers quarterback room wasn't going to be dramatic enough. I just realized their quarterbacks are A-Rod and J-Lo.
That's literally why they did it.
Oh,
They're
that's
trolling
amazing.
everyone. That's the best tweet of the night.
Steelers got themselves a linebacker.
Alex Highsmith.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I finally get it. Our offense is now going to be triple option with 3 backs and 2 tight ends.
Dude, I knew I should have bought James Conner this offseason.
I just traded for him in Craig's league, Craig and Paul's league.
The XFL,
Yeah.
XFL, USFL, AAF, whatever it is, but
You know, 30 years, it had to come to an end at some point, right?
yeah, but you don't think it goes down like the Titanic? I mean,
It's better to go big or go home, man.
So who's Rose? Is Rodgers Rose or is Aaron Jones Rose?
well, Rose lives, so it's not that. Rodgers has to be Jack, who she just lets go into the deeps of the ocean. Like, yeah.
I'll
And the
admit,
Packers
going into the
fans are
draft,
the
I
guys
thought
on
the
the boat.
Packers' goal was to get better.
You'd think that, but they're throwing you a curve. No one expected this.
Oh man.
I think they just ran the triple deke from the Mighty Ducks.
Unsuccessfully.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good one.
They clanked it off the post like Bombay.
This is a good one. So there's a Twitter account called NFL_memes. Aaron Rodgers, we need some weapons from this draft, and it's a picture of the Pawn Star guys. The best we can do is your replacement. Oh shoot, that's so good.
The only thing that would really make my night yet is I need the Packers to trade up and make one more pick.
Mike Clay, NFL. Packers offensive weapon upgrades for Aaron Rodgers. Backup quarterback, third string running back. Oh, shoot, this is so good.
Oh, I wish Rob was on
man.
camera. Davion Taylor to the Eagles.
Linebacker.
Rams.
Yeah, both the last two needed linebackers, so.
Oh,
Dude,
man.
Rams got some fantasy potential that they've drafted here in this draft with Cam Akers and Van Jefferson. So
Yeah, especially after they got, didn't have any other value on their team.
what?
Well, and even
at
though-
running back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. I was like, what are you talking about?
Sorry, no, I was reading some.
No,
more
I
Aaron
got
Rodgers.
you now. I got you for sure. Wow. Dude, where's this video? Someone find the video of Bill O'Brien, please.
Hold on. All right, let me go over to the YouTubes. Or no, the Twitters.
Welcome to 1974. The Packers took a halfback at 94.
My boy Adam Rank just tweeted, "Thank you, Packers. I needed this."
I agree. Really, they're taking one for the country by giving us all entertainment in a time of need.
Yes. I haven't been happier since I was told I had to stay in the basement. Oh, man. I was literally falling asleep before we started reading these jokes, and
Oh, dude. So somebody was lip reading him, and it says something something f you, man. That's your pick. So he's talking trade with somebody. But all the video clips don't actually have sound because it's the feed from the network.
I would
Would
take
have
the visual, just
would
knowing
have
what it
loved
is.
for the Packers to grab a wide receiver or an offensive tackle. You know what this team needed before the draft started.
Rams got another safety to go with Taylor Rott from last year. That's an interesting pick.
Is it just
When are
me?
when are the Packers drafting Shakira?
It is. Is it just me, or is the state of Utah putting a lot of people out in this draft?
Seems like it. Oh, Minnesota's Vikings trade the pick to
Well,
the
well,
Saints.
I mean,
I
when
was
you
hoping it was
have
Packers.
Yeah, that would have been nice. So, well,
When did the first player from Utah go? From the state of Utah.
Jordan Love, wasn't it?
they set up.
Oh, I'm loving it too much. I mean,
Somebody posted a picture of Bill Belichick's war room, that kitchen he's in, and his dog was sitting in his chair. So I just retweeted it,
could
and it
this be
says
from?
Bill Belichick's dog
That's what I
is a
was
better
wondering if
GM
it's a
than Bill O'Brien.
quarterback.
Bill
For the
Belichick's
Saints?
dog would have done a better job than the Packers staff.
But wait, there's more.
Could this be from right here?
Why does he have squares with grass around it and behind him? That's weird.
Yeah, so look at that, Rick. I don't know if you saw that on the screen. The players from Utah and Utah State. Did the Packers get the worst out of the 5 taken so far?
Rick, I'm gonna tag you in this tweet that I'm about to share. Actually, you know what? Is Rob? I think Rob's on here too, right? Roto Heat Rob.
Okay,
Yep,
Yes,
there you
that's
are.
Craig.
okay. What am I on?
Check your Twitters. I just tagged you in a sweet tweet.
Okay, well, I got to read you this text exchange with Josiah Dugara. Hey, glad to see you've been killing it, brother. Did you interview with Green Bay? Thanks, bro. And nah, I actually didn't have one. One of the only teams I didn't meet with.
One of the only.
So it'll be a nice shock when they draft you. Ha ha, happy for you. Facts, ha ha, bro. There's been tons of stories of guys never talking to teams and then getting drafted by them. Jesus Christ.
Wah, wah, wah. Adam Troutman. They took a tight end here.
So
I like Troutman.
yeah, I actually I think that's a pretty good pick there for them, and I am a little bit surprised though that none of the teams fell in love with Albert O after his combine. Because I just figured that
Well,
combine, you know how it is. Them teams just fall in love with those numbers, and it just hasn't panned out for him so far in this draft. I would have thought he'd be a top 3 round pick.
Well, I mean, when you put on the tape, all the issues we saw when we were doing our rookie gradings were there. I mean, he had a lot of ability, but he took just as many plays off, and the motor wasn't
Did
there.
that
So
stop Green Bay from taking a quarterback that's tape didn't look too good?
yeah, I mean, with Jordan Love, every time I watch his,
You took it way too serious.
well, because I don't want Rob to kill the police officers that show up at his house.
Suicide by cop. We're going a little dark here at the end.
Mike Golick Jr. says it's going to stop being cute for y'all when this dog trades for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's what I tagged you.
My camera's not even up right now, so I forget.
Yeah, Paul is right. Alberto is lazy.
But like we're doing,
God.
we're in Devy leagues, and we've been talking about Devy players. Like this time last year, Hunter Bryant and Albert O were the big name tight ends for this class, and now you're seeing them fall off the face of the draft. They're not going to be going in those first 2 days, so a lot can change in a year.
I'm tagging you in another one. It's a live look at Aaron Rodgers in the 2020-2021 season. It's a guy throwing the football and running and catching it himself.
So here's my question with the Patriots doing what they've done so far, taking these two tight ends, not really, I mean, addressing other needs that I thought they had. Are they in position to? I mean, they passed on Eason and Fromm multiple times. Are they in position where they really believe in Stidham, or are they like happy not being at the top of the league for a year and getting Lawrence?
Well,
I don't think they're going to. Go ahead, Brad.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm still thinking it through. So go ahead.
I don't think they're going to be bad enough to get, unless their plan is to use a bunch of capital to trade up. I don't think they're going to be bad enough to get that pick on their own. With what they have, I mean, their defense is still going to be solid. They don't have amazing weapons, but they have a competent offense. It's just a question at quarterback, which we know is the most important position. But you have Hoyer, who knows the system, and he's a professional. They have Stidham, who apparently they trust if they're putting all this faith in him. I just don't see they're going to be bad enough on their own to get Lawrence.
But, I mean, you could be bad enough if you wanted to be.
That's true. I have a hard time seeing the Patriots doing that.
I do,
but
too.
I also had a hard time seeing the Packers doing what they're doing, so who knows what's going to happen.
Hey, guys. Cheese sandwich has something great tied to Wisconsin since this Packers draft is going about as poorly as one can imagine.
Oh, man, Rob, I do not feel bad for you.
Thank you for taking one for the team tonight.
Hey, you know what? Got to do it sometime, I guess.
Oh, man. I will tell you, one of my leagues...
Yeah, like you said, you've had, 30 years of Hall of Fame quarterbacks. I think you guys will be all right.
Yeah.
And that's kind of
now you've got two Hall of Fame quarterbacks on your team.
Yeah.
Why would
had
you
that
say
before,
that?
too.
I'm just being funny.
It's not funny. We need them to have a Jay Cutler type for a while, and Love
the
could fit
Packers
the bill.
saw the weakest wide receiver class in the last 25 years.
That makes it so much better. Literally the best wide receiver class maybe in history, and they decided they didn't want any of them.
Yeah, so I'm reading a report on one of my...
God.
Did Craig freeze?
What's that?
Did Craig freeze? Did we
Oh,
lose
yeah,
him?
he must have.
Aaron Rodgers really cut his entire family out of his life just to have the Packers do the same to him. You love to see it.
Yeah, so I'm reading a report on one of my Lions websites that I follow, and it is Bill O'Brien is shooting expletives across at the Lions guys. I guess they did back out of a trade.
It was the Lions, how are the Lions turning down Bill O'Brien trades? They messed that up too.
All I'm saying is that they weren't interested, and like I said, he probably offered way too much, and they didn't want to fleece him. They felt bad for him.
No, I was gonna say, Rob, one of my leagues, it's the only league that we actually get together and it's not a full dynasty league. It's like half keeper. But we get together for the rookie and free agent draft every year, and one of the guys is from Wisconsin, and he brings like a whole cooler filled with Wisconsin cheese to the draft, and like all different kinds, and it is like the best thing ever. I love it. Wisconsin cheese is great.
Yeah, this just in. Roger Goodell has already given the Packers 23 compensatory picks in 21.
Here's a fun side note for you, Brad. The Lions play the Texans this year.
Bill O'Brien's going to run over and punch Patricia in the face.
So what was the deal that they backed out on?
I don't know. I'm still looking. I can't find
I
what
need
they
all
were.
the info on this, because not only Is Bill O'Brien involved? But it had to have been a trade that would have benefited the Lions, because that's the only type that Bill O'Brien makes, is the ones that benefit the opposing team. This is going to come out, and the Lions are going to be the joke of the draft.
Oh yeah. Nobody's beating the Packers for.
I don't know. Turning down a Bill O'Brien trade's pretty bad.
Listen, I'm told you, I'm giving you 2 firsts for this 3rd round pick. No, Bill, you're not. We're not going to help you that, or we're not going to fleece you that much. Just take my picks.
He was probably trying to trade him to Deshaun Watson.
Listen, I'll give you Deshaun Watson. Just send me that bag of balls you promised. No.
You got to take Stafford back. I don't want him.
Guys, we are 5 hours and 5 minutes into our 2-day, our day 2 of the draft coverage. It has been a blast, mostly because of the Green Bay Packers, but because you guys all hung out with us. Most of you that are still here have been here from the beginning, and that's amazing. We really appreciate you guys sticking it out with us for this day 2. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I know that at times we got off the rails and probably didn't give very much valuable fantasy insight, but when teams are doing this type of crazy stuff, sometimes it's just better to have comedic value than fantasy value. So again, I really hope you guys appreciate what the guys here on the Roto Heat team are doing throughout this rookie evaluation process and the draft, and leading up to your rookie drafts, and even your new startups that you're going to be drafting here over the next couple months, and make sure to let them know, on their articles and on the videos that they drop, that you appreciate what they're doing, because they're doing it for you guys and for the enjoyment of fantasy football, and we all love fantasy football. But I want to remind everybody that, because they've put in a lot of time. I think Brad's probably put in probably 16 hours just on live streams this week, maybe more, because we've got 10 in the past 2 nights almost. So.
Plus 2. Yeah, so we're probably 20 hours.
Yeah, so a lot of time goes into that, and then Rob's been on here 4 nights, and Craig's been on 2, and working behind the scenes on stuff and IDP stuff.
Sean
Everybody
is rocking.
Sean,
Yeah.
the last 2 nights, like 9.5 hours straight of just pumping out these draft reactions over on rotoheat.com. Solely with his podcast, and he did a round 1 recap today, and I just want all the guys to know that I appreciate what they're doing, because this doesn't happen without all of them guys doing that stuff, and I may have put the stuff together and everything, but they do the work, and we wouldn't have the community, we wouldn't have the website, the YouTube, we wouldn't have any of this without those guys, and I really appreciate everything that they do, and anybody I didn't mention, Adam Gruss, I mean, he goes through and he checks every article we put out and tries to make everybody sound good, and don't let me miss anybody. Jay,
Sully's been putting out a ton.
Jacob Wallace has been on there pumping out new stuff. Got a lot of guys that are rocking.
So these guys put in a lot of work. So I hope you guys appreciate it. Let them know you appreciate it. Anthony Leone. He's putting up 1 TikTok video every 3 months. So just kidding, Anthony.
We love you, Anthony.
These guys, But seriously, all jokes aside, all these guys put in. Jason.
We got our ADP mock draft guys.
Yeah, they've
Jason,
they're going to be on mock drafts this week, getting this stuff. Joshua Ryan Cerniak and the
Kidder
The
and
rankings are going to be updated, by Monday morning with what changes from the draft, and I believe we're the only draft or the only site that actually tells you like where they've moved from the prior rankings, whether they've moved up or down or anything like that. So same with ADP, so you can see how these guys are moving. Robert Rickard says Lazard, wide receiver 2 in the 2020 season because they don't have anybody else.
I just got this to say on that. This is how bad it has gotten in Green Bay. I am seeing Packers fans asking who DeGuara is, and Bengals fans are responding he's a solid weapon. So if that doesn't tell you something.
he'll be great for you. It's a good move. Signed, Cincinnati.
It's too good. It's too good.
I'd be like Lions fans giving you wide receiver and running back options.
I'm
Don't
watching an
retire
apartment
early.
fire on the news right now, and that looks better than what's happening in Green Bay.
Live look at Lambeau Field.
That person was pissed about the draft. They caught their house on fire. Yeah, but make sure check out Sully's 2 Cents podcast on iTunes and everywhere you can listen to podcast. Dinosaurs podcast with Taylor everywhere. The website. Subscribe on YouTube if you haven't. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us, and thanks guys for coming on here and streaming for 5 hours. It's greatly appreciated by me, and I hope you guys know that.
It's a lot of fun.
Always a good time, gentlemen. Always a good time.
Glad I could be the butt of your jokes.
Who's got it better than us?
Hey,
nobody.
Watch using my name. I need royalties for that. We'll see you guys. We maybe do something tomorrow night, maybe not. Who knows? But we'll see you guys soon.
Well, if this Packer draft continues this way, I think you almost have to.
Yeah, that's probably true. All right, everybody, we're out.